Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself.
Welcome back to the VCT China English coverage here on Project Horizon. My name is Akamarski and I'm sitting down here today with Tank to talk a little bit about the last few seeding matches that are upcoming. How are you feeling about it today?
Oh, the seeding matches are gonna be fun, I think. I mean, it is just seeding at the end of the day, so no worries about making playoffs or not, but I still think both teams we have in our game today have something to prove because they managed to get that last spot in their groups, TEC and Trace, who came out on place 4 in their groups. And to be honest, both groups have such a different vibe. I am very much looking forward to see them clashing.
Yeah, in Group Omega, everything was set like from the beginning, very early on. And you had those top 3 teams with Edward Gaming, Dragon Ranger Gaming, and Chilai, who were at the top, who were like the best teams of their group. And the bloodbath that ensued in Group Alpha is something else, right? In the end, Billy and FunPlus Phoenix both did not make playoffs, which is a surprise for me, right? Like, the FunPlus Phoenix, after adding Kovac to their lineup, we expected them to at least make playoffs, and Billy Gaming not making an international event is also shocking to me.
I mean, it really came down to map and round differences in that group. They all have the same record when it comes to how many wins they could take home. And the fact that having 2-3 on your record and you cannot make it while others can, I mean, it happens. They all have to make improvements till the next stage, but London is off the desk for them.
Yeah, and London is calling for maybe one of the two teams that we're having in our arena today. Because, yeah, like, Still, but all of those teams need to make some improvements, and in my opinion, especially like Trace and TEC, they look shaky at best in their seasons, right? They weren't the top teams of their group for a reason, and both of them have to make improvements to catch up to the favorites of making Masters London, which I, for myself, counting Tai Lu into this area of favorites right now.
Well, and this is Kang getting yet another award, as if he wouldn't have enough already. I've seen some stats about him having like more than like 15, 17 awards, counting Player of the Week in there. It's insane. He's still thriving after all this time. I thought maybe this guy had reached his peak in the end of 2024, but he proved everybody wrong.
I mean, in the end of 2024, Kang was the best player in the world, without a doubt. And I think him wanting to reach that potential once again, him wanting to be at the top again is something that sends him thriving over and over again. And Kang also, with the entirety of EDG, they need to make some adjustments going into the rest of the year. I still having some issues with their entire game plans and their entire gameplay. They are not top of their group for a reason. That's Chile, right? They are the best team in China right now. They beat Edward Gaming in the end of the day, and we will see Chile later today playing against all gamers for that first seed going into playoffs. Two very different outlooks, because Chile got unbeaten through their group, and on the other side, all gamers, you know, had some shaky ups and downs here and there.
I mean, the ups and downs have been everywhere in this group alpha. I think that's just coming with the group dynamic. No one had a chance of setting a straight record here. I mean, the top three of the teams are all standing 3 and 2. That says everything for me.
Yeah, it's just very close groups, very close matchups that are happening there. Tai Lu, for me personally, the team that looks the best out of this group. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, they are looking like a top contender going into London, and that's something we have to look out for. One of those spots that we had in Santiago might be on the verge of dropping out, because like, we had all gamers there. Are they gonna make it? Because they lost to Tai Lu. Tai Lu was the better team in that matchup. Are we gonna see EDG back in an international event? Because they looked shaky at times as well, but got it together in the end and got away with the second place in their groups. Chile, for me, is the only lock right now for an international event. Everybody else has to fight.
I understand where this is coming from. To me, it was a bit exciting to see Tai Lu on top of the group in like week 2, and then all gamers managed to crawl their way back. JDG getting the second seed in this group was kind of a surprise for me, because they had a weaker start to this stage. But all in all, this group alpha still has so many questions open for me, while in group omega, you're absolutely right. The record is very much set straight. XLG being on top there doesn't leave a lot of space for interpreting who's the top team in that group, no?
Yeah, it doesn't leave a lot of space for interpretation, right? XLG is the best team going into the playoffs. They are the top favorite to win China in the end of the day, and I want to see what they can do on an international stage. I don't want to see what Chile can do within China, because they proved that, but I want to see how successful can they be on an international event. How successful can they be sitting in London, playing the best teams in the world, playing the teams from EMEA, playing the teams from the Americas? You know, that's what I want to see, especially with Pacific probably being the region this year who thrives the most, who is the strongest.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun to see at Masters London. Today we want to focus on TEC against Trace, and I, as a person who likes to make predictions, took a look at the maps they both like to play, and I gotta say, I feel like what both of these teams are missing so far is consistency in a map pool. Neither of those teams have one top map they can really rely on. And I feel like going into an international event, you really want to have like 2 or 3 maps where you feel very, very steady. So if your opponents ban your top map, you're not completely lost.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we probably gonna see a Lotus and a Fracture ban, and the map veto will turn out from there. I think those are the two map veto parts that I would expect from their entire voting process up until now. But let's see. Maybe they have something up their sleeves that they want to prove, that they want to show us today. But like, I mean, Fracture is a permaban of Trace, and Titan is playing it, and Lotus, Titan, bad results, and Trace should be very, very fine picking that up because they have a 60% win rate and won against Dragon Ranger Gaming on that.
Yeah, TE is very steady with their bans. They don't want to play Pearl, they don't want to play Fracture. It would be their first time on either of those maps if we get to see it today. I feel like the Lotus ban is something that might be coming up. We could see a Breeze, we could see a Bind in this series, if you ask me. Yeah. I really want to take this to a decider, to be honest, because I've seen so much of TEC, but what I really want to see of them today is consistency when it comes to number situations and standard situations where they just have to play their protocols down.
And I think that graphic shows where we are at in the current Valorant meta, right? Attacker-sided Valorant is of the essence. You know, you have to play a great attack, and great defensive teams will be rewarded in stopping what attacker-sided teams are bringing to the table. The double duelist comms enabling a lot of new strategies and a lot of explosive gameplay, and I think that's something to look out for, and especially that series here, because both of those teams, they pivot more towards the Neon, which is, you know, one of the more explosive agents, like the most explosive agents. Both of them played the Waylay a whole lot. So I'm intrigued on how they're gonna mix up their team comms and shift around some of the agents.
That's gonna be fun. I really thought this might come down to whose double duelist synergy is working out best, but with the changes coming in before London, I feel like other topics get back to the table for both of these teams, especially since they have quite flexible players. Here's one of them. I was so much looking forward to see him on a steady roll. I didn't like him in the last couple of weeks on TC being dragged from the controller to the duelist back to a sentinel kind of role. Here on the Viper, on the sentinel, he's become so steady, and I feel like this consistency in agents is really what's been missing. And another fun thing about this series today, it's him playing against his old home. He's been with TEC for like about 2 years. Then he broke up with them in February of this year, and now he's the enemy. That's gonna add some spice, no?
He broke up with them, like ending the
2 years of a relationship that has to be emotional.
That is the most emotional breakup in this entire world. And he's also playing against them in the skirmish mode. Skirmish in China, as we know, very serious business. No trolling here, no fun loud, just very serious gameplay coming up.
No smite skins so far.
No knives so far.
I'm a bit disappointed.
Oh my god. What was that shot?
Oh,
there's a knife.
Maybe a knife coming in, huh? No. Oh, we're sticking with the guns.
Yeah, but stick to your guns. But you know, I want to have knives out there. That's the fun part.
I mean, the skirmishes always are fun if there are knives or not. But with those shots coming in, I feel like the fun is very much one-sided today.
Yeah, it seems like it. Oh, okay. Okay.
Damn.
Okay, Abo. Okay. Show me in our matchup. But yeah, the skirmish goes over to the side of TEC, which makes their map veto a little bit more spicy, a little bit more interesting. And there we go. It's not a fracture ban. It's an it's neither a Fracture nor a Lotus ban. Lotus in the second rotation, so we're starting out on Fracture as the map pick of TEC, going over to Split in our second map, and the decider will be Breeze. A different lookout to the map veto than I expected. Like, the Haven ban from Titan is wild.
I mean, the Haven ban is kind of understandable because they only played that once, and it's tough to say if there is a consistency to that map. The Breeze coming in, the Split coming in, not a lot of a surprise for me, but the Fracture, we haven't seen Trace on Fracture all stage. There has to be some sort of a surprise coming into that map today.
I mean, they went Pearl, right? So a Pearl was the map they weren't going to play as well. Like, those are the two holes in their map pool. So overall, I feel fine about them leaving Fracture open. But still, I don't know. I think Fracture is a map that you either can't play very good or you're very bad on. It's either of those two things. And Titan was fine on Fracture. They weren't something very special, but they were fine. They won against Bilibili. They won 13-2 against Fun Plus Phoenix. Which for me is an exclamation mark. So, you know, overall, I think their Fracture can be good.
Yeah, definitely. The map pool of both of these teams is so awkward. I feel like, especially on the side of TEC, we have a lot of these coin flip maps, especially looking at Split Breeze and Fracture here, where they got that 50% win rate, and it's really tough to tell if they can bring some sort of consistency into that. On the end of Trace, I feel like the map pool is really coming down to the stats we've seen earlier about this meta being an attacker meta, because let's be honest, Trace Esports had issues in the defensive halves, especially on a map like Bind, where their attack is so solid, and it's really turning around when they have to switch sides, because their defense is really weak, and they have to make some sort of adjustment here if they want to make it internationally.
They need to step a little bit up in their entire gameplay right now, and then their entire game plan, especially on the defense. Like, I think those defensive halves need to be much improved. And overall, that's true for a lot of the teams. Like, a lot of the teams don't really know how to approach their defense on that double duelist setup. And I think they kind of have to improve what's coming up there for them.
I mean, the double duelist always has this little invitation with it saying, oh, you have to play aggressive on your defensive half, you have to take space. And some teams learned to counter that very, very well, but I feel like shifting to, okay, we're just gonna play completely defensive, completely from the spots, we don't want to take space, we don't want to take first engagements. I really don't like to see that happening.
Yeah, same kind of, but as you already said, like, those double duelist comps, they enable you to take aggressive space, to take a little bit more agency on those maps, and right now I'm missing that from a lot of the teams, especially here in China. Like, they are playing what's best in the meta, but they are not trying to innovate on certain movement aspects of their gameplay, and I want to see most of them play a little bit more on the aggressive side, a little bit more on the side of, you know, proactivity in general. You know, take the space. Like, you have the options, right? Play more retake centric once you're on ultimates. Like, there's a lot of things that I would like to see improved over from the side of those Chinese teams.
Proactivity is a huge topic, and I feel like some teams kind of started to throwing that in the bin because the proactivity didn't went well in some situations, and they lost number situations, they lost standard situations, and then they were like, okay, we can't do that anymore. And that's the completely wrong approach in my opinion, because that's what the comps are still giving you. You have all of this utility to make moves, to surprise your enemies, to be the one who is opting the pace when you want to, and that's such a big decision maker when it comes to playing a comp good or playing it great.
And for me, it comes down for the Trace side of things. Are they gonna play the Sky or not? Are they gonna take the Sky into Fracture, or are they trying to play something else, something more outside of the box? Because that Sky, in my opinion, enables a lot of those proactive plays with the recharging flash, because you can't go into early skirmishes in your main areas. And Sky enabling those things is something I'm looking forward to.
I mean, Sky is back, yes, with the buffs happening, but we've seen a lot of teams pivoting back into this Techo kind of comp on Fracture. We've seen Breach coming back. We've seen Phoenix, not only in China, but in different regions. Yep. I really want to see a surprise out of them. I feel like Sky might be a bit too simple to make that work today, especially since TEC already has some experience on Fracture and on the end of TE. There is not a lot we could see, Fracture this stage so far. And I feel like a surprise move when it comes to agents could really throw TEC off today.
I'm not quite sure if I want to see a surprise from
I want to see
Trace.
a surprise. I want to see a surprise.
Because that could turn into a fun matchup very fast if we are getting too many surprises.
Are you not interested in a fun matchup today?
I'm never interested in fun. I'm always just interested in harsh stats and, them playing Valorant. I'm German, I don't know how fun looks.
Oh, you are
so
boring. You are so boring. I want to see fun. I want to see a comp I don't expect. I want to see teams pressing their W keys and run at each other and have a fist fight in every main that we see on this map.
Yeah, and I want to see Ascent with a goat comp. But the mascots at least love each other. They are having fun. Those mascots always having fun. Are they gonna marry now?
And do you not like them having fun? That's cute.
No, I want the mascots to fight.
Dear God. I mean,
I want the mascots to be thrown into Takeshi's castle or something like that.
Okay, you
Like
gotta stop it right there, my mate. You have to stop it right there. I understand where this no fun is coming from, but we're gonna take a look if there is a surprise, and I am spotting the Breach Tejo comp. It is back. We've seen it when Tejo first came in to the game. We've seen that on Split. We've seen that on all of the maps that are more narrow, and I feel like bringing it in on Fracture is gonna be the perfect mix of fun and boring, isn't it?
I love Tejo. I love Tejo so much. Like, after the nerfs, I think Tejo has become a much more interesting agent. Like, with you having to be more cautious around your salvos, more intelligent with the utility setup you're playing, I think Tejo has become such an interesting agent for a lot of the teams. And Fracture, together with Pearl, probably the best maps Tejo has right now. So, in general, pick that agent. Like, he's much better than most teams expect, in my opinion. You have amazing post-plant potential. You have the potential to take sites and clear out narrow spaces and corners. So you're not running into those infinite crossfires, especially on retakes. I love Tejo a lot, and I think that's one of the best agents going up here on Fracture. I'm maybe alone on in that opinion, but that's fine.
I mean, it's very cute how positive you're speaking of Tejo. That was lovely. I understand where this is.
I can be positive at times. I'm not always negative.
Not always. Not always. I really want to see Trace Esports make that work, because it takes a lot of protocols to have the biggest impact from that double initiator composition they are playing. On the other end, of course, there's a Neon in there, so if the double initiator isn't doing its job, it's just going to be the W key in the end.
And I like the productivity we are seeing right now. Utilizing the Sky, as I mentioned, to force outside information. Only fight by Dynamite, gets immediately trailed down for double. Coco can trade one back, and the Neon Sec gets punished. One by one, they're all falling down, and it's a 2v2 in the end. Haodong brings this into a 1 versus 2 for the Terror. Viva has to do justice, has to find something here. Separated, Haodong spots him now. Headshot in. But 8 HP for the Cypher player.
Yeah, that ain't much. The guided Servo just missing the target. The stun as well. Viva taking on Haodong. The trade not immediately set, but Lucas finds it. In the end, the 2v1 not completely clean, but it does the job in the end.
Yeah, not completely clean, as you already mentioned, but in the end, you get a round through. Feeding ult ops to the Terror seems like a bit of a problem. They've had a good start into the round, but afterwards, I think, especially with the Neon rushing forward a little bit too far, this round just falls apart piece by piece. Trace is fighting back a little bit harder, and there was just a little bit of an overheat by Kai.
Yeah, a bit of overheat coming in, but that's happening with the Neon from time to time. Now, Dynamite, the one who has to be steady, but that's a Bulldog on the ground. That's very, very dangerous.
It's a great trade, and an ult op for the Terror as well. Like, once that Armageddon is ready, and if you manage to cycle it a little bit, you will be happy. Like, that's one of the big pieces in your rounds. Gives you basically a free sight or a free hold. Lines are getting covered, so no crashy situation here. Gonna be a very, very slow walk over towards the A side.
I like that they are cutting noise and taking some of that tempo out of the round, since the drop fight was really happening by surprise. We see Dynamite being completely overwhelmed there, but finding a moment, finding a situation where you could show how much the Bulldog's gonna do is gonna be fun, but it is the classic to bring Coco down. What is T doing here?
Yeah, it's just too many peaks all on their own. I mean, Lucas has a Vandal, right? There are still weapons in hand. Abo is low, Viva is low. Chell is low as well, so like there are too many obstacles, too many question marks. Still there, but 2 weapons picked up by Viva. Under breach. Both playing over towards the side. Cypher gets blind by his own teammate. Viva going down. But it's a great swing. That's a good flash. Numbers even more into the pockets of TE right now, but both of the bigger weapons not in main. They're out of the game. Spike is ticking faster and faster. Spitfires tries to play the up forward angle, but they're not killing the diffuser. Spitfires hits a double kill. And with that, the round goes over to TEC.
Well, a bit shaky to be honest, but in the end they managed to turn the number situation around. I feel like for Trace, this round is really ending the minute the Bulldog drops on side and the both players in main don't have that gun advantage any longer, and then it's just Spitfires with a lovely shot onto Delby and the follow-up as well, so his mate can stick the defuse. 2-0 on the board. It's like nothing out of the ordinary happened. No?
Nothing too out of the ordinary happening, but still some minor issues and some minor problems. A little bit of a skirmish going on there, and Lucas has a double kill! Already 2 on the ground for Trace Esports. That fracture pickup looks even more of a fast stretch here after those first few rounds.
Well, Lucas has been so consistent this tournament so far, and he does not look like he's gonna stop today. Numbers advantage for TEC set, and Trace try to play the walk into the A main again, but there's already a double hold on the A side from TC.
Yeah, they already rotated through. Abo on his own. The other stack of Viva and Delby needs to creep a little bit closer, but I think they pulled a lot of the attention over towards the A side. And yes, Fracture is a map where you can rotate very fast. You have good options to just crash into your opponents on the side take, on the plant. that's a lot of clearance right now. You know, they still had the salvos, they still had all of their brimstone smokes, so the spike will just go down easily onto that B side, and there's not the best weaponry for a retake in the hands of TEC right now.
Yeah, definitely. Spitfires with the Outlaws, nothing I worry about too much, but Haodong just with a pistol could make a difference here for TEC. They'll be fighting forward, Outlaw on the ground, and even connects the follow-up onto Haodong. Trace finally finding
Lucas
foot in this round, but Lucas on his third already. Seekers in play! But he's taken down, and now it's just Coco on the side of TEC to make this round work. Molly against him. It is just no time for him to defuse this.
Yeah, but Delby is on 10 HP, so he might be able to get 1 or 2 weapons out of the round as well. Delby low! All of the weapons going down. That's a very good round for TEC. That's a very good round against the bonus. You're taking out all of the weapons and might send Trace Esports back into an eco, even though they won their round.
Yeah, I think there is no might in that situation when you look at the money that Trace is having. That does not look good, and I wouldn't be the biggest fan of forcing this round, especially because that could make a snowball out of your whole first half in this game.
Yeah, and look at the weapons they're having in hand. A little bit of utility pieces missing, a little bit of shields missing, just a Guardian on Viva, and on the other side, if that round goes over to TEC, then it's absolute horrendous territory for TEC. They don't want for TE, they don't want to be in a situation where you have to save every other round.
And with the force spike coming in, this is a risk that they are facing, and they really have to make this round work. On side already, but the fight in main is coming to them. TE all of a sudden winning all of their fights, and Lucas has to be the one stepping up once again.
Yeah, Armageddon ready. Lucas needs to get out of there, but it's stuck between Rocket and Artbase. Shoots himself out of the situation. Viva goes down as well. Ultimate thrown there in vain. Kai goes down on the side. Haodong gets the next one. Xiao Lulu needs to do something, but dies to the melee, burns up in flames, and brings Trace Esports Club, brings Titan Esports Club their next round.
Oh, and this must be devastating now. So much chaos coming into that round, and the fight starts in the main area, and it is not leaving the main area for the whole round. The Armageddon not really played out to its full effect. Lucas and Coco playing that down so well, and then they want to throw in the breach ult as well, Rolling Thunder to make it work, but it's just not happening.
Yeah, it's just not coming together for TE right now. They're taking their first timeout already because they seem so disconnected from a coaching PoE. Like, the idea of their execute was very good, and also the idea of that ultimate. You know, throwing it into the main area, forcing forcing Lucas into the hands of his teammates. You know, they were ready to take that fight, but those swings weren't clean enough, and Lucas could just clean up those frags. Viva dying into on the other side as well. Like, if you're losing those one-on-one duels in a situation where you use the ultimate to push your opponents towards your own players, this might be a little bit of a fast stretch and problem.
I think the biggest problem that I'm seeing here, and that's why the timeout is coming in so early, is that Titan Esports Club had a blast on this map so far when it comes to the attack. And right now, they are leading in their defensive half. And Trace Esports, they know the stats. They know that they have to make like at least 7 rounds in this attack to make the map work.
Yeah, and the big question for me is, like, Xiao Lulu has ult up. You know, there's a Rolling Thunder. Do you use that on an eco round where you're trying to upset your opponents? Or do you use it on the next one so you win the swing round once you're on a bye again?
I mean, so many options here for Trace, but it doesn't look like they want to invest the Rolling Thunder just now. It is an eco round, as you said. They have the weaker weapons, and I feel like they need an opening. They'll be with one, but it's being traded out double. Numbers advantage for TC, and the Cypher ultimate thrown in here just gives them all the information they need. Lucas with another frag. He's having such a good map so far.
Yeah, Lucas is just a little bit too strong, it seems, for the side of Trace Esports. A little bit of a reset in their tempo, but Coco finds the spike, shuts down Viva, and that last frag also goes over to Lucas. Those Seekers will be up once again very, very soon, and the sky of Titan Esports Club just overrunning what Trace is trying to build up. They are not looking too hot on Fracture. I'm not gonna lie, that seems to be a little bit of an issue map for them right now.
I mean, we talked about the map veto, and with Trace banning their permaban, banning Pearl, that was an option for TC to take them to this map. We haven't seen them play so far. It is a risk, but when we look at the stats, a risk worth taking. Lucas on 11-1 after 5 rounds played. That is insane.
Lucas is playing a very, very good map. Very steady. They're using the tail drone to, once again, set up that A pressure. Fault line goes in there as well, but no commitment by Kai. They're still very, very on the back foot. Not over-committing into a certain side. Howdong holding down a solo anchor on B. Once the execute is gonna take place there, this side will belong to the side of TE, but can you hold against the retake? Especially with an orbital strike in the range.
Yeah, and TC didn't have to throw any utility in here so far, so they have everything on the belt. Howdong going down, but Dynamite here for the trade, and it's being traded all over the place. The fight taken into arcade, and there are the Seekers online for Lucas. Just one player left, just LB. His position is known, and they might just stick the defuse.
Yeah, and it's a very early molly. You know, this one is going down. Dynamite's taking the last frag. 5-1 inevitable. Spike's already halved. And even though it's on fire, this round will also go over into the hands of Titan Esports Club. It's not the best look right now.
And the timeout out of Trace not making a change here.
And with that round going the way of TEC, we're once again on an eco for Trace Esports, right? This right here is an absolute back and forth. The ultimate of Charlulu will not be used into this one as well. So you're holding back the Rolling Thunder one by one. Spitfires has an entry frag as well. I don't know, this one also seems like a very fast stretch for Trace Esports. They're going on the side. Delby finds at least one. Dynamite exploding there. Kai gets a second one. Over to the side of TE. Ultimate has been used. Xiaolulu all of a sudden bringing that one back. Great map position for Trace Esports. Spike's going down as well. Delby, that headshot sits. And Spitfires, you're just having an outlaw. This one's not very good for the retake.
Yeah, that situation looks a bit hopeless for Spitfires. He still wants to give it a go, take some weapons out of the round, since the economy is still not in the best place for Trace, but it is just the one frag happening. Trace is back on the board. I was ready to have a rant about how the force buy in round 4 is really taking its turns here, and how that decision is ruining their whole first half, and then they just take it back with an eco round where they play pacey, where they are overwhelming, and it's just something where TC doesn't look prepared.
Yeah, they aren't really prepared for the pace that they were up and running, and all of a sudden TEC is back in an eco round.
And they finally found use of the Rolling Thunder, which helped them a lot making this round work, and ultimates are gonna be the big game changer in this one, maybe as well. Dynamite has an overdrive, but on the other end, overdrive and orbital strike online. That could be pacey. Kai finding an opening. And now it's a numbers advantage for TEC. Corner's not cleared. What is happening?
And it's infinite crossfires there on the side as well. Delby gets one more. Lucas dies down. A right click in the hands of Dynamite. Something to work with. An overdrive is ready as well. But in the 1 versus 4, this might be a little bit of a far stretch, a little bit of a problem.
No, you really don't want to throw your ultimate into this. You have this task again to create some damage, to take some guns on the ground, but Dynamite...
Yeah, just take the gun to the next round. Just take that Vandal to the next round. That's a good kill into Xiaolulu, but, you know, bring it to the next one. Spike's ticking too fast anyways. 5 and 3, you can stabilize your economy even more.
And the stabilized economy could really help Trace getting back into this game. It looked devastating in the first couple of rounds. It felt like TEC was just suffocating them with some sort of proactivity. They don't really expect it, but now the proactivity, and you mentioned how that could make a change today, it's taking turns. It is completely on the side of Trace right now, so the timeout coming in for TEC makes complete and utter sense. They want to stay dominant. They want to make this half work, so their attacking half is a lot easier.
Yeah, you know, you want to stabilize your defenses overall, right? If you're going out on defense with like 7 or 8 rounds, this seems like a very locked-in map. Like, I'm not gonna lie, if we're on an 8 and 4 or 7 and 5 halftime for TEC, then it's gonna be very, very rough for Trace to come back in any way. Considering that you are playing up against the double duelist comp with your double initiator comp. You need to be proactive then, because you can't really let them onto the side. You can't really give this composition time to roll, time to gel into that half. And this round here, again, huge swing round, especially for TEC. That's one of the most important rounds of the halftime. If you lose out on this one, then it's gonna be 5-5, an equalizer for TE, because you're back on an eco.
You think ecos cannot be won in this game after what you've seen so far? Oh man.
No, I'm just saying that there's a much lower likelihood.
I mean, TEC, you talked about it, their attack is so strong. They won 10 attacking rounds against FPX, 9 against Billy, and Trace, they have to make a bunch of more rounds work here to make this map possible. It's gonna be a retake for TEC, but with the most of utility in hand they could imagine.
And it's an amazing timing for the Spikeline as well. No more Sky Flashes going into that round, because like 36 seconds onto the next one, up then the Spike will explode. So the Sky utility severely shut down for TEC. There's gonna be a jump into the close corner. Coco and Dynamite finding success, finding those kills. Xiaolulu, something to account for, but TEC in the end overtaking main piece by piece. And with the pace they were trying to set up, that entirely crumbles in front of their feet, and round number 6 gives some security over to the side of TEC.
Wow, that's what you want your post-timeout rounds to look like, huh? I mean, they saved all the utility for last. You mentioned the Sky Flashes being out of the rotation, but they have everything else on the belt. The Waylay utility coming in really makes this approach into the main area possible for them. And with that first kill happening, it's all falling apart for Trace, who also have to take a good look at their money. I mean, Delby is down to 150 credits now. Same goes for 2 of his teammates. It doesn't look steady for Trace.
Yeah, but they have 2 people who are still rich, so, you know, that should be fine for the last possible round. Dynamite's getting pushed off the angle. You also have an overdrive, so if Kai doesn't get a weapon in that last round, you still have some sort of damage to work with. Still double hold on the B side. That Cam is holding Arcade, and with the stim going down, you will hear what's going on. You are aware. The rotation for Spawn already on their ways. And this time it's not gonna be a retake. TEC wanna hold this one. Up on the side, Coco and Howdown. They're getting their kills. Lucas in there as well. Just Abo. And this round's falling apart. The timeout in a perfect moment.
100%. The timeout is doing wonders for TEC right now. I like the decision making. We've seen a perfect retake executed in the last round, and in this round they decide to hold it down, to not even flood the side, but just stay there, holding their angles, finding their duels, and winning. Yeah, nearly all of them. Lucas again with a multi-kill. The operator from Spitfires doesn't have to do anything. He's barely finding enemies so far.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if TE was aware of that op in the round. They're forcing it off with a lot of the utility, but Spitfire still gets Kai! The orbital strike cuts off the reinforcements, cuts off the other players. Getting divergent paths in there as well. Smoke is going down. It's a problem for TE to get onto that side, and round number 8 seems inevitable for TE if they're not forcing their way in. Abo and Viva. Delby gets one as well. Xiao Lulu brings that into a 1v2 situation. Yes, Abo and him are low, but they're having big weapons. Howdong needs to be flawless here. Gets one more. Spike not planted for the player. In the rafters, Abo has to drop. Howdong, are you sticking it? The audacity on that man to just stick it down. Abo gets the kill. No more weapons for TEC. But still around in their books.
Oh my, I mean, I really saw that round going into the hands of TE, and then it would have been 50% of their rounds coming down to throwing a rolling thunder in there, but it ain't happening with the spike being stick. That's just crazy. I mean, the plant is not optimal, but in the chaos on the side, it's understandable they go for the safe plant, but then it's just not perfectly executed on the side of Trace.
This time they are trying to use the AWP offensively, but Kai can't find that first frag, can't find an entry. B-side smoked off. This might be such a hard round to play, and a 9 and 3 half coming from TEC potentially on their weaker side. Not what you are wishing for. Kai going onto the side very pacey.
Yeah, but the pace already dealt with. Lucas again to stop everything that Trace is trying to send to them. Howdong in a dangerous position takes down the enemy Cypher once again. The number situation desperately for Trace. They want to find their way back, but they just cancel the noise, but they're not forcing any sort of rotation from TEC. Dynamite just keeps on fragging, so does Coco, so does Howdong. It's a 9-3 half, and the attack of TEC should be way, way more dangerous than their defense.
Yeah, I mean we talked about this, right? Those attacking rounds for TEC should be the core of what they are working for. 9 and 3 halftime seems absolutely devastating for the side of Crazy Sports. We are in that halftime break. Coaches get a little bit of momentum, a little bit of timing to talk to their players, but I don't really see Trace Esports coming back from that devastating over half.
Yeah, especially since we haven't seen Fracture from them so far, and it's kind of hard to tell how well they are gonna deal with this defensive side. I mean, in this meta, we've seen the stats in the beginning. Defense is an issue, but especially for Trace Esports, I feel like the defensive side is really what ruins a lot of their games, where they're looking good on the attacking half, but then just lose complete footing when it comes to swatching sides. I'm sad that I'm with you on this one. I don't see Trace finding back into Fracture here.
I think Face Esports right now understands Fracture as well as the crowd understands the production's meme cam. So, you know, it's not the best outlook for that team right now, and they need to recenter what they are trying to do. It's the worst attempt of a dab I have ever seen.
Why are you being so mean? I am so sure I've seen worse attempts on a dab in my life. You are being mean today. My god.
I'm sorry.
It's just one of those days where Akamask decided to be mean. I can't help it. But maybe, well, someone else can help it. Maybe Trace Esports can help themselves. Finding back into this game. 9-3 TC in the lead. Lucas on 17 and 4. Coco is being an assist menace this whole map. And, well, TE definitely trying to bring the pace, but the fight behind the smoke, they are not interested in taking it that far, and now the tempo is completely gone.
Not really a pacey situation there. Where are you trying to hit that side? That's the big question for me, because the B side absolutely stacked, and the Cypher there as well. Like, there's so much pressure and so much emphasis on that B side. They rotated most of the players over. Like, it's just the Tejo playing up their rafters, and Viva is dropping on the timing, so this one might be a little bit of an issue, but Kai gets a kill. Howdong dies as well. The spike does not go down. Dynamite, a late trade, but this one goes on the opposite side of the spike. Dynamite gets the second kill, might bring that round back.
剩余30秒。
Position of Coco not being clear. The flash in hand, but it's just not being used. Viva going down. Coco incredibly low, but still manages to leave. Manages to find another safe position. Numbers advantage in the hands of TEC. The flash dodged. It is a trade coming in from Xiao Lolo, but it is not the best situation for him. One more flash, and then his whole utility is gone. Two enemies still waiting for him. The flash into his face, but no one's even peeking. They're just trying to play time in this situation. You have to clear so many angles. Time is gonna be an issue here.
Yeah, time of the essence, and you can't really get onto the spike. Coco gets that last one, double digits, very early on for Titan Esports Club. And with the ult ops on the attack, and everything is set up for success, this might be a very fast snowball on that second half.
And I mean, the round, it looked gone for TEC. They had such a wide field of players, and everyone dying in this like solo fight, solo engagements, taking the spike to A, then rotating back to B. It was chaotic, but they come out on top in the end. They have the better money now, and Trace in the defensive half, they really don't play a force buy here. It is a stack towards B, which makes entering there a lot harder for Titan Esports Club, but at the moment, they don't look like entering to me. They look like they're waiting for some sort of aggression that might just never come.
Yeah, and trying to rotate a little bit away through Arcade. The Tejo drone has not been hurt, so you're not aware where the Tejo is. Cypher set up something to look out for. Once you spot that normally speaks for a solo anchor Cypher over on that B side and the rest of the stack onto A, but TEC is rotating away from that Cypher setup. They don't want to deal with that.
All on the ropes. I've seen that going terrible, but TEC manages to get out of there. Now Spitfire's finding an opening onto Del B. The Marshall unknown thing now. They still want to peek it. Viva a bit too solo, and the follow-up from Kai might just be a bit too late. All of his teammates falling. The position on drop already being held by Dynamite with the Guardian. It is just devastating to watch that Trace Esports doesn't get the chance to make anything more out of this round. I mean, a Marshall in hand, yes, but it's going down. It's just too well done from Titan Esports Club.
Yeah, and Abo, buddy, I don't know how I should tell you, but you're having shorty.
And you're being a bit too late to the party.
And you know, the party is already done. They are playing very weird dead rock music already. You know, that party over. You can't enjoy it anymore. And you know, you're coming there to a pirate motto party in a unicorn costume. So yeah, this one's going down for TEC in the end. Abo gets a kill onto Haodong, but that's just not the best of situations for Trace Esports right now.
What is it with you today? You're bullying someone you are in a unicorn costume for a pirate motto party and they playing Dead Rock? What is wrong with you?
I had a little bit of a too good sleep, I think.
Yeah.
Normally I wake up and I'm tired. Today I woke up and I was just like, oh yeah, it's a great day. Weather is nice.
Shows violence today. Same
yeah,
as
I'm
TEC.
very happy today,
when I look at the stats, 11 and 3, I feel like you match TC's energy here very, very well. It is potentially one of the last full buys for Trace in this map, but TC, they're playing hell of a bonus round with all of those Guardians.
You know, if you're hitting the headshots, this one's very, very doable for TC. And right now, aiming is not their problem. I think if they have a problem, then it's like not the best coordination from their fast-stretched players who are playing the more discrowded areas of the map. That's you know, those timings are a little bit of a problem, but everything else works really, really well for TEC, and I see them go on map point here as well if they play out those Guardians perfectly.
Well, they have to find some sort of an opening, and right now it looks like they're heading into the rather stacked side. There's still some breach utility in the game, but you have to find a good timing for that. Seeker's in game already again, but all of the frags are going to Trace. It's just Haodong in the blink of an eye, and he's going down as well. Trace Esports with a sign of life, finally.
Yeah, Trace Esports still alive in that situation. But, you know, 11 and 4, that's a far stretch to come back from. And again, you know, I have to admit, I don't really like the defensive approach that they were choosing. The utility layering wasn't really a layering, they were just throwing util at the main area with stuns, not really timing on each other. And, you know, in the end, I was like, okay, TEC has a very good timing here to get out of smoke, but if you get just shut down, then, you know, it does not matter how the utility goes. Kai, immediately some damage onto him, not the best of games. Starting into this matchup, TEC. I want to be on 12 here. They have big weapons. It's the first full buy versus full buy.
Yeah, Kai always been the one to take the first damage in this map so far. It didn't really look good for him, and finding an opening on the Neon is tough when you're on like 60 or 80 HP within the first couple of seconds of a round. But now he doesn't have to attack, but still wants to bring the fight onto Coco. The swing is nice, and Coco being overwhelmed.
Yeah, Coco being overwhelmed, being overrun. Some problems, but Delby and Chalolo trading back. Delby on the double for him. Haodong, the last player standing. Kai on 12 HP. Trying to look for that last player, a knife in hand, and a Trace Esports. They're coming back piece by piece. They're figuring something out on that defensive end.
Honestly, to me, it feels like they are finding their aim in taking confident duels. They are taking swings I didn't see them taking on the entire first half, and that was where they were attacking, where they need to have that confidence to take the fights. And I mean, it's coming in right now, but it just might be a little too late. TC. I mean, it is the same approach we've seen all of the rounds so far. They take it slow, they want to take some sort of space. Lucas now on his way to maybe be a bit annoying on A, maybe even getting tagged by the drone, so TE has to stay focused on that A side, but Haodong going down to the outlaw from Kai. Now you have to execute, you have to do something.
Yeah, and Dynamite is on the ultimate. You need to find that player up there in heaven. That's the one that's in the way of you taking the side. Abo goes down to Dynamite. First weapon picked up. That's at least something to work with. There is a Phantom in your hands now. There'll be Chololo in the closer range angle. Some damage onto Dynamite. Please take that gun back into safety. That's the important part. You're having to play right now, but Delby finds another kill onto Spitfires. A lot of damage going down on there. Still smaller weapons. What a flash from Lucas. Stalls that down even more, but no frags just yet. 5 HP and Dynamite. A dream in the hands of him. But the stun gets him down. Round number 6 for Trace Esports.
Oh, he's been taken down by the special delivery. That one's gotta hurt, and the damage was so good. A great flash from Lucas to give them an opportunity to turn this round around. But honestly, the damage onto Dynamite and him having the only rifle in this game is a bit where I see this round crumbling, because he just can't find the necessary impact to bring them back into the round. Now it is a 6th for Trace Esports, but it is another full buy for TEC again, and they looked dangerous. They have the convergent path. They're just missing 1 kill for the Orbiter Strike. This should be a round where they make 12, no?
It should be. Still a little bit of a further stretch. Dynamite. Boys, that drone. Kai trying to fight his way into there as well. TE is very proactive in their entire gameplay, especially around the A main area, and that's something I enjoy from them going up into a matchup like this. But it leaves a lot of room to work with on the B side for TEC, and they're taking it with no real resistance. A complete retake needs to be played out.
Yeah, but TE has very, very nice utility. Look at the ults. They throw the Armageddon in there, but it's not really finding any enemy. Haodong does a double kill for him, bringing the fight into Canteen. That's what you get for lunch when you wait there for just a bit too long. Numbers advantage for TEC, and now you really don't want to go in there, do you? Abo creeping closer. Kai is with him, finding another frag, but time's already on the enemy side.
And Coco gets another one. The dash in from Kai. Also, he doesn't get you any more space. Coco through a wall brings that round into safety. A free K for the Brimstone ends this run. Titan Esports Club. They're back and up and running. The double canteen play from Haodong broke them down. Way too passive. That area completely left open. They felt so safe because it was smoked off by their opposition. But Haodong takes the fight over to the enemies. The lunch they got in Canteen was very British because it wasn't good. And in the end, it's another timeout for Trace Esports. They need to find a way back into those rounds.
I mean, at the end of the day, the double kill from Haodong turns it around, yes, but it's all taking way too long before that. They throw the Armageddon in there, but then they're just sitting there in Canteen waiting to see if the Armageddon's doing anything. They're not flooding with their own ultimates, they're not flooding with their own utility, and that's why I was so surprised to see them giving that retake another try in the end in that 3v5 situation, because in my opinion it was just a done deal.
Yeah, same goes for me. And after again, that double kill makes it so hard for TE to retake anything here. They need to take a timeout because no other chance is given for them. Match point. and a really hard and far stretch to get back into winning territories here for TE. 6 rounds in a row are needed. No more room for mistakes, and if something like a lurk from Haodong happens once again, you are down and out. Kai gets an entry. Lucas down, the top fragger, not in the game anymore. His attack side, overall, not the best. With the flash out of the game, getting onto this side will be rough.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough job to ask, but it's a triple kill from Zhao Lulu to make this even more desperate for TEC. It's just Haodong left and his position was no, since he made a bit of damage onto Kai, but honestly, I'm delighted to see the operator in the hands of Kai work here. He gets the opening, his utility is placed well enough to get out of there alive without taking the biggest amount of damage, and then the operator has a new angle. That's something TC has to worry about all round, and they are so caught up with the thought of this operator that they are completely not ready for the fight at the door that is being brought to them. It felt like no one really watched the sand area anyway.
Yeah, and now it's like Haodong waiting for 30 seconds to bring his gun into the next round, and that's it. Again, that's the way for Tracy Sports, in my opinion. You need to be proactive. You need to be in the faces of your opponents, because otherwise, I don't know, TEC, if they have enough space to work with, if they have enough opportunities to commit onto certain areas, then all of a sudden you're running into problems.
And space is a huge theme for both of these teams. I mean, we've seen TC winning rounds because Trace left spots completely open, left so much space, and when they don't get the space for free, it feels like they have a rougher time to get that by themselves. And yeah, Lucas going down there first. It is not the situation that you want. Your flash is gone, your info utility is gone. There has to be some sort of a shift, but with that economy, maybe the shift is not happening in this round.
Maybe not, or maybe I don't know. Like, we had enough ecos in the past few weeks to see a world where this happens, especially with Haodong and the Vandal. If you find something, then it's still doable, but both the initiators for TE just holding down the side. Kai finds the Vandal. Finds the one big weapon they had in hand. And not much to do for TEC right now. They are just trying to get the spike down on the other side of the map, but there's a Cypher still playing around with that setup. I'm not quite sure if TEC is even remotely able to bring something down here.
I mean, it is a judge in hand for Abo, so maybe a situation where you can at least find a trade, but at the other end, Lucas just on a stinger, Coco on the bandit. I feel like Coco has the best long-distance weapon in this fight that's happening on the B side, but the fight, well, is still taking some time. Smoke now spotted there just farming orbs. They're just trying to find another ultimate for Lucas or Coco or both, or maybe find another frag, but Kai is out of there too soon to punish him for that peak.
Yeah, you kind of have to die to anything, because like you're still 17 seconds up. They are trying to force their way over towards heaven, but I don't know. Bringing a bandit and a stinger over to that next round doesn't seem like the call. Doesn't seem like the play. Abo gets another kill. The judge makes it to 12 and 8. There is still a world where TE brings this one back, but Titan Esports Club on Fracture normally the much better team.
I mean, this is already way closer than I anticipated with the stats we had when we went to half-time, but with another full buy coming in for TEC and the Seekers online, this just might be over now. They had a very good hand for the timing they throw in the Seekers. Another timeout taken from them. They really want to structure this whole round to make it work. No room for errors, no room for Trace Esports to find footing. They need this one. They have to make it work now, because when they don't, we have the same economy situation that we had in the first half with Trace, where TEC loses their buy round, has to play another economy round, Trace is gonna hit double digits, and then it's just a fight to the bone.
Yeah, I expected it to go a lot different as well once we hit that halftime, and especially once they won the pistol round. You know, coming back from that 11-3 deficit is normally something we don't see from a lot of the teams, and it just shows great mental for Trace Esports right now. It just shows that they are one of the teams up there, especially when it comes to their mentality of the games, when it comes to their entire thinking process.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the two of us talking about this game being over for rounds and rounds and rounds, and Trace Esports is like, nah, I think we can still catch a couple of rounds in this one. It is the map pick from Titan Esports Club anyway, so everything they can get is gonna be fine. It's gonna give them momentum for when we go into their map pick, which is gonna be Split, which is gonna be a lot of fun, I think. Operator is still in hands of Kai, and he's been very, very good in finding an angle. The flash popped just behind his hat, but the smoke onto his face is gonna give him no chance in finding a duel here. But, well, the rest of his team is looking for a duel. The rest of his team is looking for a fight. Coke and Lucas getting their kills, and now the aggression is completely dealt with. The rotation already there, but with the space you could create onto the A side, there's just a Cypher setup at the moment.
Yeah, and that might be just it. Double kill for Trace Esports. Double kill for Titan Esports Club at start of the round. Trace in big problems. One of both initiators down, which even slims your chances of getting back onto the side, which even makes your retake much worse. And Titan Esports Club, their map pick will be theirs in the end if there's not a huge choke here.
Well, and with all the space open at A, there was a rotation coming in for Trace, so now B is completely open, not even a Cypher setup to hold this spot down. Plants coming in, so much utility in hand. Lucas still with the Trailblazer, still with the Guiding Light. This is gonna be one of those impossible retakes.
Settled impossible retake. Up for the task. Kai has an op. It's even worse. They are not anticipating where the spike is. Abo. Tucked in the corner there. Kai still tries to set up any meaningful position. Aims over towards heaven, but goes down to the hands of Lucas. Kill number 20 for him as well. Abo all on his own now. All his friends are dead, and Coco clears that round. Titan Esports Club, they win their map pick of Fracture against Trace, going up 1-0 in that seeding matchup. We are looking for an opposition for second and first place today, and Titan Esports Club and Trace, they are delivering, especially on the mental side.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like TEC is delivering just a bit more when it comes to the aim duels taken. I feel like in a bunch of those 1v1 situations, it's been them coming out on top. In this round again, the fight being brought to them is dealt with in the blink of an eye. Their aim is just a bit steadier, and a lot of the decision making has been an issue for Trace. We see rotations coming in the second half, where I feel like they give up so much space that they don't get a chance as soon as TEC is setting foot onto a site.
Yeah, once TEC establishes a position over on that side, there are problems for Trace. I like the proactivity. I like that they weren't scared after such a first half. That's something to look out for, right? You have a team that, even being down 11-3 on not their map pick and the weaker side in general, they still went up and running and tried to be proactive, played without any fear, and that certainly is something very, very good for me.
And I mean, look at the stats here. It was 11-3, and they just crawled their way back round after round after round. They made this one close. I feel like in this situation, it kind of fell apart, and I'm excited to hear how that is gonna look like when we hear the comms soon.
You know, those main fights in general also work out very, very well for TE, but we're gonna listen into the voice comms now.
能杀他先吗？
哪个？还四个人，你能出得来吗？
我压了，还有一个
爆能器在攻
大
方
三十判刑
我，没看到太湖，
还剩1名敌人。
太湖在2K 开过狗，太湖在2K 开过狗，
关手包就行了。你能看屁股吗？我看一下。
在这，
在他这边。我没奶，我没奶。
等我开枪呗。
我就是跟你双指将。
我没架，给我劈个脸。
战术榴弹。
没事没事。
还剩1名敌人。
别怕他。
剩余30。
先包2了，下包了。他们下的 A 了包。
打98太湖70 Cypher，
vivo 啊，那个太湖下的包。
我这有烟，
我感觉包点有2个。
我得去对枪，兄弟们。
OK OK。
你可以给 A 大 K，
他们是跑着 A 大。
打爆点，我给 A 大 K 的。
这样闪两。
我勒个豆！大 D 看着，
包脸包脸。
还有一个。
有。
完了。
有火有火，你得追他们，你得去追他们了。
把 A 大顶着吧。
对你顶一个。信你，好信。
Coco。
Yeah, and with Coco being the MVP of that matchup, like him and on Lucas on the defense, those were like the two players we had to keep an eye on. The multi-kills were just coming in, and that fragging potential overall just brought them over the finish line in the end. I think, in general, him and as I already mentioned, Lucas, they were the two best players on that team in that series, and the reason why they won this hard.
Yeah, Lucas had a very, very nice first half, and Coco has just been a bit more consistent when it comes to sticking with the pace in the second half. He's been so good in this individual aim fights, in this 1v1 situations. Always good for multi-kill, even though I'm with you that Lucas had the bit more impressive showing on the first half, but in the end, Coco's making MVP.
Yeah, and it's, you know, both on 20 frags, both on similar ECS. Coco just a little bit more up and running, especially in the assist department. I think TEC carried by those two a lot. Normally, if we see that team play, it's always Spitfires who is the player bringing them up, carrying them through rough situations. But Coco and Lucas really stepped up today, and they have to show a lot of that on the second map as well.
And I mean, the players from Chase have been consistent. There's no one really dropping out, no one who had a terrible showing. It just wasn't enough to take TC's map pick. It's definitely gonna be a bit different when we are going to Split, which is the map that Chase wants to play, the map that has been, well, yet another coin flip for Titan Esports Club. They lost to Tyloo in overtime with so many situations being thrown. I can't count them out in one hand. And they won against Fun plus Phoenix, but it nearly went to distance there, so it is tough to say how well TC is gonna play that map.
But the Fun plus Phoenix win, in my opinion, shows that they are a good split team. Right? The Fun plus Phoenix still, in my opinion, is one of the better teams in VCT China when it comes to their fragging potential, especially. Like, you know, you're having Kovac in that team, you're having Berlin in that team who's a fine caller. Like, there are still players who are very capable on the side of Fun plus Phoenix, even though they did not make playoffs this time around, because that group was just kinda a little bit scuffed, and Titan Esports Club winning against them cost them a lot. And Tyloo, on the other hand, looks like one of the best teams in VCT China right now. They beat Dragon Ranger Gaming yesterday in their seeding match, which also shows that they are a great team. They can go the distance and can go to London, but one of those two teams also wants to go to London. They want to have the better seed. We will be back after the break, after a short while, and then, you know, gonna see you in a minute. Are we off? Because I see myself.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. We can set the world on fire, fire.
And we are back, dear chat. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing fine. We are back with a Trace Esports facing up against Titan Esports Club for the seeding match between seed number 7 and 8. So, you know, a lot on the line here for those two teams. One of them is going to play EDG, the other one is going to play... one of them is going to play All Gamers, not EDG, and the other one of those is going to play Chile. And I think if you're winning here, you have better chances at facing All Gamers than facing Chile, which should be beneficial for you, because facing Chile this early into the bracket, not the best of things, and we're just waiting for them to go back into the server, going back into the game. Split is the map that decides a lot here.
Yeah, and I mean, Trace deciding to take this one to Split shows that they think they made some adjustment. I mean, they have a 100% win rate, don't get me wrong, but it's just one time played against Nova in week 2, and I feel like Nova, they have a learning curve that is going upwards, really, so winning against them in week 2 doesn't show me that Trace Esports played that map perfectly. This whole series against Nova was really, really close. And on the other hand, I already said that the maps that TEC played have been going to distance as well. One overtime, one 13-10. So this might go down to the wire. I'm not sure if I'm happy with Trace picking Split against TEC.
I'm also not sure if I'm happy with that, because like that matchup of TEC against Tyloo and also against FunPlus Phoenix, both of those splits looked solid. You know, they did not look bad in any way. So, you know, I want to see improvements, especially from the side of TEC of TE here. Like, I mean, before the game I already said, like, TEC are probably the favorites going into this matchup. They're probably the better team in terms of overall strength. But I did not really expect it to go this messy, especially on that first map.
Yeah, messy is the word to wrap that up, I think. And messy is really fitting everything that has been happening for TEC on Split so far. You said that was a solid showing, and I am definitely with you. The rounds they won have been great. Well done, well executed, nice protocols, but the rounds they lost, chaos, mess all over the place, number situation thrown, clutches that should not have been won by neither them nor their opponents, and that's what makes Split so tough to predict for me.
Yeah, same, especially since Split is a map where like those brawls are much more common. Like, you're hitting each other in the face is something much more common on Split compared to Fracture, because Fracture is like that much more far stretched map where you have more angles to play from. Every side has like multiple options to go from by the attackers, and Split's much more straightforward over the main areas, much more narrow points of entrance to the side. I am aware that we might see a lot of 3 vs 5, 5 vs 5 brawls on certain angles, and this might be a little bit of a chaotic map coming up.
A little bit? Oh yeah, that definitely could be a fight that's happening faster than we expect. No 24 hours of defaulting, just hitting the main area, hitting those choke points and see who's coming out best. And TE, yeah, well, they are bringing the pace onto ramps, onto the side, but still being held down. Lucas going down, Dynamite still fighting from elbow.
Yeah, and Spitfires gets one more frag as well. Howdown has a little bit of info. Spitfires finds Ebo. It's just LB and Viva alive. And that scenario, both of them stuck in the main area. 4 vs 2 situation. The crossfire has been held. Dynamite just looking for a frag, just looking for a fight, but Delby brings him down. That's way too much damage. Spitfires goes for the huge and long wraparound. Also, this one might be a little bit late, considering you're on 5 HP.
I mean, especially since he's on 5 HP, I feel like he can take the risk, and those are just lovely shots coming out of Coco and Haodong, holding down that Heaven area. Rams is a no-no zone for TE, and their fast execute is really falling apart with the fact that they can't deal with Dynamite and Elbow.
They couldn't deal with Dynamite and Elbow, and then they tried to force their way over to the side, try to force their way through that narrow point in vents, and their Spitfires just shuts them down, just hits all of the important frags. Time around, he's in heaven once again. Coco is trying to hold down mid. 4 players, four players stuck there in the middle area. They will go into vents once again, but just feeding some frags to Coco. They'll be on a late trade, but Spitfires finds 2 as well. It will be an execute on the A side, but just 1 weapon to be recovered.
Yeah, just the Bulldog in the hands of Xiao, but about taking down Lucas. This is all of the sudden a winnable situation. Dash onto the side. Spike plant is gonna go down in complete and utter peace.
A little bit of utter peace, but 35 HP onto Abo makes this one very, very hard to convert. Dynamite, judge in hand, needs to be the distraction here for his teammate. Oh, the paranoia goes wide. Untradeable angle. Abo finds that kill. Haodong in a 1 versus 1. Needs to bring down the Waylay, and he does. In the end, it's not been beautiful. It's been messy over times, but Titan Esports Club, they find the follow-up round. But this is gonna be a very, very bad bonus round coming up.
Yeah, I don't think you can call that a bonus round. This might just be a straight up eco round for Titan Esports Club. Did we say this map might get chaotic? Did we anticipate that? I mean, Coco just getting 1 in Vans because they're just 3 players dropping into his face is a bit funny, but when you're TC, you cannot laugh about that fun happening.
Yeah, you know, that's correct. There's a Stinger on Spitfires, and Dynamite buys up a Bucky. Those are the things they can afford. Gives them something to work with, but not too much. Because on the Guardian, be the one steadily aiming down. The quad stack on the B side goes into nothingness, because like there's just scaling up middle. No opposition there. And it's gonna be the 3rd A split in that entire map up to now.
I mean, it's a nice range of weapons that TEC has. For short distance, for long distance, a good flash onto Viva, but he dodges it, so that wouldn't have been the easiest of frags. Viva now with the Trailblazer trying to get some information, but he only sees Spitfires because TEC already rotating. Going into A now wouldn't be the best of choices.
Yeah, they're running into that triple stack. Heard the flash of Lucas. So they know that the sky is there, but they still want to go through.
No,
With
Spitfire's
that
behind
A-play.
them.
Yeah, Spitfire's behind them. There is a lot of great timing here. The spike dropped in heaven. Haodong finds the kill. Lucas gets back at him as well.
一名敌人，
Next one for Coco. Just a Waylay on the side. Spitfires hunting them down. Haodong finds a kill. TEC Zicoing them back 3-0. What a start to the map pick of their opposition. And Trace, you can't be happy going like this, running into the stack. No suitable information. And everything crumbles in the end for them.
And I mean, they get the information with the Trailblazer that Spitfires is sitting in that B tower, and for some reason, they remain careless. No one's watching Vans, which is a huge oversight. The spike going down in heaven is the big mistake that's happening here for Trace Esports. And now, where we were laughing about a bonus buy from TC that isn't really a bonus buy with the weaponry that they had, all of the sudden, it's Trace who are in such a big economy disadvantage. Another early timeout taken, and when we look back to Fracture, their timeouts, well, they didn't have the biggest of impacts. I feel like the reaction from Trace Esports after the Titan Esports from Titans after the Trace Esports Club timeouts have been just a bit better. They read very well what they wanted to do after the timeout, and then the textbooks coming in for TEC, and Trace couldn't really find footing. I hope that after this timeout this looks a bit different.
Yeah, kind of same. I think that Trace still has something to work with. Like the double duelist comp still has a lot of pace to set up for them, but I am not sold on their current game plan, because that was like the third A split in a row and they were always doing it in same timing, same sort of way. And it's once again, establish Vance control, try to split A. I'm not sold on this one. This time I going up heaven on B. A little bit of a mix-up. Dodging the Trailblazer. Kai goes onto site. Gets a kill. Dynamite on an early one as well. But Delby is there to pick up the pieces. And bring them back into a lead role, into a lead position. Crossfires will be set up. And this is a hard retake to play for TEC.
Especially with the rifles being picked up by TE. Kai jiggles that angle, taking a bit of a risk, but there's no one to be found yet. Another smoke coming in onto Heaven. Kai with the swing. Coco going down. Numbers advantage huge now for Trace. Delby finding Lucas is just down to Spitfires. He's known on side. He's being aimed at by 3 players. Delby taking a triple kill here, and all of a sudden they make it work. Is not splitting A really the solution to get Trace back into the game?
You know, just don't go A.
Don't
Forget the
split
first
A.
letter of the alphabet.
还剩一名敌人，
Just second letter of the alphabet. Forget the first one.
And I mean, TC, they had such a nice read with taking that A main space to make sure there's no one here, but then it's all just taking way too long. The fight on the B side is a bit scrappy, a bit sloppy from TEC, and all of a sudden, TE have a round on the board, and now that looks like another A split.
Oh, my Coco finds the first frag. Gets the player into A main. Spikes dropped, and yeah, it looks like another A split, Alina. I'm not sure how I'm gonna bring it to you, how I'm gonna break it to you. They tried to set that up, but with the death into middle, they are having second rounds. What? Dynamite! Are you kidding me? What a shot! Haodong finds Kai as well, and it's crumbling for Trace Esports. Traces will be erased in the first 2 rounds of that map. Because Dynamite is a god in heavens.
Nah, that shot from Dynamite, this is the reason why people uninstall the game. That's been deleting. That shot has been crazy. I mean, he's going down in the end, a bit too over-aggressive from him. But still, 3 players to deal with. A spike going down, an ultimate in play. Maybe there's a chance.
Is there? Are you a believer, Alina?
Well, with the paranoia, maybe not anymore, but there's no follow-up happening.
Yeah, there's nothing happening but Spitfires from the heavens. Shuts him down. 4-1 Trace running away with that defensive half. And I don't know, the Trace players, they're not looking too happy.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't look happy if I was them. Well, this is another fracture, I feel like. Another map where... Wow, that is nasty. Another map where we are going in thinking TC is gonna have a nice time on their attack, but they're starting in defense and all of a sudden setting the pace. They have a 64% win rate on attack and only 38 on defense thus far. And leading 4-1 here is gonna be another very, very, very red exclamation mark over the heads of the TE players. Another pacey execute onto the A side. Having control established, but you need to get the spike onto the side at some point.
And an immediate neon wall being thrown. Another A split. that goes south at the start. Lucas finds a kill. The bit iron to backside.
我方还剩一
Gets
人。
caught up in the pace because Delby finds a great double elbow there as well to pick up the pieces. 30 HP on him. Planted in the corner. Abo has not been spotted. Right now they know where she is. What? Spitfires! Another impact frag. Takes his ultimate, takes his time, but poured over to the other side. Delby found the timing. Found the way to play that round.
And Spitfire still stuck with the operator. No rifle to be found on his way. I am so worried how he's gonna make the operator work in this 1v1.
To find a player up heavens. Delby working more towards middle. Expects Spitfires to come from there. And he should be aware that it's probably either Arcade or Heaven. Spitfires. No time. You need to save that up. Bring it to the next round. Delby, one Omen ult to get that round over the hump. To get across the backside fight. Perfect from him. And Spitfires survives this one on 14 HP.
Well, and now they can even be quite happy about the fact that the conversion path is out, because Spitfire's invested that into the 1v1 after getting a very, very nasty frag
落在 A 区
onto the player in main. He cannot make it work with his own ultimate. That is so well placed, so well anticipated by him. But then again, not making the clutch work. So second round found for TE, even though they tried to split A again.
And who would have guessed? It's an early mid aggression from Trace Esports.
I mean, it's decent to bait out some utility, but it's just not working anymore because TEC, they realized there's no follow-up happening. Seeker's now played, so they know what's going on. They know this is gonna be yet another A, and Spitfire's just in place with the operator.
But doesn't find a shot. Gets shut down by Delby. Dynamite in the backside. Has his ultimate up and running. Gets a kill. Finds Kai. And Lucas! What a bait! But it just goes down to 2 kills. Just a trade. Just even numbers. Trace Esports still inside. Why are you blocking it in smoke?
这结局有什么意外？
What is happening? Why?
Why would you do that? No!
Hey, there's a smoke. I think my enemies are somewhere around that smoke. I might just gonna port in there.
Nah, sorry. Can we get that in a slow-mo? That port is... And Charlolo is even confused himself, I think. Was just like...
And now that's an eco round for TC coming in. They have
Deserved.
one rifle and I mean the bait setup for Lucas from
very-
Dynamite, that was nice. I feel like they deserve to have weaponry in this round. They have a judge, they have a rifle, everything's settled.
It's an execute onto the A side. Cantina Band is playing in the background of that game. Spike's going down at least for T. And that's not the best setup for a retake. Lolo is working with that smoke. Very, very good, but Coco finds a headshot. The aim does not sit right here, which gives a weapon into the hands of Lucas, who still has a Skyflash. So utility up and running. You can realistically clear that round back if your trades are sitting.
And that's a nice flash coming in. Kai trying to dodge that, but anticipated that he's playing with the fast lane. Spitfire's going down, but that's so nice information that he's gathering. Hold on! Going down in his own smoke. Viva trying to make it
They're
work. Spike's
defusing.
already being sticked. It's being sticked, but he's getting the kill. Oh, this is way too close for comfort.
What's going on?
You said this is gonna be chaotic and messy, and this is what you get! This is what you get! You said this was gonna happen! I think you're at fault. This is all your fault.
No,
Yeah,
stop,
yeah,
stop,
you
stop.
said this
Why
step-
am I always the problem here? Why is it always on me if stuff like this happens?
You've been mean first map, and then you said this one's gonna be chaotic. This is what you get.
You know, I think it's not fair that the narrative is always that I am mean when you're equally as mean as I am, but you are 1.25 meters, and so you don't get the blame because.
No, I'm just friendly. I'm just friendly neighborhood tank, and you're mean Arkham. I mean, to get back to the game, maybe after the timeout from Trace, it's been chaotic, yes, but they found their way back. We have 4-4 on the board, and I definitely didn't expect that with Trace splitting A for 7 out of 8 rounds.
Dear Trace esports players, can you please draw a B onto a piece of paper so I'm aware that you know this site exists?
They knew it existed on Fracture. I'm very positive there is awareness, and look where they are. Look where they are.
They're
Viper
in front
split
of
from
me.
TC at A and TE looking for the execute.
And they're getting it because I think TEC is so confused that they're executing B that they left the side open. The Viper split's going down. That's gonna be a rough retake for Titan Esports Club. But Dynamite is ready for the challenge, already waiting to go into that pit to dive against that Viper. You don't have the info utility to really realistically contest that pit. Very nice. The Paranoia flies there through as well. Kai finds another. Quick double. Nice succession from them. Go low, pretty low. And all of them still stuck into their pit. And I think, like for TEC, realistically, this is just a save of weapons.
Yeah, definitely. You want to bring that 3 rifles into the next round, especially when we look at the money of Haodong and Coco. You need that weapons to make the next round work. And Trace, they found the B site. They found it completely left open, and they found themselves a round. For TC, that means they now have to be a bit more aware of that second spot existing on that map. For rounds after rounds, it was A all over again, but now, all of a sudden, Trace Esports are showing a bit more of, may I call that creativity, going on to the second spot that the map has to offer.
I'm unsure. I'm unsure what to say. Hi. Trying to go onto the piece completely open once again. They're going onto that side without any fight, taking that side over. Gives them a lot of space. That's a jump too far ahead from Spitfires. Him and Dynamite on the ground already. Chololo got some damage, but finds a second frag for him. Round number 6 on the horizons. Trace Esports, they are bringing it back onto some wild place over from the side of TEC, and more weapons to be saved. That 6th round will not be contested. No more fighting, no more meddling. Just bring those weapons into the 2nd round.
I mean, what's so dangerous about leaving a space completely open and then dropping out of a smoke in heaven? I don't see any risk in that.
And I am the one who's mean.
I'm not being mean. I'm just genuinely saying I don't see a risk in that. Oh, I mean, to be completely honest, I was a bit surprised by the good start that TC was able to catch in this first couple of rounds, since this is their weaker side when we look at the stats from the stage so far. But the fact that Trace is managing to get rounds after rounds now by just hitting the B spot, well, it leaves some questions open. And well, no, they're back to A. Maybe this is the time for TC to find their footing back.
Yeah, but it's okay. They conditioned them with the B goes so they can go back to A now. Like, this is actually smart. For the first time, I'm not criticizing them going to A every round. But it's a fight into that main area. Spitfires jumps down there without a Z. Tries to bait for his friends. Gets a double kill. Lucas has one more as well. But Xiao Lolo, the new player, makes his name known. Slams down kills on the side. Coco up there in heavens is waiting for the peak. The spike is down. Has been dropped. Right in front of Dynamite. Explosive territory. And the Viper walls going up makes this one even harder to reclaim.
Getting that spike back seems like an impossible task. Coco with the first and Dynamite with the second. That went down faster than expected. This is the second time that TEC is playing that. I don't even want to call this a bait setup in this situation, but the double hold from the box and from sides, and Spitfire surviving this in the snakebite and getting a double kill is something where I feel like TE didn't invest enough utility to clear that. There was no...
TE throw, you know, they threw a snakebite there into that corner, but then did not check up on it. That, like, the error was that they did not shoot on the person that swung out of the snakebite, because they were just like, oh, there's a snakebite, so, you know, no more danger.
No one can stand there when there is a snakebite on the ground. No one might move out of that snakebite. TE trying to go A once again. Another A split happening, and Spitfires and Lucas are just holding that side down. Call them an anchor if you like. Lucas Seekers revealing the position on the side, and it's just a perfect double swing. TEC managed to get numbers even again.
Welcome to a game of Valorant.
Welcome to a game of Valorant.
Yeah, you know, that's halftime. That half a little bit Louis. You know, both teams just having some issues in stringing together consistency on themselves, right? That for me is the biggest problem. Like, they're not consistent in what they're doing. Like, you have those highlight rounds, you have those rounds who are like fairly well called, but then Trace Esports is just slamming their head against that A side over and over again after basically freely taking B in the 2 rounds before. Like, I want to see more mix-ups, more variety from them on that attack, because like, you have that double duelist setup. You can, you know, just try to bait more things out, try to maneuver a little bit more around that explosiveness, because it seems like you are very one-sided on a map that is your map pick, right? That was the map pick of Trace Esports, which confuses me even more why they picked that map if, you know, they are just, ayo, we basically try to run A the same way over and over again.
Yeah, the splits onto Vans just not working for them, and then there is a bit of, well, maybe they're missing this risk take of being a bit more experimental in their approaches. I understand why they don't want to keep on running B, because you just can't think this is going to be left open for another couple of rounds. But then just going back to that A split definitely shows that they are lacking the flexibility in this attack, the creativity in this attack, and now they are stuck with the defense half that has been an issue for them on so many maps thus far.
First smoke set up at LB. We are going to B. LB is solo anchoring there. But it will just be a very, very fast execute, especially with the sky flashes in hand. Paranoia has been taken as well. Dynamite on the spot, but the support back. He's left alone. Left there to die on the side. An overpeak by Coco. Immediately punished. Frags going back and forth. Kai has a third one. Xiao gets in there as well. Spitfires keeps that round alive. A double for survival. but Viva closes it out 6 and 7 after the halftime. TE brings it back.
Oh, what a meat grinder in that B main choke point. No one's getting out of there without taking some damage, and then the frags are just a bit easier for the Trace Esports players. I mean, Coco and Haodong trying their best to make that fight work, but in the end it's just being held down by Trace so well. The 1v1 going into their favor in the end, and now they have a weapon advantage. No spike plant going down for TC makes it very, very rough to play Force here. Still a judge in the hand of Dynamite. I'm very excited to make that work, but no chance. It's just Kai spamming it out. I feel like he's seen one enemy and then he pressed left click.
You know, mouse 1 and pray. Sometimes that's the best call you can do. Abo in a close range angle. For the heavens peak. You have to go to B, the spikes drop down there, and Abo can just wait for what's about to happen. Just wait for the players to contact forward, right into him, right into the meat grinder. Next frags for him. Abo has a double. And by that, this round is falling to the ground, is falling apart.
That looked so funny. Just having I think it was Haodong prep walking, shifting, crouching into that judge. Abo connecting the second kill after that, and now TE back in the lead, but the bonus round with the two judges not especially steady, still something that TC has to worry about.
Yeah, and they did not get anything out of that round, right? All of the players still on their weapons in the bonus.
Oh, what is happening?
They're peeking one by one into a 4-people setup without any information. Chelolo going down, not able to press his E to come back. And then the triple solo peek. One player with a judge in hand. Not really working out. This should be round number 7 for TEC. Nothing Abo and Delby can do to bring this one back.
I mean, to be fair, they got the information with the Waylay utility, and then they just decided to dry swing into a bunch of players in A main. The timing has been very, very off in this fight. I like the aggression in the bonus round. I understand that proactivity can make that work. I feel like it's just not been that well set up, and now Spitfires even getting a third. They'll be going down to Spike here, but in the end of the day, that's 5 rifles being brought into the next round for TEC, and an economy that is a lot more stable than what Trace has to offer.
Yeah, a bit more stability than the side of Trace. I don't like the overcommitment here. You know that they're all pushing through a Viper wall as well, so they're chipped down a little bit. Not the best of circumstances to crash into that side to fight aggressively, especially if your Sky does not commit any meaningful utility with your Waylay, which makes it much harder to contest that area. Another A play. For TEC, they're stunning against Chelolo. 3 players up in heaven. Rotation already taken place. Spitfires tries to get onto the side. Dynamite gets a frag onto Viva. Just one trade back. An absolute brawl at Rams. And once again, Dynamite way too far ahead of his team, because Spitfires immediately ports back after going in, and Dynamite committing onto that fast play.
Yeah, and the Trailblazer being dodged is something where I feel like TC just completely lacked awareness that there is another player on Rafters. They were very, very focused onto the fight that could happen out of Vents in the back of Heaven, but Rafters was just a position where no one was really watching, and they're being punished immediately. Another full buy coming in. I already mentioned a very stable economy on the side of TC, but after this one, it could get a bit dark for them. So maybe they need to find a way to make this round work, investing the conversion path, getting some orbs online for Lucas to get the Seekers back again on the end of TE. Ultimates already a topic as well, with the overdrive being available and only 2 orbs missing to have a conversion path themselves.
And this one will be thrown into the round. Spitfires with the early frags he got onto those sides. It brings them into a meaningful position. Delby caught off guard, but Kai and Abo are there for the taking as well. Miss aim a little bit. Lucas on his own, 1v2. This guy, possibly the best agent you can have in that situation, needs to isolate, needs to find Cholo low, but the bait on the ropes works perfectly. Double digits. Trace is back. And Trace might take their map pick to send us to a decider.
Yeah, decider definitely on the horizon for Trace, but TC still has a bit in their pocket to make it work in a 2-0. I am not quite happy with the executes they're playing at the moment. I feel like they are very, very hyper-focused on one fight, and then it seems like TC is completely forgetting that there are other positions on the spot that they might still need to clear. The player not being spotted under Heaven is a huge oversight for TC in this execute.
Yeah, and we might see another fast play happening for TC, because you have 3 Stingers going into that round. Those are like the primary close-range weapons you can bring. Abo is playing a little bit far back into Vents because, you know, doesn't want to give them the close-range fight just yet.
Door clearing nothing into Vents, so they know this might be an open area. Still not sure if they want to split A, but what TE can't do, maybe TC can. They want to take that space. They want to bring that fight onto that A side. It is a bit of a showing from Spitfires onto B Heaven, and it's forcing a rotation out of Viva.
But those are so many long-range areas you have to fight once you're getting onto the side. Chalolo is playing far behind. Tucked behind the shield, but Lucas finds Viva. They're overrunning it! There's no way you're getting it with a round like this! Choosing a side where you fight long range 1 by 1, and still you're getting in there. TEC is bringing it back!
I mean, this is the most TEC thing I've seen all day.
No, that's the most this matchup thing I have seen all day. That's very good. Like, I have to say, that's a very good Heaven execute, but Trace playing so far behind and being deterred by that one frag of the Waylay is, I don't know. You can't really move that far off your teammates once that first frag falls, because you need to still fight long-range angles, right? You know that there's a Stinger buy and a pistol buy coming in, and then going into shorter range territory, fighting behind that shield after you see the execute happening and not getting yourself a little bit more space to work with. That's a huge oversight.
And I like the pace change from TEC. Very slow in the first seconds and no proactivity for TE to clear that, to get any information. It's a nice shot onto Spitfires, but the site's already taken. Viva with a good flash. They're not clearing Lucas. What is happening?
Corner remains unchecked for the entirety of next gear. Coco brings that back into a 2 versus 2. The spike's on the ground. Dynamite has to pick it up, but fights into Delby, spots one of the players. Coco provides a little bit of coverage. Delby is still not on the side. The spike cannot be planted, and Dynamite, you have to look Heaven. There might be someone coming for you. Kai finds that kill into Coco. Spots the player. Neon ultimate also in play. Kai is just waiting to commit onto this one, but Dynamite in a 1v2 stays calm, takes his ultimate. Out there as well, Delby. In elbow close range against the Neon ult, but Delby gets it! 11 and 8! Absolute back and forth round, and they're all fighting by themselves. Lucas remains unchecked, but falls in the end. This game is something for me right now.
It is definitely something. It is a back and forth. It's mistakes being made, mistakes being punished, and then again, it sometimes just comes down to a great aim performance from one of the players in one of the rounds. Trace in a good position to make this map work for them, but still just a 3-round lead for them, and TC taking yet another time out to maybe bring back a little bit of structure. I feel like their game plan they're bringing into the round is always kind of nice, but then in the mid-rounding it's falling apart because there's this tiny setup happening for TE they didn't expect, and then they look like they're completely catch off guard.
Yeah, they're like very, very caught off guard by certain setups and situations, and the unawareness of angles, the unawareness of how to play together is something to look out for. Like, I don't know why Coco is peeking into heaven once his teammate trying to plant a spike. It's just so over aggressive in certain situations because yes, you can be confident in winning your 1v1s, but going 2 steps too far, not the call I was looking for.
Yeah, 100% for TEC. They really need to find their protocols back. They need to find that structure in these situations. A Viper Spit for TE onto mid, but already Dynamite so close, so far. Pushed through Bonavo with the double kill on the judge. Oh, they can't find anything in mid. It's just Haodong now, and he's being yet another TP play that I'm trying to understand, finding his way back to Lucas to maybe make this round work, but it's 2v4 for them because TC thought it was a very nice idea to fight Viper's Pit without any utility.
Yeah. Sometimes they're trying to bait out utility now. That's a good call. You want to bait out the paranoia maybe by Delby. That has been thrown in there already. A side. There's at least some info, but you need to still check elbow. You need to still check where there might be someone on the side. Nobody has looked elbow. If someone would have been tucked in there, they would still stay there.
But there's
and now
nobody
get the
in the
spike
elbow.
plant. Yeah, there is no. Yeah. Sometimes you have to acknowledge reality. Haodong has a good position up heaven, but needs to reunite with his teammate. Yeah, you're in an man situation. You need to take some risks. That's a good headshot. Drop down onto the side, but Kai takes him down. Match point for Trace Esports. The decider seems more and more likely.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like TC completely lost footing in this last couple of rounds. So many decisions that appear to be, well, a bit made out of overwhelming situation where they had an idea, they tried it, it didn't work, and then they're just like, well, what are we gonna do now? And then they're overexcited, peeking into situations where you definitely don't want to peek into. Yes, in this 2v4, you already mentioned it, you want to take a bit of a risk, but it's just too isolated. I would have loved to see them pushing something together instead of taking individual fights.
Overexcitement seems like the right call in that situation. There's smoke coming up, a little bit over one way. Some gap to shoot players through. Spitfires jumps through it. There is a good flash, but once again the paranoia and Spitfires ports back. Reinforcements cut off by the snakebite. Here smoke goes down, Dynamite. Also just waiting for his chance to get on site, but he's all alone there. Nice Wayday ultimate to cut off the reinforcements. Abo needs to move back. They're all tucked in heaven already. A great position for TE to set up a retake, but the Viper Spit up and running. You're not checking that corner, not checking the potential crossfire. Dynamite has a second one for them. A good execute, a clean execute over from the side of TEC brings them onto round 9.
If I had a penny for every uncleared corner in this matchup,
I would have been so rich.
I would have been very rich. I mean, it's happening, especially when you want to fight proactive into the pit, maybe catch a timing on the Viper who's still in this ult animation, maybe doesn't have the support, but The overexcitement's coming in again and again, and it's just well, a coin flip if the overexcitement is in the hand of TEC or TE. This time it was Trace, but TEC, well, they had a bit of a bummer in this second half. They had this
4 buckies.
streak where nothing really worked, and TE's playing 4 buckies. And no one in Vents? Why is there 4 buckies but no bucky in Vents?
I mean, Charlotte has a great angle here, right? That's a really, really tough corner. Clearing this one will be hard.
If only TEC had utility to use
They have
to
2
make
sky
this fight
flashes.
easier.
They have 2
the
sky
relay bomb
flashes.
slice, but the movement is better. Oh, it looked like it might fall apart. Coco with a trade. Still 3 buckies left to clear, and Kai is finding Lucas. This is chaotic.
They're smoking themselves off from the spike. Smoked himself from the spike. Now he has to walk blindly through a smoke.
还剩1名敌人。
Yeah, Trace Esports is winning that round on the back of a Quadra Bucky buy. Kai brings this one home, and that's a map I want to forget as fast as possible.
Yeah, definitely. I have so many questions, but I don't really want answers, so I'm just gonna keep them to myself.
No. I don't want any answers.
Honestly, at this point, this is anyone's serious. So many questionable decisions. I feel like there have been individual players for TEC who, well, had questionable usage of utility, especially in those faster executes. The fact that you get the Bucky kill there is just insane.
That's correct. The last round going into the ways of Trace Esports is certainly something to look out for. a little bit of the highlights of that map. I think it comes down to both teams not playing up to standard. You know,
Yes.
a lot of oversights, a lot of very questionable decisions. Trace Esports on that one side just out of 12 rounds, 11 times it seemed like they're running an A split in the same way possible with 2 players in main and 3 players through vents. Like, that was not their best map from both sides, and I think both of them can show much better Valorant, but today on that map it just wasn't it.
Yeah, the good Valorant wasn't with us on splits. I'm hoping we get that back for the decider. Honestly, both teams made a lot of mistakes in this map. For TE, you already mentioned the A splits all over again, and for TC, I feel like their approach to the attack has been a bit too, well, not too diverse, but they had so many ideas and it was like they're not really coming together.
They were just overcooking a little bit.
Yeah.
On those ideas, and it just did not came together in the slightest way, right? They were just too much thrown in there, and again, too many oversights, like too many oversteps in certain situations. The entire reinforcement always cut off from the rest of the team, but we can look a little bit at team comps.
A 键帮你加入
拿，闪光啊，他等下会甩闪的。准备
你只要死到近点了，我就要开狗了。导演，
关点，
来准备，我准备放烟了。
开狗。
飞，准备飞，
我要飞了。
人啊，眼罩。
2楼下没人，
帮你找人。
整个2楼下都没人。
看侧，然后看屁股。
广告牌没人。
包给我，包给我，看屁股。
别着急，不要去
我要开大。
没人，
屁股有。
2楼包，2楼包。
iPhone 没有。CT 一个，
下水道一个。
2楼包。
我跟你顶着2楼。
下水道一个，然后中路2个。
CT 一个马枪 CT。警家，兄弟们。
去包点呗，去包点。能给 CD 烟吗？
没有烟。能看警家出来吗？
放一烟。
我给。
屁股是我架死的。
有黑吗？推烟。
有黑了。
没出。
提防很大概率有俩。
2楼来不了。
iPhone 一个
2楼上可能有。
iPhone 出来了，包点。
包点。
进去了。
好，慢慢打。
狙他狙他。
有毒
有毒，拆不了，
别的
拆不了有毒，
不要提，不要没拆。
别人马上要散了，毒死了。nice。
Yeah, and Kai being the MVP of that map sums it up perfectly. A lot of chaos throwing in there with the neon, a lot of multi kills, good average round damage, but overall on the side of Trace Esports, it was very close.
Close, definitely. I am just looking through my notes and I have written down TC is on an improvement curve and they got to prove today that they are a threat. And after what I've seen on Split, I am maybe gonna erase that when we take our next break. Because honestly,
I would appreciate it if you do that.
I feel like the lack of utility investment in their attacking half really made this game a lot harder than it needed to be. TE finding their way back into their own map pick is definitely what we wanted to see. We wanted to bring this to a decider, but TEC really made it easier than it needed to be.
That's absolutely correct. I have to say, like, it was, I don't know, TC, lack of utility, lack of coordination, all of those things. Like, some stuff that can't happen to you in a professional game of Valorant. You can't go up heaven against an eco round without investing any flashes, without investing any utility. You have a Sky on your side, right? They buy 4 Buckies into this one and get away with it because they don't use enough utility to get onto the side. Like, Spitfires goes in there, baits Dynamite to go onto the side, to dash onto it, to invest and heavily force their way into it. And afterwards, just presses E and is like, okay, not my problem anymore. If you're dying, you're dead. You know, and it's like hands off the wheel, you know, you do you. And stuff like this can't, again, happen to you on a professional game of Valorant. And that's, for me, right now, the biggest problem going out of this map.
Yeah, I feel like that's a very big problem. It's not like TE went flawless into this game, but they managed to close it out in the end. Here we have some stats from Spitfires, who, well, all in all had a solid game, but I feel like in the end, he couldn't manage to keep up his own pace anymore. So the last couple of rounds really started to be a bit more exhausting. For him, maybe it felt like he couldn't find the impact he found in the beginning of the map.
Yeah, and that impact has to be found on the last map that we are closing in on, the decider between Trace and Titan Esports Club. We will be back in a minute. Take a short break, take a short breather after that map of Valorant, and we will be back in a minute. Yeah. hope you enjoyed your break and took a little bit of a breather from that matchup. We are still back with Trace Esports versus Titan Esports Club. A game of proportions. A game of proportions, for sure. Once we are going into Breeze, our last matchup of the day, we will see a Trace Esports of Phoenix coming into this one in the harbor of Haodong.
Yeah, TC is making a change for their comp. They're playing now the double wall controller with Viper and Harbor. I've seen that working in a bunch of regions, to be honest. I still think the Astra is a bit nicer to have as a post-planned agent, but when you want to be a bit more aggressive, I like the Harbor coming in here.
Yeah, the Harbor coming in here just creates a little bit more of corners, a little bit more of ready angles that you can play from. And I think in a matchup where so many oversights are in play, that Harbor might just give you a little bit of an edge just in terms of, you know, more angles you can play from, more corners you can play from and stuff like this. And this might change it up a little bit.
When I think about it, they now have the wall from the Harbor, they have the Toxin wall, and they have the wall from the Neon coming in.
Yeah.
That are so many angles being created in one possible execute.
Nobody has any vision.
Nobody has any vision. And I feel like with corners not being cleared being an issue on the second map, now new corners are coming in that you need to clear. Could be a potential issue on Breeze as well.
In the end, for TC, it's important that they're not overplaying their hand with that comp, that they are not, you know, creating off angles. They have to check themselves. You know, because that would be like punching yourself in the face. But we're on Breeze, last map of today's matchup between Titan Esports and Titan Esports Club and Trace Esports. We're going into this one, and let's hope for a little bit of a better map than the first one and the second one today.
And TEC starting on their attacker side. No initial fight to be found in main, but a step back from TE. Molly already in hand. Might miss the timing here just a bit, but in front of the foot of Dynamite at foul. He's just over-aggressive in this situation. Look at where his team is and look at where he died.
And just trying to force his way much deeper into the backside. Working with the Harbor wall makes this one also so much more interesting. Coco already into the backside as well. Spike still has not been planted. Lucas only know going into this one. And it's a you know, numbers advantage retake for Trace Esports might make this one doable.
And TC completely falling back into their main area without having Astra to secure their post plant. Yes, you might have some other utility you can throw in the mix here, but it's definitely gonna be harder than it used to be for them.
Yeah, and Kai finds a kill for a smoke. Haodong does the same thing, but it's just fighting without vision. Delby sets that last one. Coco goes down. They're all moving into the main area, not fighting forward. And this just brings them down a whole lot.
Well, that was an awkward fight happening onto that main area with the smoke. No one's really having vision. Everybody's just trying to find an enemy. That shot from Kai is very, very disgusting. Delby with a double kill in the end brings Trace their first round. A bit of a disconnectment I see on the side of TC, but something I don't want to make too big since there was just pistol around. It's a bye for the side of Trace. Well, it is 2 bulldogs and then smaller weaponry, nothing too big, no rifle coming in. This could be interesting.
Hey, could lead into an interesting bonus round, especially, right? Where you have to fight closer range angles, where you have to fight much more up forward. And that might be a little bit of an issue for in the long run, but if you lose some weapons, it isn't that harsh into your next round, right? If you give some weapons over, it's not that harsh to fight against. If it's not that bulldog. If you lose the bulldog, then you might have run into some problems.
Yeah, the Bulldog has to work here, especially for Kai, because the walk that TEC took might just end in his face. Lucas already closed the Cough Send to give some more angles to explode onto that side.
剩余
And the
30
first
秒。
frag goes down as we expected it. Kai finds it here, and they're all running into Abo. Can't trade him out just in time. He falls very, very late. Viva on the backside gets more kills for him as well. Lucas on the trade brings down one of the Bulldogs. But it's just a stinger that you're losing out on. Everything else gets transitioned into the next round.
Yeah, getting that Bulldog back really makes that bonus round work a lot better for TE. Not investing too much into that second round can always be a risk, but in this case, a risk worth taking. They're very clean in the aim duels, and even though Coco is managing to find one, Lucas as well, it's not that big of a deal since the investment wasn't that big. Buying a Stinger is pretty much equal to investing in a Marshal or a Sheriff. It's nearly nothing.
Yeah, as you said, nearly nothing that's dropping down there. That's a very important round for TEC. They have to get through that one, but the first frag goes down over to the hands of TE. Lucas trades back, numbers advantage suddenly back into their hands. 2 versus 4 situation, just the 2 pistols in hand, make it a 2v2. Viva! So much damage onto those players. Needs to dodge the snake bite. 39 HP. Howdong gets him into a pickle. Bad angle. Just one weapon survives. But it's a round win for Trace Esports Club.
Yeah, but only one weapon being taken into the next round is a huge issue that I'm seeing for TEC. The fight out of that A main area is chaotic. There is no one really ready for that fight, despite the fact that the recon dart is being shot. And then, alright, it's just individual good aim for the side of Trace in some of these duels, but I feel like TEC is yet again in another situation where they're giving isolated fights.
Yeah, and this round is insanely important for TEC because huge swing round, your economy is broken again if you lose it. It's rough to work around something like that. Once those problems arise. Smoke's going down as well, Spitfires over on that side.
No,
You're just giving it over for free.
yeah, the plant going down without any utility investment. They are just waiting now to, well, group again to find the fight together, but this is just giving TC so much time. The Reckoning being in game for this one. When they start being aggressive, it's gonna come in, it's gonna flood them out of that backside. So many players hit. Coco trying to find momentum, dodging the flash, but can't connect the kill. Going down, and Abo finding the one in mid. Now all of a sudden this is winnable for TE. Again, they have to deal with Howdong, but he gets a double kill. Lucas now
No
on
shield.
his own. Hunter's Fury could be in play here, but he's being hunted down. TE somehow make that retake work because Titan Esports Club, they just lack proactivity after the Reckoning is being thrown into that beast.
They just throw the Reckoning and do nothing with it.
Yeah.
They hit people, do nothing with it, and just stay on site. And then those angles, especially playing against a Phoenix, you can't play that aggressively. Like, you have to account for potential flashes being thrown at your way. And that aggression does not work out from them in any way. Last frag goes into their pockets as well. And right now, it seems like TEC on their attack, not too sharp. Just won the round where they had heavy weapon favoritism.
Yet again, another A go for them. I like that they're taking space. I mean, look at the position from Spitfires, look at where Coco is, but still with not the best buy in hands, pistols all over the board. This is gonna be a tough one. And again, they're lacking utility when they're trying to take that fight onto the main A main side.
Just want to say one thing.
Yes, do it.
If they go A main, 11 out of 12 rounds in the attacking half, I'm gonna lose it. In 5 rounds, they went there 4 times. Viva and Kai eliminating some more possibilities of that map. Spitfires a little bit too far forward. Coco are still around double doors. You have some space over towards middle, but nothing else to work with. And it's still pistols in hands.
TEC's attack is clearly lacking that unpredictability at the moment. For me, TEC has been this very unpredictable team for the longest time, and they build rounds off of the fact that enemies just had no idea what was going on. And right now, you already said it, they're just going A again and again and again. They're trying to execute the side without any further plan than, yeah, maybe we get out of the choke point somehow. And I'm so happy that there's a timeout coming in, because
I like
this
that.
is so scrappy at the moment.
Yeah, I like that timeout a lot as well. That's the timing we need that on. Can't really afford to lose much more, to drop any more rounds. I just want to see them commit onto much more than at A main area. Right now it seems like they're only playing for A main. They're only playing much aggression into that side and ignoring a lot of the other things around.
And so far, their heavy vision blocking comp can't really find impact. Obviously, you always place the Viper wall beforehand, but they are not able to create chaos with the fast lane and the wall coming in from Harbor as well. I don't want to be too fast on this take, but so far I think the comp change is not beneficial for TEC.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that. It seems a little bit like they are too cautious on those utility plays, and with them mostly playing with the sky on some maps, I would just love to see them play a more traditional flashing agent on a map like Breeze as well. Because on Breeze, with the flashes, you can also do a lot more. They are now fighting into double doors, but the corner has yet to be checked. Dynamite drops down. That's a great setup from TE. They're using the snakebite to cover for their server. Kai is there on an outlaw as well. Finds the player without a big shield. Outdong down. Coco makes this a little bit more possible. Brings it back into a 3 vs 3, and it wasn't a main execute from the beginning here.
No main execute in the beginning, but look at where they are grouping. Lucas with the spike. He wants to go A again, and he might find the duel against Abo a little bit too soon, a little bit too far ahead. Now the support's coming in. Abo has to take a step back, has to give them this space, creeping close, but too many angles to worry about.
And look at Spitfires. From middle, he will be late into the round, but he can still do something. He can still be a valuable asset for them, but they need to execute on that next Viper wall circle. Important one. You have to execute here. If you're not executing onto the side, this will be a bloodbath, and you can't really go onto there. The Viper wall should be down in a second, immediately taking the Phoenix ultimate into this one, trying to fight, trying to force his way even more aggressively. Info on the positions is given over, but not enough time to bring this one in a really impactful situation. Chalolo makes one. There's still knives in the hands of Kai. And 1 versus Coco. Spike is planted for main perfectly. He should be aware of that Viper's position. But Coco doesn't give him the duel, doesn't give him the swing. Upwards movement, right click. Kai gets the last one. 5-1 TE. Brings us closer and closer to a serious win.
Beautiful updraft, beautiful crosshair placement from Kai in that situation. He's so aware of the fact that this has been playing offside again. I am really not the biggest fan of TEC's post plans at the moment. When they get onto the side, it's just lacking this proactivity. I barely see them fight into the backside on A. The space that Spitfires is holding in mid doesn't have that much of an impact, and now we see them on yet another eco round where they couldn't convert the round beforehand despite having the Viper's pit in post. I'm not too sure about the change TEC made. I feel like they are in desperate need of the Astra utility in some situations.
Yeah, especially in the post plans. Like, I don't know, the Astra post, if Coco has an Astra there, that post plan looks a lot better, in my opinion. And right now they're trying to, in some way, bring it back into a situation where you at least can control the offense a bit more on such a huge map like Breeze. Again, Spitfire supporting out, Ebo and Viva finding those frags. Ebo at the smokes, an absolute monster. And they're just overrunning TEC right now. TE plays a very solid defense. Let's pull it that way. Yes, TEC has some issues, but it's a very solid defense just by TE. A double kill for Dynamite. Keeps this one alive, but still that round will fall. TE 6-1, just overrunning them.
And it is the scrappy economy for TEC as well. They are yet again in a situation where every lost full buy round already means the next save you have to play. In this case, it's maybe just the bigger weapons for ET that are making the difference. But yeah, you said it. Their defense is so steady, but I feel like it is the case because they're not really being challenged. They're making adaptations to things that are not really happening, and they're just being 2 steps before everything TC can maybe bring onto the server.
And we heard the Roman TP. We already see Delby moving off that angle, moving off that A side, and it's an aggressive fight. A lot of bullets, been shot. You know where they are. Another A main contact. It does go south for the moment. They have to move back. 1 minute on the clock, and they are still like cramped before A main. No space taken on the side. And if you want to get into this Viper's pit, you have to be fast. You have to be ahead of the curve.
And ahead of the curve is not really on the game plan for TEC in the last couple of rounds that we've seen. The lack of space is now being filled by Spitfires taking yet another walk, but then the Waylay utility is just missing on the execute. TEC overwhelmed again, so much utility flying into their faces. Lucas finding an opening, finding a possibility maybe.
Delby is still in that corner, whips the shot into Dynamite. Kai might bring it back. 16 bullets in that weapon. He has to stop spamming through smokes at some point. 10 more bullets. Dynamite is trying to force his way in on the Reckoning. Might give a gun over there. Abo finds a frag. Hold on. Reinforces the smoke to make this at least a little bit more doable. To keep out the TE lineup in a situation to not make the 7-1. Something to be feared. Viva finds Haodong. Player goes down, Lucas on the zone on the side, has a Vandal in hand, 1 more headshot, but Viva closes it out, 7-1. Round by round, TE runs away.
Yeah, the pace that they are giving here is just too overwhelming for TEC. And again, the executes, they are lacking something. And in multiple rounds, we've seen Spitfires in the role of the one who's taking space in mid or checking out B. I really don't like that so much. I understand that the timing for the Viper utility is sometimes a bit easier when you are with your team on the execute, but I feel like there are agents on the team of TC that are much more suitable for that space take, for that lurk, and to fight alone than putting your Waylay in that situation and then missing that utility on the execute, because I feel like in most situations having a Waylay going in with her utility, having that stun option available could help them so much in moments where at the moment they can't find anything.
And in those moments it seems like they seem a little bit lost with their team comp, with that entirety on what they're trying to play out. I don't know, I'm not sold on the comp change that they're doing right now. The Phoenix not being part of this one, the Flashes not being a part of this one is something I don't enjoy from TEC. I want them to play more flash heavy aggressive comps because they are so good at playing off utility, but this comp just isn't it. And they're not finding any frags. Spitfires plays more like a Cypher than a Waylay. I'm not sold on the idea that they are trying to sell us here.
I mean, the whole TEC playstyle used to be so explosive, so aim heavy, so pace heavy, and what they are playing right now, I feel like they're trying to make a meta work that is not fitting for their team, for their playstyle. Dynamite already on the side again, already 2 meters in front of all of his teammates, but now Spitfires is with him. Both duelists together again, and the conversion path is nicely placed. That's 1 kill secured, but a trade immediately found. Still no security for TEC, and Abo finding Dynamite. It's just a mess on the side. Spike plant going down, but now the Hunter's Fury a bit early against the position of Kai. He can't dodge it, but he can find Howdong. What's that shot?
That's such a great peek, Lucas. Still gets a trade on Hunter's Fury. Spitfires is behind everyone. That's a very deep play. But it's just Delby in their own spawn, in their own domain. They might be able to bring this one back. A port behind the stack. Behind the wall. Long range. Spitfires gets the last one. 7-2. TEC clawing their way back into it. Round by round, they have to come back.
And even though this was chaotic, I really enjoyed having the Waylay on the execute. Yes, there was an ultimate investment. You cannot just recreate that for multiple rounds in a row now, but I feel like this pace is a lot more suitable for what TEC is bringing with the players that they have, with the identity that they always had. I really I'm looking forward to see them putting a bit more pace into this map. Even though Breeze is huge, you have to default for quite some time to make sure you know what you're up to. But pace in the execute is gonna be a thing here.
Yeah, and gotta be honest, the executes of TE, they will be extremely pacey, right? You're having a Phoenix and a Neon, you need to be fast on site. And right now it seems like, I don't know, TC, are they up to the challenge for fighting into that Jet plus Phoenix constellation? Are they up for the challenge to fight against a comp that will be very fast onto their sites? And, you know, it looks like they're trying to sell a fake that doesn't come into fruition. And I don't know if I like that drone, because they're droning an A site to pull enemies over to there. To, you know, sort of get the information and, you know, get some more space on B. And afterwards, they move their entire team over to the side where they just try to fake something.
And TE is already re-clearing B with their drones, so we see the rotation coming in. We see Kai with the op being ready on bridge. This is going to be tough for TC.
Yeah, there's 3 players there. 2 flashes in it. Phoenix ultimate up and play, does run it back. Trying to get into the Viper Spit, and yeah, you have to sight, right? That's the important part. The Viper Spit is set up there, that's very comfortable from your own home, but Spitfires, it's low. Finds an entry. Disadvantage numbers, Delby gets at least a trade in. That's the important part. Howdong, can he find something? Can he find someone? Dynamite and Lucas are closing it out, and it's a follow-up round for TEC.
Oh, they are crawling their way back all of the sudden. Another very, very chaotic post plan. But if this is where they are thriving, well, they can keep doing that if they want to. A nice angle from Howdong being played here. And the fact that he hasn't been checked behind stacks is a little oversight from TE. A timeout coming in immediately to stop the momentum from Titan Esports Club to find a solution. What has been different in the last couple of rounds? Why are we all of a sudden being overwhelmed? And how can we find our way back into this? Because let's be honest, in the majority of rounds, TE seemed a lot more dominant than TEC.
Yeah, for sure. But right now, it seems the second timeout of TEC worked wonders for them. You know, that's the timeout they needed. That's the reset mentally they needed. Still, they have to find something. They have to find out, where can we attack? Where can we play? What can we play around? Those are the biggest questions that I'm asking myself right now. And TEC has to provide the answers. They have to provide, you know, answer to us how their entire strategy on the attack is going to be look in the next few rounds.
One thing I really can't wrap my head around yet is how they're gonna play their defensive half with the new comp coming in, because yes, you have 2 controllers still, but they are not as flexible as having an Astra on board, so that might make the executes for TE a lot easier. What is that opening frag? A double with the Sheriff found LB finding his as well. Lucas trying everything to make this round possible, but he's alone and he's been taken care of. That was quite the fast one.
So we are going back to split that early.
Yeah.
No, you have a solver. You have. I just want to reiterate. You have a solver.
do it.
You have a solver on the side of TEC. You can use your utility to check whether there is an aggression on an eco round. You're playing against a no-buy. Maybe you should not run into a potential stack blind without any utility invested. But that's just a suggestion from me, right?
No risk, no fun. But I feel like the fun is not, especially in the hands of TEC at the moment. TE running away with this decider so far. A 9th round possible for them. The flash perfectly in place, but Spitfires still manages to take him down. Kai not out of there soon enough, and Delby still in his animation. What is going on?
Triple fight over towards the main area, gets punished by Spitfires, fully flashed, getting a kill. That's something you can't expect every round. But it shut down the initial approach. It shut down the initial right into that area. Spitfires has an ultimate ready, which will slow down Abo and Viva even more.
Plus, there's the reckoning in the hands of Haodong. This should be yet another impossible retake. Dynamite on 5 HP. The shock dart needs to be dodged, but now the ultimates are coming in. TE should not have a chance. Viva and Abo are stuck at that pyramid. Dynamite finding the first shot, and then it's just Abo to make it work, and he just cannot. It is a flawless round to close out a very, very questionable half from TEC.
Not their half. Like, for sure not their half. They need to improve on defense a lot. That pistol round, absolutely crucial for what they are trying to set up. That pistol, if you lose it, then I don't see them come back into the game, but there are still all the options available for them. An important one coming up at that, as I already mentioned. A little bit time to talk.
I mean, I already said I don't know how they're gonna play that double controller in the style that they have in this comp right now. I think it needs a lot of creativity and proactivity to figure out where your enemies are so you can get your controllers into place, especially that Harbor, since he is more flexible than the Viper, yes, but still not the flexible controller. He has that one cove he gets to place, but then for the wall he needs to be in the right spot, and that's gonna be a task that you can only achieve when you get the information, when you are proactive with your Sova utility, when you get your Waylay in to get some information. I think the defensive half from TEC needs to be a lot more aggressive than we are used to on a map like Breeze.
You know, it's on a map like Breeze that is so huge. Those double wall controllers, you know, they can have an impact. It's sort of similar to Icebox, where you can create all of those off angles, where you can create all of those small vision pockets for against your opponents. But that's something you have to do. You have to look out for, and you can't really let them get away with fast side takes. Running through a harbor or a Viper wall is something that always involves risk, and delivering on that risk, something that's important.
Yeah, but then again, this is where Xaula's flashes are coming into play for me, because both of these walls can be very easily played with a nice placed Phoenix flash. And he's been more quiet on the first half, but I think this is maybe his time to shine. A very, very slow round set up for TE. Spike still in base, some action being brought into the A side, but nothing really happening, so no rotation coming in for TEC yet. And look at where Dynamite is. He's clearing out so much space already.
Claiming a lot over to that B side, which enables them to play as 4 players on A. But if Dynamite dies there, then that B side is completely open. You have some issues with going back into that, and nobody's watching mid. If the Viper wall goes up from Coco, then nobody's aware of mid. He now jiggles it a little bit. Double doors. Not the area you necessarily want to fight through if you're TE right now, because there's still that quad stack over to the side. There's a great harbor wall. Immediately you're at risk of being taken down. Coco finds 2. Haodong on that side successful as well. Coco gets a quad kill, holds them down at double door. 8 and 5. We're having a game on our hands.
Yeah, a game, definitely, but a round from TE that just didn't appear to be very well thought through. They get the information that there is a player deep in B main, that this is space that is already been cleared by TEC, and then I don't really understand the decision to just full send all of your players through double doors. Such a narrow area, such a risk-heavy area, and TEC, well, they handle it well. They get themselves another round. Buy in their hands now, while TE without plant are not in a situation where they can force anything.
I can't force up. No spike planted. And it's really problematic to play through those harbor and Viper walls. If you're having the timing for that, and if those slowing and damaging smokes are up and running, it's not the easiest task over from the side of TE to get onto those sides to fight your way in. Haodong finds Delby on the execute. Finds an impact frag at that. Haodong, one more swing, a triple for him. Spike is open, not planted for Abo. They know where he is. And Spitfires closes this round as well. A full buy coming up for TE, but they got a spike plant. It's nice for the economy.
I like that movement from Haodong so much. I feel like he had a quieter stage so far compared to what he showed in the kickoff. I feel like in kickoff he's been one of the more consistent players on that lineup, and in this stage he's been more quiet. But on the harbor, not gonna lie, maybe this is something we get to see a bit more often now.
Maybe that's something Haodong gravitates to at this point in time. Smaller weapons and a little bit of a slower start to the round for TE. I would like to see them be a little bit more explosive with the utility they're having, because, you know, yeah, you can't really run into that harbor site, but late executes into a site where Viper and or Harbor are is also something you don't really want to play around with. Like, those late executes can also sting for you. Doors open, that's a nice timing, and Haodong walked up middle a little bit too far. Tried to work around with that Viper wall, but no more flexibility in those smokes. You only have your Viper wall in the middle. And that orb to be played around, nothing more to use. Lucas also takes the solo adventure down middle. Viva takes him down, and round number 9 inevitable for TE at this point.
I am so confused. With the rifle in the hands of Lucas, this looked like a round that is still winnable, but he's going onto that solo fight without any information gathered beforehand. Coco! Oh, just good for the one. Leave Spitfires in an impossible situation. I mean, he can pick up the rifle at doors, definitely, but there are still 4 enemies waiting for him.
Spike goes down, Spitfires, as you said, all on his own, has a Vandal in hand. To be fair, just take this one to the next round. Honestly, like, it's 1 vs 4 on a site that's very hard to retake. Just take it into the next round. You picked up a Vandal. You picked up money off the ground. You know, take that with you. and try to fight your way back into that next round. I think TEC is very aware of their current defensive problems and current defensive issues. They are just too far up in the head, trying to create those off angles a little bit too much. Spitfires actually still dies to Abo, who was on the log. Stretching out the map a little more, and round number 9 for TE means that there's a lot less wiggle room over to the side of TEC now.
Yeah, Abo had a campfire set up in attacker spawn, something that Spitfires wasn't aware of. You already mentioned the defensive problems from TEC. They are not that good at hiding. They are quite obvious. Maybe that makes them easier to fix. I feel like especially the proactivity just needs to be a bit more bundled instead of so solo. That's why I like to see both duelists pushing down mid now. It's space take, it's information gathering, and you have a backup as long as the timing sits with those two.
And, you know, it's the two duelists pushing down middle and not Haodong and Harbor. That's progress. That we are seeing there, not a smoker pushing down the middle, not the most important player on those executes. Has been spotted into the corner, but the snakebite doesn't hit him. Still a Viper wall in play. A lot of those walls are thrown into the round. Neon, Phoenix, Viper, everyone is there. But still no spike plant just yet, just a Phoenix who's on the side. Dynamite finds Kai. Jalolo waiting for potential timing to flash himself out of the Harbor Cove. But it's a lot of waiting and not much happening right now. Haodong dies in that corner. That's a very good cross coverage from Abo. And Jalolo ultimate has been taken by the Phoenix as well. Dynamite in the backside might take some space, might create a moment. And they get those 2 kills. Everyone on TE shut down, just Jalolo. The last player, the new kid on the block standing. Dynamite looking at a potential angle where he's coming from, but he isolates it. No swing. Lucas, too hesitant, too scared to fight into the Phoenix, creating a 1 versus 1 situation. Bike has gone down. Lucas needs to be precise, but no. Lucas has all of the time in the world to swing on that kill on Dynamite, but he doesn't.
I am so confused how they are playing those standard situation. Another numbers advantage they cannot play out because the timing's just not there. I mean, Jalolo really anticipated that swing from behind the box, but it's just not coming. I mean, in a situation where Lucas would take the swing and go down, I feel like it's still something you can't be too mad about, but the swing's just completely missing, and Dynamite already being taken down by the Outlaw in the hands of Kai. I mean, TEC is just making way too many mistakes.
And it's progress for TE in the end. Winning that 1v2 is crucial. That's the breaking point of this game, in my opinion. Because you're probably more likely than not gonna lose that round, and afterwards the room for error just gets so slim. You can't really fight into too much here, considering, you know, proactivity is not really on the boards for you. Yes, you're having a Neon. Yes, you're having the Waylay, but you're missing out on flashes crucially. And fighting into those areas without a proper setup on a Neon. Something that's really hard on a map like Breeze that is so huge, where you can fight all of those lower range angles, all of those longer range angles.
Yeah, and with the economy situation at the moment, we're looking at a potential 11th round for TE. They're finding a completely left open B spot. No one from TC here to make their execute hard, to delay it, to have a word in TE planting that spike. Abo should have a good timing, but TC finding the frag in the end. Spitfires gets an upgrade there, but it is just another sniper in his hands. The retake's still very tough for Titan Esports.
Not really much room for error, as we already mentioned. Coco trying to swing into this one. Jalolo Just waiting for the triple stack there. And this is a collateral by Kai on an outlaw. The ace on the horizon for him against the eco round of TEC. And they will just give it over to him. 5 kills for Kai. An ace to secure round number 11. To give them the upper hand in that seeding match. TE. They might be just bringing it to the end.
And this is suffocating now for TEC, not only losing that round, but losing it against one player, essentially. Kai with the ace, closing out that round, giving his team round 11. 2 more to go, and they win against a TEC that really doesn't seem to be in best shape today.
Not the best of all situations for a TEC lineup that looked promising throughout the entire split. They had some good maps that win against Fun Plus Phoenix. The big one for them that brought them to playoffs in the end. Hello, low position on that side. This might be a little bit of a problem. Dynamite goes down. Coco fights as well, but there's no coverage for them. It's a back and forth. They're throwing away that drone single-handedly here and there, but still left alive. Crazy Sports. What can you do? 1 more minute on the clock, and look at the lurk around by Kai. He has the timing, and Haodong is not aware of that. He's jumping up into window. A headshot by Kai. This round is in a 1v2 for Spitfires. The person that did not necessarily have the best of maps up until now. Spike will go down. Spitfires, they're having a Phantom. That's pretty doable in my opinion, but if the port of Delby over there to CT, they just want to play it together. Okay, actually rotating over towards middle.
There's a lot of space cleared out. They are well aware that Spitfires might be on the spot, and he has a good idea of where they'll be teleported to. Frag number 1 found, and now it's 1v1 situation. Spike tapped once. He wants to see a reaction, and he's finding Kai. Spitfires on his own, making that round work for TEC, and it is the map point denied for Trace in a situation where, well, we thought they might play that together and they have a nice idea of bringing that 2v1 into safety, but it's just too solo from them. Kai playing the wraparound is a nice idea, but it leaves Delby completely alone in that CT fight.
And Spitfire's taking advantage of that. That's another 1 versus 2 that goes the way of the disadvantaged team, and I don't know. I'm not sold on the way both of those teams are playing together. I think they will have enormous problems playing against either All Gamers or Chile. Like, those teams are so far ahead in terms of their team play components. This will be a problematic matchup for both of them. They need to step up. If they want to make London, this is not the form you can have a team in.
Yeah, I feel like teams like XLG, EDG, All Gamers, those are the more balanced teams who know the fundamentals, but also have great aimers on the team. And for TE and TEC, what's really lacking is the decision-making in the mid-rounding. The fundamentals in there, Kai just showing his back to Dynamite. No awareness against that position on tunnel, and now TE a bit of in a situation where they have to make a fast choice. They don't want to fight into the pit. They have no idea that Spitfires is still a main. This might be dangerous.
A lot of you have flashes. Yeah, silent jump there, but with Spitfires in main, a looming threat, that's something you have to take into account. You have to take that utility over into that fight. Spitfires goes down to Abo. And all of a sudden, it's a 1 vs 4 situation. Haodong has a triple kill. 8 and 11. This map is far from over.
Far from over, and we see a sign of life from TEC, despite the fact that this round is essentially coming down to a bunch of 1v1s being won. The opening given by Kai is definitely something that shouldn't be happening to TE, but then, I mean, it's just 1 go swing, 1 go kill all over again.
Me play Reyna, me swing.
Me swing.
Me swing. I don't know. There's
so much possible with the utility that they have, but like 80% of the players on the server are just not ready to invest something into a fight, and they want to go for the raw aim duel. And I mean, if they win it, that's fine, but the fight is so much easier when you throw something in there.
You have to treasure your utility. Like your golem with a ring.
Well, it is expensive.
My treasure. A flash, my treasure. I
Okay,
can't use
this
it. Yeah.
this is getting so creepy. Please,
Yeah.
please stop it, please.
I don't know. I haven't watched Lord of the Rings, but you know, I haven't watched Lord of the Rings, but you know, in the end, I don't know. Just use your utility, please. Just do me a favor. Use your utility into areas where it's needed. Like that's a big point I'm having with that entire matchup.
I would be so over the moon if we see one round that really comes down to great utility usage.
And not raw aiming. That's correct. I would love to see that.
Some ultimates into place. TEC again with their combination of the Reckoning and the conversion path, but the attacker's ultimates don't look too bad as well, especially with the run it back being online for XLG again.
Yeah, and they're using the run back immediately. It's a fast execute on the side with Server Drone. But the spike is still the main. They are trying to split this one up, and Lucas! That's a bad timing for that drone! That's a horrible timing for that drone! Spitfires at least gets one, but immediately traded out. Big problems! Going into their awareness that someone could be pushed up from elbow. Just not there for TEC. Trace has an angle to get into the side.
I might want to revise what I said about utility, because that utility coming in really just ruined the round for TEC, potentially. Numbers advantage in the hand of TE. Oh, the timing is terrible! Coco could make 3 here, he gets 2. Delby dealing with him in the end. The defuse, no, just being stick. Dynamite getting it to half, getting Delby. Kai, not with the swing, has to deal with the utility, has to make it work. Now Dynamite just trying to stick it, but Kai has the kill. It is the map point, it is the series point for Trace Esports. Why? What is happening?
They're using utility mid with a complete disregard for anyone who could be in that area. And then it's basically an aim performance by Delby. Delby shooting them down one by one is the thing that brings that round over to them. It's another full buy versus full buy, but you know, TEC on their last leg. They have to deliver here. They have to show some pros on the defense.
They have 4 ultimates, and I hope they are getting invested at some point in this round. Taking those to the grave would just be the best ending to this series. To describe
would be the most fitting one for sure.
Yeah, super fitting. Would describe perfectly what has been happening, especially on this last map so far.
And Spitfires throws an ultimate off of one drone he spots. There are 2 ultimates invested off of one drone they spot.
The drone appeared to be
He
very,
bumped
very
his head on the
dangerous. TC, that's a very dangerous drone flying in there. You have to know that drones are dangerous. Spitfires getting their kill onto Viva. The space take is good. The aim is good again. Maybe for TEC it is the best to just play gun game at the moment. Spitfires just keeps on running. Wants to fight more. Gets the kill onto Abo, and now out of that he goes. The damage is done. The numbers advantage for TEC is found. Maybe he wants a bit too much here being dealt with by Kai. And now you gotta run if you're TEC.
Delby has a good position into middle. Finds Howdong, brings that round back. 3 versus 3 situation because Howdong gets caught out in his ultimate. Delby gets another one. All of the frags going down. Dynamite has to be insane. Gialdo, no, closes him there as well. And in a fitting end, the Reckoning will be taken to the grave. Coco on his own in main. In a 1 versus 2 situation. Cheers will erupt at the sight of Trace Esports. They're dodging Chile Gaming in the first round of playoffs. They will fight, but Delby in the end closes it out. that matchup will possibly be... no, I will remind that matchup possibly for the next few weeks, but in very different ways than I hoped.
Yeah, I am with you on that. Definitely a series to keep in mind, but not in a good way. More as a reminder of how things can go down south very, very fast. TE taking the win. TEC, well, they had this issue for the whole stage, where sometimes they couldn't fix their protocols when it really mattered, where their fundamentals are just not quite coming in the moments where they're needed. And TE, they gained a big advantage out of that. Definitely a deserved win. I mean, we both are being mean at the end, but to be completely honest, when I try to imagine Trace in a matchup against like the top teams in VCT China at the moment, I just see them going down as well.
Yeah, same. I don't know, that's just not the best of utility games. They're not playing as a team particularly well together. I want more from those teams, right?
Yes.
I want to see more coordination, more sticking together from two teams that can be very, very good in my opinion. They have the aim to back that up, but I'm not sold on their team play, on their overall strategies. I'm just not sold on that. And I think today was just a showcase of chaos overall, and that's nothing I want to see from those two teams again in the next few maps.
I mean, for both of them, this must have been a great learning experience, but we talked about learning experiences a bit too much for TEC this stage, and how they have to see those errors that occurred and fix them, and the fixing just takes a bit too long. When they are heading into playoff next week, those errors can't be happening. I'm excited to hear what TE has to say.
获得了本场比赛的胜利，我们也是请到了小乐乐选手来接受我们的采访。Hello， 小乐乐，今天非常精彩的一场比赛，而且我们注意到，其实几张地图你们都完成了很多存钱分的翻盘。
They did a lot of saves and got a lot of thrifty wins. So how do you guys try to win rounds where you're down on your eco? He says the coach tells them that for eco rounds they have to save, don't randomly spend, don't force, just save and try your best to get a player advantage, and if you can't, just try to get rid of the other team's guns.
那每次抱团确实也打出了一个很好的配合，赢下了很多的存钱局。
You guys have had a relatively short time to play together with this roster, and Abo said earlier that you guys have spent a lot of time on this, so what has been the reward for that?
最近最大的收获首先是
He says he feels like personally he's been improving because his coaches and the veteran teammates have been giving him suggestions on what to do, and they will do this for a very long time to very late. So he's very grateful to them for that, and he's saying that for them, communication is the most important, so they've done a lot of work on that and they've improved a lot. You said that the coach and your teammates have given you a lot of help. You've done a lot and played a lot of agents on your debut for TE, and you've played really well, so have you been satisfied with your own performance? He says no, not really. She's asking why, and he's saying he can definitely play better.
是的，我们也相信你不止于此。之后更多的调整，更多的准备，相信你会展现出一个更好的自己。
This was the last day playing in Hangzhou. What has been your experience for the past 20 days living in Hangzhou? Do you have any special memories? He says the lake is very pretty.
感觉西湖是很美吧，然后其次。
She asks, so it's a very pretty city, but I assume you guys have been doing spending a lot more time in practice. He says, yes, it's been a lot of practice. We've put a lot of work into it.
所有的精力放在更重要的比赛上。那也希望之后你有时间可以领略更多的杭州风光。
That's the end of the interview. It's time for the prize draw.
本场比赛现场还设有符能掉落的抽奖活动，在比赛期间，现场将随机抽选观众获赠游戏。
Thank you, Moon, for the translation of all of this. And yeah, I mean, Trey's telling us themselves, right? They're not happy with their performance. They're not happy with what they have been showing on the server today. And I think they can still improve from all of this. They said they're working on their communications. That's still something that needs a little bit of work from what we've seen today. And yeah, let Trace cook. Give them some time to come back into those games and maybe surprise us in the end on those playoffs.
I would have loved to see the Trace esports today who managed to take a map of Xilai in the beginning of the stage, but what we've seen today, I think it's not what they are capable of. I think there's so much more to that, and I love that this mascot is back.
And can that mascot, by the way, come with them to London?
Yeah, that would be so
Going
cute.
to London. I think that would be my favorite thing to happen.
That would make
They weren't in Santiago,
Mean
no?
Akamask happy.
Yeah, I love those mascots. I know I don't look like I love mascots, but I love those mascots. They're amazing. Best part of VCT China right now.
Oh, look, he's so happy.
Yeah, he's so happy.
He's
I love that
even
dog.
doing the little wiggle dance.
Yeah, it's amazing what they're doing for the fans and for the entire arena. That's something to be proud of and to cherish from the VCT China as a region. I think all of those things coming together there, it's just beautiful, and yeah, I want to see more from it. You know,
Yeah.
I want to see more from especially those arenas, the fans cheering the teams on.
The fan culture and the event factor for VCT China is definitely extraordinary. I am so happy how big this is getting within the last couple of years. For TEC today, we haven't been so happy. We've been more happy with the fan culture than with TEC on the server, and that is due to multiple reasons. I am not happy with those individual fights being taken. I feel like there are so many issues that need to be cleared in a very short amount of time, or playoffs are going to be incredibly hard for them. On the other end, for TE, I have a lot of hope. They've been completely honest in the interview. They are not satisfied with their performance. They already shown that they can do a lot better, and a lot better needs to be happening next week when they want to have a good showing in playoffs.
Yeah, they need to step up their game for that good showing in playoffs, for showing that they can challenge a team like All Gamers or Chile. Those are like the important parts that we need to see from them. That they can step up in the big moments where it matters the most. You know, stepping up in the seeding game, we don't need to see that from them, right? It's a seeding game, nonetheless. And the big moments, the big playoff hype up games, those are the ones where they need to deliver.
This game, I mean, it went a lot closer than we thought, especially when we saw the first map, but TE taking it down in the end, and we can hear at what that sounded like.
火男直接回 A， 他连着在 A。
OK， 我单 B 就行。
他没哈佛了。
哎，大帅吧，
打 A 的，打 A
我有个换人的，我不知道
两个 A 打两个。
我把他清一下。
你赶紧回去帮他行吗？别清了，那里没人。
雾化终止。
宝点能进吗？
哎，打他们有可能上个 A 大集合。
等下我们就保宝点，我可以黄箱开大吗？
没看到，没看到 ，A 大没看到
，A 大没人。
他能再看。
我在看呢。开连了。
别见了。
走我的。
来了，有大。
我要开大，他第一包我就开大。
扫把出来了，进包点了，进了一个，两个。
右手。
扫把 Viper， 威磊不知道。哎，威磊在弟弟，威磊在弟弟。
爆能器已部署。
大二有大二战，能赢。
两个
包点吗？
可能在你近点有。
没在你尖点条线，然后两个。
A 大，别急，别急。
A 大。
有烟。
Strategy for sure in that TE lineup towards the end. They wanted to bring this one home. They wanted to take this one to the next level and to the next stage. And in the end, you know, that win deservedly comes over to them. Kai, the MVP that we're seeing right now, that right click on the 1 vs 2 and also the ace on the outlaw just brings them onto the next level. And takes them home, takes this entire tournament home from them. And, you know, them fighting now against either all gamers or Chile in that next matchup, you know, it's something to look out for. I don't think that necessarily TE will go in that matchup, no matter who it's gonna be, as one of the more favoritized team, but, you know, it's China. Like, everything can happen. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Wolves beat EDG on a good day.
I mean, we had Group Alpha happening, and that was a great showing of how much chaos can happen, and I'm very much looking forward to that chaos being brought into playoffs for Kai. This whole last map has been a highlight reel, to be honest. So many nice shots, 1v1 clutches, the ult right click, the Colette's outlaw shot that landed into an ace in the end. This has been his map today. It's been a pleasure watching that.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure watching Kai's aiming, and you know, in the end, that aiming potential is something that I want to see from those teams being realized, because right now they're just all aim and no strategic or movement standpoints, but they're all good aimers. They can all shoot back in those games. That's not the problem. They just need to improve on playing together as a team, using their utility and some strategic approach, and more mix up in those things. You know, it's not on the aiming.
TE could rename into all aimers, and then we have all aimers versus all gamers happening in VCT China, and that would make me very, very happy.
No, just no, Alina.
No, okay.
Sometimes just a hard no.
I have one question to ask.
Yeah.
TC came in here with the change, bringing in the Harbor instead of the Astra. And while I like the Harbor individually, I feel like it didn't suit their comp. Do you think they're going to make some changes heading into playoffs again?
I hope so. I want to see the Astra again. I think the Harbor looked fun, but it did not look like it contributed enough to the team to realistically make that comp switch valuable. Because that Astra just brings you so much more flexibility, so much more post-plant utility and stuff like this. Like, I want to see the Astra realized once again in that matchup, and TEC might look a little bit better as a team with that agent on their boards compared to an Harbor being thrown in there. Even though I love Harbor as an agent, I think Harbor instead of the Viper would be just something I would look out for more. But the Viper basically is mandatory on that map, so you know, I don't see them swap off this one. So yeah, give me the Astra. You know, give me the Astra back instead of the Harbor.
Absolutely, I'm with you. I feel like the post plans have been a bit sloppy for them, even though the executes have been a bit messy as well. Next game coming up, you already talked about it, is XLG against all gamers. It is again a case of the groups clashing. I've been excited for that all week, and I'm very, very, very keen to see if all gamers can make that competitive.
So we'll see you after the break. Have a good one. See you in a minute. Bye bye.
I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping, 'cause these dark nights don't keep you as they always got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets cars real big, gets off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves of blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force of hard in. If you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend, you better lay
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Project Horizon here, bringing you VCT China Stage 1. We're here with the seeding games here today. We just witnessed, I don't know how Akamas would put it, maybe a clusterfest of madness on the first series to determine the 7th and 8th seed. But here we have AG versus XLG to determine the 1st and 2nd seeds. My name is Colden. Joining with me is the one and only Kumquat to bring you through all the action here today.
Yeah, I hope there's only one for sure, but a good match that's coming ahead towards us. The 1st and 2nd seed, we're going to decide XLG against AG. And it's going to be one of a match because XLG has had a perfect run so far in the group stage, going 5-0 in their group.
Yeah, it's really impressive what they've been able to do. By far, I would say the cleanest team so far in VCT China. Obviously, they haven't played the teams against in the Alpha group, but that's a whole chaos in itself, right? So many teams going 3-2. A lot of the tiebreaker games, or at least the round differential, map differential has come to play. We've lost BLG and FPX, not even able to get through to the playoffs. Instead, we have All Gamers as their 1st seed. It's going to be fighting up against XLG to determine who's actually going to get the sort of, I guess, favorite seed in the playoffs. But if you watch the first series of the day, we had a little bit of a conversation in the green room, or like the pre-game. Yeah, not sure if which team you'd rather face, Chase or TEC. It feels like it's two sides of the same coin, but regardless, I guess bragging rights here between XLG and AG. See if XLG can keep their flawless record, if AG can get a few more reps in to become a bit more of an old machine that we saw in Master Santiago.
I think that maybe the consequences are more for Trace and Titan Esports. They're more concerned about who they're gonna face. Is it XLG or AG? But I must say that AG are 3-2, but they had kind of a difficult group stage because at the beginning they were playing with the coach, the assistant coach, and then the new player came along. And it's been kind of difficult also to get into the new team. I think the momentum is not there yet completely. Obviously, Fengir is still a beast, but it's not enough to carry the whole team, right? You need a little bit more players. And maybe going towards the end of stage 1, they could come back to the form that we've seen them in the kickoff, so they could become a bit more scarier. Yeah,
and that's the question, right? Can they replicate the kind of form that we saw in kickoffs? That AG was unlike any other, went on an incredible run. Even in Master Santiago, when the rest of the Chinese teams failed to, show that kind of success, they were the ones that actually got a couple of good rounds in, good maps in. But now, struggling a little bit, as you mentioned, with the new coach. But I think here in this matchup, it's going to be really interesting because it is a rematch from that kickoff's final, right? Where AG were actually able to finally beat XLG in the head-to-head. Before that finals that we saw in kickoffs, the last 5 times that these teams played, XLG won it out every single time. The only time the AG won was that last matchup that they had in that upper finals of kickoff. Now they're seeing each other again. A little bit of a different circumstance here in the seeding matchup, but I think a lot can be said going forward in terms of the power level in this matchup here.
I definitely agree. I think in the long run, XLG have definitely been better overall. They, as you said, they beat all gamers almost every time. Only this kickoff, I think Fengir, this addition was amazing for all gamers, and they really had a run on the kickoff, and it was completed like when they actually beat XLG in the final, but it was still a very long match. It was 5 maps. They went all the way to the 5th one, so it was a difficult time for them.
Yeah, it wasn't easy. It was a whole 5 mapper, as you mentioned. But I guess you could say that it's slightly different now with the new coach, assistant coach coming in, the one that won so many of those skirmishes into the main squad now, and it's gonna be interesting to see how this new dynamic, pans out for them. They've lost AU1 essentially. And the dynamic here has seen a little bit of struggles here and there in some of the matches. So as many matches as you can get, as many officials you can get for AG, I think it's great for them to get those reps up and coming, get more comfortable with the team, and maybe they can go for another deep playoffs run.
I completely agree. I think Yozu is playing almost only, I think he's played only Neon since he arrived. And he came actually mid-group stage, so there was a lot to handle for AG. I think it's still impressive that they managed to find the first seed in their group, even though they had this many things going on during the 3 weeks that we've seen them play. And it's getting better. I think in the last matches that they had, Yozu has been playing a little bit better than the first one and bringing more energy in this double duelist composition with Fengir. So definitely, I think they can come to a level that is really, really more. I was going to say acceptable, but I would say even more than that. Like a very good level, like top 3 of the China region, and this could be the first step, trying to beat XLG today.
It is. This is the first step towards greatness, I guess you could say. But their opponents
better than acceptable.
Better than acceptable, and we've set the bar right there. But XLG, they're way above that bar. I think they're the team that really has been at the tippy top of VCT China's for what has been a couple of months. I guess you could say even a year at this point. What a storied team, all the way in champions. Despite them having some struggles here and there, they've always been able to win out the competition, at least locally, regionally here in China's. And I think that they have some really, really great players. I mean, Raga is, you mentioned his name and everyone knows what he can deliver. So it's the kind of squad that it's fully stacked from the top to the bottom. Happyway, another one of the best controls that we have in this region, and the list goes on and on. They've got a couple new changes, but still the results are showing great signs of promise.
Happyway has been absolutely mental on the group stage. I think he's had like 3 MVPs. So out of 5 games, he had 3 MVPs. Let's let that sink in. He's just an amazing player, always delivering for his team. And as you mentioned, Raga also, I think I've had a few more difficult games than Happyway in the stage 1, but still is a very strong player, and we all know how good he can be. So yes, a lot of great players in this team, and there's a little bit of focus on Fengir. We talked about this a little bit, but this is I would say for me, in 2026, this is the addition in the China region. Such a good pickup from AG.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the stories between the 2 import players, right? We've got Fengir, we've got Raga here. It feels like if you want to be a top Chinese team, you need to have an import from Russia, someone to be that X factor of the team. Raga there for XLG, and well, I guess you could say a little bit overshadowed with Fengir's success recently. We cannot take away from what Raga can do, right? He is an incredible duelist in his own right, and I'm very excited to see if he can take it, to his counterpart on the other side of the server, right? The other Russian import.
Definitely. I think this is a good player. I think we could see a bit more from him in the upcoming weeks because he's not played his best that we've seen from him in the last few weeks, but definitely he's a great player. And as you said, so we have I think we see it's a flashback because it already happened. Actually, we already know who won.
Spoilers.
Spoilers! But I'm not gonna spoil the result for you, so let's see.
Yeah, we've got Kira up against Happyway. I feel like it's always a little bit unfair when you have Happyway in the skirmish. He feels like he's one of the best players, I think, in the league to be able to 1v1 as well, right? Not just playing the role of a controller of a Viper, but his raw mechanics, his aim itself is just on a different level. But yeah, right here, it's getting close, 3-3 now. Very cool stuff.
Very suspenseful encounter, and he spotted him. You know, he's in the corner with Kira. Find the shot. What a swing!
I love that Kangkang is just there. He's like the referee. He's officiating this 1v1.
Not easy to go against Happyway.
Yeah, I guess Kangkang also has a little bit of stake in here because depending on how this matchup goes, it also determines who EDG might play first. You know, if EDG wins that matchup. So I guess, you know, you can have a little bit of insight here.
And we have the map pick. So interesting because they actually played kind of the same map in the group stage. So we're gonna have Lotus from AG and Bind from XLG. Nothing major then. I think XLG mainly picked Bind previously, so no surprises. And AG has been playing Lotus as well. So it's gonna be interesting because Lotus is also a good map from XLG.
Yeah, AG picking this Lotus. I mean, Lotus coming into the map pool is actually a pretty interesting discussion by itself, right? Because Lotus is the kind of map that you want to be aggressive on the defensive side. I think both these teams, I think China's as a region itself leans into that kind of aggression. So Lotus, you know, being a home pick for AG right here, leans into kind of their strengths, be able to fight for A rebel control, fight for C rebel control. And then it's one of those sites, or one of those maps with 3 sites, right? So you have to be a little bit more proactive, and I think the Chinese teams love that kind of style.
They actually play kind of the same composition. The only difference is that old gamers prefer the Cypher lineup on the Lotus, whereas the XLG are actually playing the Viper. So it's a bit of a difference there, because the Viper offers a bit more control, but I feel like Cypher has a lot more awareness on the map, so it's a different way to go towards the map.
Yeah, very different stylistic approaches. I think the Viper in the current meta has just been really, really strong across multiple maps, especially on those 3-side maps. Haven, we've had the Twitter discussions, right, on which Viper wall is the best. And yeah, I think there can be discussions here on Lotus as well. But I think it's really gonna come down to the playstyle of the Cypher, right? For the side of AG, if they're gonna be able to find information, as that agent has been kind of nerfed a little bit, teams kind of move away from it. Kira is going to be playing that Cypher, so him going up against Happyway on the Viper, his counterpart, I guess you could say, going to be an interesting hit-to-hit to keep note of.
And we know that Happyway is a beast on the Viper, so I would be a bit scared, obviously, when as is almost always playing the Viper, by the way. They kind of pick it up consistently, I think partly because Happyway is so good on the agent, so they really want to take the full power of the potential of the Viper. And I really like the Viper on the Lotus. I think it offers a lot of possibilities. Its ultimate is also pretty good. You can actually do a lot of things on the Lotus.
Yeah. It's a solid map for Viper, and Happyway is the kind of player that will absolutely dominate on those kinds of maps where, you know, your players might be a little more spread out. You give 1v1s to a player like Happyway and he will feast on you. He'll eat you up bit by bit, and you cannot give this kind of a raid boss a hot start because he'll just trample all over you.
Definitely, I think it can have a bit of a journey against Fangir, because there's definitely a lot of power also on the side of all gamers. I'm really looking forward to see how it's gonna go. It's actually a very good map for both teams. They've played it several times in the group stage, and AG are 100% victory on Lotus, and all the time it was pretty strong scoreboard, because 13-7 was the worst they got. On the side of XLG, they are 75% victory, so they win 3 times out of 4, only losing to EDG recently.
Yeah, I would say those two recent results, right? AG beating BLG, XLG losing to EDG is what kind of influenced this Lotus pick. AG definitely feeling like, hey, it's a big win for them to take down BLG. And on the other side, XLG losing to EDG there, 8-13 is not the best showing for them. So I guess it's a bit of a target pick. So yeah, I think AG really need to pick up map number 1, because if we actually look a little bit deeper in the map vetoes, right, Bind is going to be the second map, the pick of XLG. XLG has 6-0 on Bind. So in my opinion, Bind should be going to XLG's favor, so which means, you know, AG need to win Lotus if we want to have a competitive series here.
I completely agree. I was actually going to talk about this right after you've spoken, so you
hey,
passed me the perfect ball, yes. Our minds completely aligned, and I agree with you. I think Bind is definitely on the side of XLG. It's been a difficult map for AG, and they've lost several times against teams that are supposed to be not as good as them, so I would be a bit scared if I was AG going into this Bind. Obviously, I think they are confident overall. They have played the map and they probably think that they can take down XLG, but XLG are scary on this Bind map. So yeah, I think AG need the Lotus, definitely. There's going to be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand, right, because XLG's map pool is just so good, it's really difficult to find a weak map for them to pick on. So AG, I think this is their best bet. But at the same time, right, if you look a little bit further back into kickoffs, the last time that these two teams played, you know, the first map, or not the first map, the last time that these two teams played on Lotus, yeah, they don't have any track record against each other on Lotus, actually, now that I'm looking back on it. So it is going to be a fresh matchup, despite them going 5 maps in kickoffs. Would be a very interesting kind of battleground, because Lotus is also kind of that new map, so not too much in terms of the anti-stratting from the last time these two teams played. Fresh start, fresh slate. Let's see who wins.
It's also interesting because we've seen Fangir play the chamber, especially on the Pearl, and I know that the chamber is sometimes picked up on Lotus because there's a lot of long lines, so you really can make some great plays with the chamber. So it would be funny to see him on this, them trying something different. I don't think it's gonna happen, but it would be fun to see.
At the same time, if you want to experiment, I guess the best time is a seeding matchup,
yes,
right? If
definitely.
you want to try something. So I guess we're kind of manifesting something here, but at the same time, I think these two teams, they're very confident.
And that's what you said. For them, it's not that different facing Trace or Titan Esport Club, so they could definitely try something and see how it goes.
I would love it. I would love it if AG just threw us a bit of a curveball here. Albeit they did win against Bilibili with the sign-up pretty convincingly, so don't think that would happen. But, you know, one can dream, one can hope.
We can always dream. This is the one thing we keep for all our lives, and we see the beautiful mascot, like always the highlight of the matchup in VCT China. At least they're having fun in this venue.
I never understand how they can see out of those costumes. Like, I'm trying to find out where the eyes are of the people inside.
Try one.
It looks like it's completely like you can't see anything. And I think the mascot for AG, the monkey, like he looks so lost. Like he doesn't know where anything is, so he's just standing still. Doesn't want to fall over.
I would believe, I've never tried one, so I don't know exactly how it works, but I would believe that there is a little hole and there will be no surprises. Unfortunately, they're going for their usual composition there. Double duelist, both ways, the neon waylay that works so well on a Lotus. And it's interesting also, we have the sky that makes its comeback. Obviously, that's what they played in the group stage, but we've seen her being picked up a lot in stage 1, and that she had been changed. And on the side of Shrimp, it's the good old Fade, always a good bet, especially on Lotus. Opens a lot of things. You can really use the Nightfall to its full potential, and a lot of post-plant utility also, so very, very good agent.
Yeah, you kind of see a lot of the Fade utility being used for a main control, right? A Rubble, where you have the Seize, which is really good at preventing the attackers from rushing out. You have the Haunt that's able to scan high above, on top of the walls. But on the other side of things, right, Leo's going to be picking up the Sky. So, Kamkwa, what do you think about like the Sky versus the Fade? Like, which one do you kind of prefer?
I feel like the Sky is really good recently with the changes that were made. It used to be a great agent, and I think she's coming back to what she was. I would say that Lotus is not the easiest to play with because the dog, the tracker, is not that easy to place well because the map is so huge, right? But the flash is really good. It gives information. I think this is a very valuable utility. Like having both the flash and the info, it's almost unmatched.
Yeah, I agree. The flash is going to be really pivotal here, especially up against a composition that doesn't really have a flash of their own apart from the Paranoia. I guess you could count that as a flash, but yeah, let's see if Leo can make the most out of this initiator. We're kicking things off here between AG and XLG, the decider between the first and second seeds of the playoffs. AG under defense first, and XLG hedging their bets towards C to kick things off.
They're starting defense AG, but I agree with you. I think they're gonna maybe miss some flashes along the way, so let's see if they can do. XLG clearing C main at least, but there are 2 players there, so they need to be a bit careful there.
Slow little protocols coming in from XLG. I love to see that. C main control Rubble, Mound in control. They open the door, force back Fangir on a safer angle, and then they can reconsider their forces. But look at this, Fangir is getting aggressive himself. Solo pushing out B, that's a lot of information.
Yeah, they're gonna know that XLG are going towards A. Already a lot of time has passed, so they have to commit now. There's one player, it's Kira with the Cypher setup. Could make a lot of damage there with the good line, but it takes himself a lot of damage and then manage to come towards the site.
Just like that, the spike planted. Kira unable to find a single kill. Shrimp though, something to say about this one. Nice trade back though. Oh, Paranoia hits Lysor. Caught between 2 worlds. His players in the corner, but he ain't gonna be able to convert those kills. The slow hits onto Ragra back of sight. No man though, gonna provide the cover fire. Damage done, low HP. Raga cannot finish his meal. Down to the 1 versus 2. GRQ is on 1 HP. No man. Tapping a little bit of damage all through the smoke. Lands a hitshot on the UC. But GRQ with just 4 HP to his name is gonna win out the eventual 1 versus 1.
They were so low HP, I really thought the 1v2 was doable on the side of XLG, but they do not manage to pick the pistol. It will be for AG. Good defense, good retake there. They did not do that much damage when XLG first hit the sides, but then they really managed to find the good information that they needed to actually take the kill, and they're really happy. I think maybe they were not that confident going into the retake.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that GRQ managed to get away with just 4 HP to his name, I mean, it was a fantastic shot, I guess, from, what was it, No Man to land the instant hitshot on the healthy player. So, all things considered, yeah, AG will be happy with that one, but XLG putting pressure on towards this B side. They have access to us, it should be able to get the spike down as well.
It's a new retake for AG, but this time they have the advantage of the weapons. First kill picked up, happy way down. No more Viper or the post plant. And the only thing that's left, except the pistol, is maybe a bit of surprises. Good angles taken from XLG. They do not find anything. Double kill picked up by AG. The third one coming up, and it's a flawless for AG for this second round.
I love the patience from AG this time. You know, didn't get too flustered. The fact that the spike got planted, the fact they lost the B side, they didn't rush in. Did their due diligence. Patient as always, clears out the extremities here. Nice spam from Strimp actually to catch that look. Yeah, waited for the players within the side to get anxious. Paranoia hits. The flood comes through. AG with a flawless second round.
Start is good, but now we're talking weapons in the hands of XLG. It's time to see if AG can hold on against that many threats coming towards them.
A rubble control seems like it's the call for XLG to kick things off. It's only just user here towards the close range smokes. He's got a judge in his hand, so wow, this will be crazy if he pushes this one. You never know in these kinds of players in China. They would like to take these risks, and just as it, so he peeks through the smoke, gains control and information for the team. But XLG, they're heading back towards A.
Looks like they know. I think XLG, they know that something is going on. They're a bit scared, taking the time. Will they check the position of Yuzi? He has to go back. Spotted by XLG, and they decide to move towards B now, where the Cypher setup is placed. And they do not check.
Nice try from him. And instead they're gonna push on the extremities. So trade from that A main fight. Spike goes down, expecting the C-link position. The paranoia hits perfectly. GRQ pushes away Raga's aggression. Leaves the last two players, Happyway and Lysor, both controllers in the 2 versus 3. Lysor with the first pick, lovely stuff from him. The slow connects, but Happyway, that's his call for him to activate. And Lysor's gonna win out his 1v1 as well. So XLG, they brave out the storm and they get their first on the board.
Good round on their side. I think they showed a lot of awareness. They took time, did not fall into the easy trap from AG, and they managed to take this round. Some damage, but still they come to the next round with a few weapons, so they're gonna be fine. I think economically, no ult yet, but there are already 2 ults on the side of AG. I mean, at least the one, the Nightfall, can be very impactful.
What's this? Fangir just spams Happyway through the smoke? Okay. That's one way to get an opening kill again. Happyway has been having a little bit of a quiet start so far, 1 and 3. You know, it's still early on. We'll see, but that's a big pick to find here in round number 4.
I think it's very damageable for XLG. Losing the Viper so early in the round, you really want to keep her for the post-plant. She has a lot of very important utilities, and now you have to play this with a Happyway that is also a very good player, so they will try and take some information on the C side. Nothing to see for now, only finding 1 Cypher trap, but nothing more.
What is this? Lysor has gotten access towards C. They wanted to pivot, I think, towards Raga, but now that Lysor has gotten access to it for free, Raga becomes the lurk. He's in the backlines. Oh yes, the rotation's coming through. Spots up the Cypher. It's trying to hope for a second kill. Doesn't play too much. Gets the kill and out of there. Fangir, though, traded back onto No Man. Fight towards Waterfall. GRQ and Fangir with the triple. Makes things difficult for Leo. 1v4 required. He's not even going to get past the first player. Fangir on his feet. It's a quad kill for him. It's a solid round from AG.
Is there? I think this is a day where Fangir is gonna be a problem for XLG. Definitely a quadra already. So early in the game. So confident, and the macro was well handled by XLG, but it still was not enough. They did not manage to find the kills on site, and the retake was almost too easy for AG.
Yeah, I felt like there was no opposition whatsoever. They're just able to win out those fights, and again, it's gonna be Fangir, right? One of the MVP so far of the group stage. Really, really good to open up the round. A catch onto Happyway, rotates over. 3 more kills found on that retake attempt. And despite Raga's positioning, AG stabilized the ship.
And now they're forced to eco, so not a lot of weapons and utilities available for XLG. The goal, obviously, is to do as much damage as possible and plant this spike, but AG are already so active on the map. They know that this is a round where XLG do not have that much weapons and utilities, so Kira taking so much space there.
But while he takes that space, B-side is completely given up. It's a nice pivot from XLG with the lesser weapons, getting control of the close range side, and instead is Rawguys taking matters in his own hands. Runs a bit too far though, gives away his life, but that's space still given for XLG. They're playing up close and personal.
The idea was good, but unfortunately, the execution was not enough, but the shotgun doing a lot of damage. One more kill again with the pistol for XLG, and all of a sudden 2 weapons picked up and 2 players advantage for the team. The spike has already been planted and AG has to do the retake. Kira for the 1v1 and GRQ not able to finish the round. It's a 50 for XLG.
What a round to get on the board, right? Of all things, this 50 round, it looked like Kira, had the perfect answer. He had the perfect understanding of where the rotation's coming from. But instead, Rawguys the one to make space. They put a very deep smoke here. No Man enforces it. It's a flank from Leo all the way around on the A side. So it's very active in the post-map for XL. Just AG off guard, get the second on the board, and back again, flush with cash.
Still, AG were maybe a bit overeager in this previous round. They still have some credits to buy weapons, but it's almost the end of what they can afford. We can see that no one, only Fengear has a full shield, but then he has no gun. So what's the matter here? What do you prefer, the gun or the shield?
It's kind of crazy that you don't give Fengear one of your rifles, right? With him being one of the star players, but I guess, maybe him being a little bit generous, saying, hey, you guys can have the rifles, I can still get kills with the sheriff.
Maybe he wants to pick up when one of his teammates actually dies. So he's just waiting for his time to come. They will spot Yozu in the C side, but did not see the second player, so they will just move forward, take some space also towards B. And once again, this B side is wide open, only one Cypher trap, so they could find the opening there.
Looks like it might be a little bit of a fake. Let's see if they want to commit into it. Oh, it doesn't matter. No Man doesn't even get a chance to refract out of there. Yuja is gonna easily pick him off. And while all of that action's happening, they've got access towards this B side. Raga cops a lot of damage, has to back off to a safer angle. Again, it's gonna be the B side here in the postman.
This just works every time. Paranoia coming out, but the counter Paranoia is fired by Lizor. And now you have to do the retake. They have 5 players. Oh, everyone is there. So there's never been a better time to actually place this retake for AG. Just waiting for the moment to actually come down. Abiway, 1 kill, but they swarm the side and they take down everyone on the side of XLG. Just throw every player and every utility, and that works, I think, for XLG when you for AG when you have the aim.
Yeah, and this time compared to the last time they took the B side, right, it was a lot more static. At the same time, they also didn't find the initial success in the opening duels. A lot more players were just playing within the sides. Not many players were flanking or going for wraps, which is what they did on the 50 round, and that was what actually got them that round. So XLG there, playing perhaps a little bit more timid than they should have. It's going to give the round away to AG, and money slowly becoming a bit of concern for XLG as well. Interesting purchases up as for Leo. Bulldog, shotgun in the hands of Raga, but he's been able to make it work. A rubble fight this time around.
I agree with you. I think the tempo change on the side of AG for the retake was actually what won them the round, and they should continue like this, not letting XLG feeling too comfortable. Some damage taken. Fengear will fall in the end.
Yeah, I don't think Lysol saw anything. It's just spams with the smoke here. A bit of audio cues, and that was more than enough. Meanwhile, Shrimp is pushed out of B. Might get a 1v1 here. Gets it. Disappears into the night. It's a lovely opening pick for AG.
They restore the balance. Conversion paths going out. Trying to move. A bit of a miss there for Raga. Being taken down by GRQ. and they will try to move forward. Abiway falling down. They do not manage to find the space necessary to plant the spike. The defense is there for AG. Too many players in the right place at the right moment. Completely hinder the attack from XLG.
And despite XLG the one to find that opening kill, right? It was Shrimp that actually clawed one back. GRQ playing in a great off-angle position, drops a smoke in for his teammate, spams through it, gets the final kill as well. That's textbook stuff from one of the more proficient controllers in VCT China, especially on AG. He was one of the shining stars in Master Santiago, and again, he's showing his impact here.
The coach has definitely a lot of things to say. I love how he's speaking with his hand. I think he's seen some maybe misses on the side of XLG, and I think, yeah, we've seen some good things from them, but they only have 2 rounds for now, and one was a 50. So definitely, when it comes to the weapon rounds, AG are a bit of the upper end, I would say. They have a bit more control, and they definitely decide the pace. And in the previous round that we've seen, they actually had such a great game reading. They were really in the right place, and they had all the players they needed to defend against XLG, not even letting them plant the spikes. So very well done on their side.
Yeah, it's a big timeout being called here from XLG to really get things under control, because right now it's 5-2. The one round that they got in all of their chaos was that 50 round and the anti-bonus, so yeah, you gotta start winning those gun rounds. XLG again on a bit of a low buy eco round. Lystra is the only one with something other than a pistol. Let's see if he can actually find some success here.
Let's see if the timeout was profitable for XLG. Only it's not even low buy, I would say it's straight up an eco. Only a 1 stinger in the hands of Lizard. But look at the action, the mobility from AG. They already have taken so much space. They know it's coming towards A. They can predict it's gonna come, and there is a Cypher Trap. Skira revealing some players but not finding any targets. It doesn't want to die early.
Oh, but this is what happened right on that round on B, the 50 round that XLG got. They had the spike plant. Now, how did they play it? They were proactive. This is far from proactive. This is just lackadaisical. They're giving away kills left, right, and center. Happyway and Raw got no man all chiming in with answers back, though. It's a chance now. GRQ, low HP. Shots go arrive on the Sheriff. It's awkward fights back of sight as well, but no man's able to land it. Down to the 1 versus 2. And again, it's gonna be the eco round from XLG that gets them another round win.
I swear this team is so good at playing the weapon advantage, disadvantage at this point. Like they find such good angles to actually be able to find fair duels against Vandals and Phantoms with only pistols and Shorty. And it started so badly with Lizard and Leo falling down so early, but then they just find a kill, the stinger, the Sheriff, like everything connects on the side of XLG. Such a good round.
That's ridiculous. 3 versus 5 on a 50 round. There's no world that you're supposed to be able to win that, but XLG, hey, I guess just buy up your stingers, your shotguns. That's the only way you're able to win some of these rounds. AG, what is this aggression from Shrimp? This is emboldened right around the boxes. And he's gonna get caught out. Awkward fight. AG lose the opening pick.
And the timing was not perfect there, unfortunately, for AG, but at least he got some information. And they know that a lot of players are there. The rotation is coming on for Fengier to help his teammate on the C side. I think they've managed to gain enough time with the smoke and force XLG to actually go back, will at least take some time.
But the trip's still on B main. There's no reason for AG to be too worried, and it seems like AG are very comfortable for a B side retake, so they're stacking 3 players on this C side as XLG is gonna come in. Dodge of the flash. Lovely stuff from GRQ. Anti-flash merchant picks up a quad kill. Looking for the last. It is the ace from GRQ on that C side, and AG are just back to winning ways.
one smart positioning, and it's enough to take the ace for GRQ. And it's not the first time they actually played this angle, so it's the second time that XLG is surprised by this position, that they do not check it correctly. 4 players in and not even one is actually checking the corner. That's a bit of a miss, I must say, on the side of XLG. A bit too candid, maybe. And they pay the full price for it.
That's the difference between a Fade and the Sky, right? You lose a Trailblazer, you don't have a second Prowler to clear those corners. Instant in towards this A Rubble fight again. XLG, they've got the confidence now. Starting to win out these rounds, especially in this fight here. Lysor, pick up a triple kill. And on the other side of the map, Happyway is going to find the C anchor player. So Shrimp is kind of just left on his lonesome. It's been like, what, 10, 20 seconds? His teammates have just disappeared on either side of the map. And Happyway is playing Ring Around the Rosie with him.
Hey, I think Shrimp tried to go and get some information, but he didn't manage to walk like 10 seconds and lost all his team. And now he's just gonna try and save this weapon, I think, for the next round. It's really back and forth. Like, the previous one was completely in the favor of AG, and here XLG completely massacre AG. So it's hard to actually understand who has the upper hand in the score. Obviously, it's AG, but I think in the momentum, it's not there yet.
No, I will say that, I mean, AG has a great read of how they want to play this map, right? They tend to leave B open. They're happy to retake it. They stack more players towards the A and C sides, but the problem for AG so far has been kind of their rubble fight. XLG just seem to be able to gain control over A rubble quite easily, and that allows XLG to actually have a lot of options, right, when the round actually begins. And Lysor here putting up great numbers. Honestly, kind of isolated 1v1s, but hey, he's got the opportunity to do so. His counterpart's already 18 and 5. So XLG coming back with a buy round this time. AG not too much in terms of the cash. It's just the 2 rifles that was being saved. So let's see if GRQ and Shrimp can actually make the most out of it.
Yeah, money has run out for AG. But they still find the opening. Norman falling very early in this fight.
It's the Omens that really want to take these fights on both squads. So instant pivot, right? Open up the C door. They found that pick onto Noman. Instant call from XLG to accelerate in towards A. Get that spike plant down. Rifle could be picked up by AG as well. So this round's gonna get a little bit scary for XLG if they're not careful.
They will pick up the weapon, but some time has already passed. There's the Viper Spit also that is invested for XLG. I think they really want this round. They know that the money is complicated on the side of AG. But it's 4 player for the retake. You have to take down Lizard first, and he will fall in Connector. It's now a 2 players advantage for AG for this retake, and they have some weapon now. 4 player with the weapon. You have to find a kill for XLG, and it's not coming on. AG completely destroys XLG. The Viper Spit is definitely not enough to keep the spike, but it will explode anyway.
Wait, what? Wait, the spike exploded? No, wait,
yes.
wait. I heard it. There's... Oh my gosh, how is XLG winning out these kinds of rounds? It was fully in the way of AG. I guess they just took a little bit too long. Trying to find potential lurks, trying to get this kill onto Lysor. And XLG, just based on the 6th man time itself, gonna win out the round here, despite them having 4 players alive. They all go down to the spike. Oh no!
That's a disaster. They do not keep anything for the next round. Hopefully they can buy something, but it's not as good as they would have hoped so, and they'll also lose the round. Happyway with the operator. We haven't seen it yet, I think. New investment.
Oh wow. Okay, you put it in the hands of Happyway. He is the more proficient mechanical players, but not the most mobile on the Viper. Regardless, they should be able to get control over this C side, right? It's only just the Cypher here. Kira, it's gonna be dangerous if he wants to stay here up against a double duelist, so yeah, he will just back off, wait for the retake to come through.
AG love to play the retake on the Lotus. We've seen them consistently try and play the second stage in the rounds. But right here, it's a bit more complicated because no damage has been done on the side of XLG. And there are two very strong ultimates, also a conversion path invested for Fungia to try to take some space. Paranoia will not hit anyone. What do you do at this point? You have the information, the slide from Yuzi, even a double from Lizor. He will be traded, but the damage has been done. Leo finding the kill across the smoke, and the Molotov from Apiway. Fungia trying to take the run for himself. The flash is perfect, and XLG equalized the score in the end. They managed to find the 6th round.
Great call coming from XLG. They know that AG like to play for those retakes, right? So they play offside. They don't get caught with that convergent paths that AG used. It was only Lysol being tagged up, but he was able to stay alive for so long for a double kill. And the post plan was fantastic. It was a great plan in terms of where the spike was. Forced them to be super aggressive. Got 2 kills on potential spike diffusers. And that was a great game plan coming in from XLG.
I'm always a bit scared when Spike is planted for main because it's always a bit difficult when there is the smoke to be sure that you are hitting the right place and you don't have that much time. Oh, they're doing the same pose as us. So I think they're reproducing the memes here.
We've got to get the silent one.
Yeah.
We need this eventually for one of the talent here. What is this?
It's a heart.
Oh, it's a sponsored
I think it's supposed to be an art.
It's a heart. Okay, it's a heart.
Oh, what is the... She did an A. What is the A for? Is it for AG?
Oh, A for AG. A for
know.
the grades that your Asian parents want you to get.
I think it's a good half for XLG. It started kind of difficult for them, but they really came back in the end and were a lot more decisive in the way they played and how they handled the post plant. This is, I think, a good energy coming towards the second half, and I'm curious to see how it's gonna turn out. I think the Viper is really going to show its potential in this different side, so it could be a bit of a threat for AG.
I will say yes, it did come close, but it's Lotus, right? Lotus is traditionally like a pretty attack-sided map. You have double duelists on both squads, so if you were XLG, I think you'd want a little bit more than 6-6 at the half, especially since you started out on attack.
Let's see if the 6 will be enough for XLG going towards defense. Remember, it's the pick from AG, and they really need this map because the bind coming after is very scary.
Well, instant aggression coming through from XLG reclears that C-mount position. They know it's going to be an A finish, or at least it's likely to be. It might be a B pivot, if anything. Lysol's in a great off-angle position. Should be able to get the first. Shrimp there for the trade, but Raga has gotten back towards this B side, trying to hold it down to the 1v2. Great double peek coming in by AG, but Spike still should get planted tap of it. They want to hit back towards A. Okay, things are getting a little bit interesting.
And they do not want the easy road. And it was maybe the wrong choice because Norman finds the kill and now they're kind of low on health. Hopefully Shrimp takes down Apiway and now they can breathe a little bit more, but only 1 HP for Fengir. And they're moving again towards C.
We've tapped the spike like 2 or 3 times already. Fengir's on a single point of HP, and it might just be enough. Double back turn, Fengir! Look at that, doesn't know what they're doing. Not checking his position, the easiest double kill of his life.
They are reading the minds of XLG. Such a good play from AG, such an intelligent thought that they had, baiting the rotation toward the rotating door. Very, very well done, and it allows them to take the lead once again, securing the second pistol of the map.
This is great from AG. I mean, both pistols won. 7-6. Fengir. What a shot onto Lysor. I think that was as the smoke bloomed. It's a lovely pick to be found. The rest of the 4 players from XLG all towards this A rebel site. So as long as AG just play the info game, should be having a pretty simple round here.
XLG tried some aggression, but unfortunately did not find anything. At least didn't lose another player, but now the information has been taken by AG and they will eat the seaside. They don't know it yet, but it's completely empty. 3 to take, and I don't see how you do a retake with 4 pistol, 4 classics. It's gonna be difficult. Van Flash to try and find something, but the weapons on the side of AG are just better at this point.
Yeah, No Man, he'd be happy to even die to the spike at this point. Oh, he'll take one to the grave with him. But other than that, it's still a clean round from AG. Great understanding of the heavy stack towards that A side. They don't give them the opportunity. XLG should be coming in this time with the anti-eco, or at least the anti-bonus, sorry. Ooh, what a shot. I didn't even see anything. Hello?
But he did see. I think, fingers so. And he did not miss. 8 to 6, 8 to 6 now for AG, and this is a real test. This bonus is very scary. Free rifle.
Yeah, it's got some legs to it. Fight towards A rubble this time around. Open up the door. Slow comes through. They don't check the corner. And Lysor, though, instead, he's gonna shut them down. It's Lysor with the double. Whether he's on attack side or defense, he's able to find success this time. Kira almost catching Happyway asleep at the wheel, but the double man stack up in towards the broken door. XLG. This is a great start from them. Triple kill without a single death.
The weapons looked great, but the bonus round, it basically goes into flames here. Only 2 players left, and yes, they have to spike, but XLG just know. They know they're here. They have almost information. First player is spotted. Headshot delivered by Rarga. GRQ will try its chance, but will miss also. Triple kill from Rarga. And flawless on the side of XLG. Very convincing.
They're very convincing. Like, look at this fight. Lysor, I don't know if he's lucky or what, but it shouldn't have been able to get out of there. I'm not sure if there should have been like a paranoia or a flash or something to help. What was it? User get that opening kill, but I mean, Lysor was fantastic there. If he goes down, I think the round completely flips. He doesn't get the double kill. They lose tree control. Things could be very different, but it is what it is. C-mount fight potentially here, as No Man's just gonna hold his ground, back off. He spotted out a lot of presence.
That's what we said in the beginning, right? There's no flash, only the paranoia for GRQ, so it could be a bit difficult for AG to actually break into the defense of XLG. They have to have a good read, play a lot of maybe fakes rotation to find the entry, one side that he's left open, because once it comes to the post plant, I think they definitely have the advantage, but you have to plan this spike first.
Great read so far from XLG, and they're not playing within the size that are aware that, you know, the convergent paths could be used. Never mind, Fangir doesn't use it. Instead, he just goes in, dives through. His team picks up both kills. Yuza with the double of his own. What a spam through the smoke onto the first. Happyway caught in the mix as well. Happyway's not having a great map. Something and we see not too often. And credit to where credit is due. AG doing a great job so far. Great execute towards C. They don't even need to use the convergent paths.
I agree with you. I think Happyway is not having the best game right now, and it definitely, we can feel it on the side of XLG. This is becoming a bit difficult. They lack this star player. I think the one that is, I think it's base time is Lizor, and it definitely has some great games, even in the group stage. We've seen, I remember Brimstone on Bind, he was absolutely mental, but it's not enough here. AG or better at this point. And you need a bit more success in the duels.
I think XLG are one of the teams where I can't remember who. I think it might be Ominous, Wolves Ominous, one of the analysts that actually did a post where XLG are one of the teams that rely heavily on Happyway having a positive series for them to actually win out maps and series. One of the more reliant teams in the world. So if Happyway goes silent, you kind of expect XLG as a whole to be doing relatively poorly as well. So yeah, not the best statistic, especially when your star duelist is not doing too well, or not duelist, but star player is not doing too well. Big timeout being taken. You really need to rein in the ship right now because they are trailing behind.
And they need to shift the momentum. I think they had a great anti-bonus round. It was a great round, but here there were some misses. I think because they had a good read, they were on the right side. 3 players were there defending the C side, and they still lost almost everyone at the cost of basically nothing for AG. So yes, there was a miss there, and I think some of the duels they should have won. Especially, I think the one up away from backside, he should have won. He saw his opponent first, and he had a great line. So it's a bit of a miss, I think, on the side of XLG to actually lose this one. They definitely had the right reading and the right position, and there is something to change, I believe, in the way they're playing the defense.
Something needs to change, and hopefully it's right here, right now, because that was the last timeout that XLG had, right? Going into this, if they lose this round, then money's going to be an issue again, so a lot of pressure on this round. AG taking a bit more of a passive approach, expecting something creative from XLG, slowly regaining and contact playing up towards Rubble.
I think money is short also, so if XLG lose this one, it's starting to look scary for the first map. And right now they are in the right place. 4 players are here for XLG. And AG have absolutely no idea. They will send up the guns, the 5-star. It is a 2-for-2 right now.
It was a trade back and forth though, and oh dear, Leo gonna get caught in the open. Lysor actually teleporting on top of the rotating door. Buys himself a bit of time, but he has to find the kills though. It's a sidestep for user. That's gonna get them a very important kill on towards this A side, and Happy Way is so detached and far away from the action. No influence. And AG are not even rushing things, taking their time to clear all these angles, spot out the head. It's a lovely triple from the duelist. We put questions on him, whether he could deliver up against a squad like XLG, and so far, looking solid as a rock.
Aim training pay off for Yuzu. What a great card. She just spotted the head and gets it right away. Perfect crosser adjustment. And yeah, I think it doesn't look great for XLG. As you said, it's more on an attack side map, especially with the double duelist comp, and even without the flash, AG seem to have complete control over all the map. It's an eco for XLG, already 10 round. For AG, only 3 left.
Something a little bit underrated is the heal from the sky. So while there was a trade of damage, Lysor is back up to full HP thanks to Leo. Fangir though is working on 10 HP. Trailblazer to spot out a little bit of information. See where Lysor stacks. Or at least is gonna position himself, because he is the one with that rifle, right? He is the top fragger right now. So you put him in Happy Way on the C side. If AG do actually decide to commit, be a good opportunity for XLG to get perhaps another 50 round.
It could happen. We've seen 2 already, so why not one more? And AG, they know. They feel like there are a lot of players here. They're going to try and rotate, or at least give some life somewhere else on the map to prepare a little fake. Lizor with spot, I think, at least one player.
What's this? It feels like AG are not sure where the commitment's gonna be coming from, and finally 20 seconds left. They're just running straight towards this A side. Kira has slowly snuck his way in. There is one player in the form of No Man, but he only has a Bucky. What can he do here? Absolutely nothing. Shrimp with a lovely catch onto the flying Waylay, as the spike will go down without any issue. From the shadows was cancelled. Lysor unable to do anything. XLG now limping as they try to formulate some sort of a retake here on A.
I think what we've seen is the fact that AG is scared of the potential 50 from XLG. They really wanted to find the right place, the right moment to plant the spike, and they managed to do so. Easy post plant because there's no weapon on the side of XLG. They find the 11th round. 2 more to the first win of the day. It was close, Dilla. Just a few seconds left.
Yeah, got down to the wire, but no issue there and now. I thought it was Kira that actually got the kill, but turned out Shrimp was right next to him to actually catch the no-man. So, hey, shout out to the AG squad. They're looking clean as ever. At XLG, I think the weaknesses on this map has been fully exposed, right? If Happyway isn't finding a good game, if they're able to draw out these defensive rounds, have some good rotates, good calls, XLG just look like a shell of their former selves.
And controllers are on top of their games in this Lotus. Both JRQ and Laser are the best fragger in their team. Oh, I love this. He's already tried this a few times before in the map, but never actually really worked. And they will not bite this time either.
Might be the stories of the controllers. He's being detected, teleports out of there. Happyway has to provide a little bit of assistance. And Lysol only has a judge. Convergent pass now committed. Lysol's playing within the 2 smoke lines. Somehow still alive. Eventually Kira's gonna turn around and catch him. Happyway with the trade back, but it's difficult. It's audacious. Leo there with the trade. It's going back and forth truly. But XLG on the weaker side of that engagement. 2 versus 3 now. Happyway spotted out of the head. Not the kill though. Has to call in for reinforcements. No man, what can you do? Yeah, he has the convergent path if he puts it right. There's 3 players all in the same position. How do they connect the dots? Here it comes. Convergent path invested. Happyway needs to help his teammate accelerate in towards the site. Oh, but the shotgun of Kira and Shrimp eventually gets out of the stun, the slow. And AG, when it seemed like they shouldn't have a chance, they still just answer back. This is their destiny being written in the moment.
Conversion path is not nearly enough to take down AG. They're just too clean right now. Eating all their shot, the shorty. It's so perfect. Norman falls directly, and Happyway can do anything to help his teammate. This is maybe... We've said before that the worst loss that AG had on Lotus in this stage 1 is 13-7. It looks like they're gonna keep the score.
Yeah, it's a repeat of history. Lysol wants to have a say about this, but GRQ says, I'm the better Omen on this map. He's been on an absolute rampage, 25 and 10. Lysol also has something to say though. Triple kill from him as he opens up the door. Puts his teammate in a doable 3 versus 2. Oh no, Rarka, he picks up the weapon, gives away his position. And while the Viper's pit isn't towards that B side of the map, the spike still yet to be committed. Lysor expects to rotate towards that A side, so he's gonna go there first.
This Viper pit is actually very well placed because it isolates, separates the 2 players from AG. Shrimp and Yozu were not in the right place in the right time, and Happyway finds the 8th round for XLG. Finally, a win for the player that we know is so good usually and has had a bit of a struggle here. The Viper speed was absolutely clutch there.
Man, I feel like 90% of the kills in that round were all on the controllers. It was either GRQ, Happyway, or Lysol. And it was, you know, an ace between the 2 controllers of XLG that actually got them over the line. So we need to see a little bit more from that. Timeout now taken by AG, realizing that, hey, you don't want to give away this kind of a lead. It's 12-8 right now. Things could get dicey if they lose a couple more rounds in a row. So I think they're trying to end it right here, right now.
They still have a few shots at actually closing this game. I think I would be surprised if XLG actually managed to take us to overtime because AG have been looking really strong on this attack. But I think using a timeout just to have a clear strategy, be sure that you have everything prepared to actually close it and go towards Spine with the advantage, it is a good thing to do.
Yeah, you want to end things before it gets crazy like we saw in the first series, so Let's see if AG have the right call here in this potential final round. 12 already on the board. They just need that one more. They've got all the bells and whistles that they would want. Not too many ultimates though. Shrimp is one away from the Nightfall, so that's something that they could kind of aim towards. Right now, Seaside, a bit of an issue here as Lysor spots out a couple players as to teleport back towards safety. But XLG themselves have control over A Rubble.
And one thing that is interesting also is that XLG are very far from their next ultimate, so for a few rounds at least, it will be pretty comfortable for AG. And as you said, they do have some their way, and Nightfall is not that far. The Judge in the small, still not finding its target, will take down 2 in the end, traded by Fengir, but the damage is done.
How does he get 2 in that situation? All right, GRQ almost does something crazy. Teleports into the spawn, cancels it though. Just trying to put confusion in the heads of XLG. Happyway is going to spot out Fangir in towards B main. All 3 players here. XLG not too worried about it though.
And B side open. A reminder of what we've seen in the first half. Will they stay though? It looks like they want to go somewhere else, not wanting to play the B side. Yeah, no, they will plant. And they will try to win this game. Right here, right now, with the plant on the B side, a lot of movement, aggression to take some space. And Abiway could be surprised. The timing is everything there.
And GRQ is gonna shut him down. Leo gets caught in the front of the smoke, but Happyway now flanking around. Has a chance here, but Kira himself having his own flank. Happyway in towards Heavens. Neural Theft used. Time's ticking down low. They have to get themselves on towards the spike right now. Kira's right around the corner. Chico peeks around, half diffused right here. Happyway gets off of it. They want to take the fight straight to him. Forced in, the second tap coming through, and Kira just playing him like a book, like a fiddle, toying with his food. Happyway does not have enough time, and Kira playing around the spike gets them that ultimate victory here on map number 1. And Lotus going away of all gamers.
Lotus is definitely one of the strong maps. I think we have the confirmation right here, right now. XLG did try their best, but in the end, their defense side was not good enough. They only take 2 rounds in the defense, so it was far from enough to actually take down AG, and they're looking great. The bind could be a very different story there, because we know how scary XLG are on this map, but with the form that we've seen from Abiway, I'm not sure. I think AG could actually take them down.
Yeah, it's not a good showing. Either way you want to cut it for XLG, and we have high expectations for this team. Lysor, I'll give him credit, right? He was putting on a show. He had some really great plays, took a lot of initiative, but I didn't really see that from the rest of the team, like at all. Like Happyway, you'd expect him to be one of those playmakers having a lot of impact, but he didn't really have too many moments. The entire rest of the team as well really didn't show up where it mattered the most. And as you mentioned, right, those defensive side rounds were really left us wanting, right? It didn't have the greatest setups, and AG just felt like they're one step ahead in a lot of these rounds.
Completely agree, and I think on the attack, the attack from XLG was not as clean as you would expect. We've seen in the highlights just now the position on the box in the seaside. Like, you should take this. You have 4 players. It looks a bit messy on the side of XLG, and I think it was like the overall form of the team was not really to the level we expect, especially after the group stage that they've done, going 5-0. They did add a lot of 2-1, so maybe they need that buffer game to get into real business. But let's see after hearing some comms.
I leave, yes. I see you. 你玩四十有的，我换的。OK。哎，我没连走，我可以跳看姐吧。对 ，just retake， retake。我跳，有。要是我帮你，我们可以不用 retake， 我到了。我想打回防，那你打回防吧，那你打。不然我先改阵。我在跳，没 timing。你打不好雷呢。I come。可以 hold，I 多。Yeah，go。 我2颗烟了，我给石大封个烟。
Go back to A, go back to A.
我给你封个烟，李华江。
自动我。
Can leave, you can leave.
LT easy.
对。我走了，有2个。
Go back.
接了吧
inside. Come city.
We will take from city, okay? For waterfall, 1 waterfall for city.
哎，no 扫 A C。不，等我们进去可能。进了吗 ？A C。
Care B, Ricky.
姐，我在 B 2楼。有时候你在楼梯下看可以吗？
高点还没，高去讲。
OK， 我先。
Go CT,
带 B。
哦，下包了，我来了。他没喂。
Slow。还高气体。哎，别摸里了。远苹果没？
我先去了。
打他，马上走了。打他。还什么喂？8点。跳，有个跳，在这里，在8点。你赛。
Great map from the controllers in this first game. DRQ with the MVP there. Amazing map from him. 26-12 as KD. Incredible.
Yeah, 337 ACS. This guy was on an absolute tear. I think he showed a lot of promise back in Master Santiago, and I'm glad that he's showing up again here today. Yeah, if not for some of his plays, right, his decision making, his trades was so sublime as well. That ace that he got on the seaside box, that was just great game sense, right? Understanding that, hey, they have a Sky, they're probably going to flash in for the take. I'm just going to play anti-flash. They don't have a Trailblazer to clear me out. And it's that simple understanding that's actually going to get you a lot of these impact rounds, these impact moments, especially up against a well-oiled machine like XLG.
I think maybe we've not seen the really that well-oiled machine from XLG. It felt a bit off on my side, from my point of view, because Lotus is a very strong map from XLG, and here they were kind of off. Like some rounds were good, but I feel like the best rounds were the thrifty ones, and when they had the weapons, it was just not there. The strategy was not that perfect, that was not neat enough to play to the level of AG.
Yeah, it felt like those eco rounds, those 50 rounds that you mentioned, had a little bit more ideas in those strategies. So I really wish that we could see some of those ideas being used on those gun rounds, right? Perhaps XLG playing a little bit timid. Not really feeling the most confident to go for those riskier plays, but I think if you're running a double dealers composition, it kind of is your bread and butter, right? You gotta be a little bit more aggressive. You gotta take those risks and trust that you have the players that actually can back it up, right? You guys are XLG. You guys are 5-0 in your groups. You can pull off this kind of stuff. So maybe back to the drawing board a little bit. I'm trying to reshuffle the fundamentals for XLG. Not too much, but maybe just a little bit of a change in direction, perhaps. But regardless, it's a really nice showing from AG here on that map pick.
Yeah, you're allowed to have bad days also, so maybe this was just a bad map for XLG, and we're gonna see on the upcoming bind if they show something better or if it's just a bad day overall. But I want to highlight a little bit, because we talked about GRQ, that was the controller on the side of AG that was absolutely a beast today, but on the side of XLG also Lizra has had a great performance. He had 6 first kill. Like, he's not the duelist. I must just let that sink in. He had 6 first kill. It's actually the most first kill in the map as an almond. So incredible performance, and I think this is also a good sign coming into the bind, because it's gonna play the Brimstone, I guess, and Brimstone is a very strong agent on bind. So if he's feeling great, it could be a way for XLG to find the momentum in this next map and bring maybe the rest of the team with him.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see though. Before that, we're going to go for a short little break. And when we come back, it's going to be that second map of Bind. You guys definitely do not want to miss that one. So we'll see you guys after the short little break.
If you catch
And welcome back! After a first map that was clearly dominating by AG on Lotus, we're going to buy now the map pick of XLG, maybe a chance for them to equalize in this best of 3.
Yeah, it's a pretty good map, all things considered, for XLG, right? There's 6-0 on it, technically 100% win rate since the start of the year. Can't really be said for AG. They've struggled here and there, 3-3 so far in the year. So far in, in stage 1, it's been a little bit of a back and forth, right? They've lost to Tyloo, they've lost to TEC, but they did pick up a win up against BLG, so I'm not sure how much you could put in the stake for their bind. It was a bit of a weird setup when they first started with the Gecko. Now they're bringing in the Neon, as a lot of teams are, so perhaps this is the right direction for them, but we'll have to wait and see. XLG just look really strong on this map.
Yes, I think definitely they're the favored ones. But considering what we've seen from them in Lotus, I think AG could find a way to actually beat them. Also, one of the bind that AG played against Titan Esports Club, they didn't have Yozu yet. So they were with Septum, so kind of a subbing for the team. So it could be different. And yes, in the end, did manage to beat Bilibili, which is, well, surprisingly not in the playoff, but is a strong team overall in China region. So there is definitely something to do. They also have this composition with the double duelist, the Viper. I think it's pretty similar to how... It's completely similar. It's actually the mirror comp for the two teams. So we're going to see some twin compositions.
Yeah, but again, I think for players to look out for, my eyes are going to be set on Happyway. I think he needs to turn up, especially if XLG want to have a say in this map, because map 1, he was a bit quiet. I will say though, Happyway does not typically have bad series. He does have bad maps, but more often than not, he does bounce back when he does have like potentially a bad map number 1. So I'm looking forward to see what he brings in towards this map. I think Vipers are extremely pivotal on a map like Blind, so we'll have to see if he can bring in that impact that we know he can. I
completely agree with you. I think it's pretty unusual to see Happyway have a bad series. Like, he can have bad maps, but I wouldn't be surprised if he actually stands up in this second game. And one thing also, I think on the side of AG, Fengir was not that... It was good, obviously. That's still Fengir. He had some great plays, but it was not the beat that we used to see in other matchups. So this could be also a step up on the side of AG if you bring GRQ to the same level, and then you have Fengir that comes also at the top level. It could be very scary.
Yeah, it could be. We'll have to wait and see, of course. This is Bind, you know, where a lot of the teleporter plays can come into effect. I think XLG are one of the teams that actually like to use the teleporters quite a little bit. They do have a lot of lurk potential with the composition with their players. So, for example, Happyway looking up for showers. The rest of the team takes control over B long, something like that. I think those kind of calls are what's going to really influence this map of Bind. And really dictate the pace, because double duelists, you know that these teams would like to fight for these extremities.
Yes, I think definitely. And we've seen the Sky a little bit before, the previous map, but here on the map of Bind, she's the go-to since her rework. Definitely a strong agent. I talked a little bit about his spell that is not as effective on Lotus because the map is huge, but on Bind you can cover so much space with this dog. It's just so much value from the Sky.
Yeah, completely agree. Sky is just a great fit for the current map. You could have a lot of players through the Viper's wall with the Sky Flash as well. You see a lot of players liking to fight for back of A site, you know, time and time again with those Sky Flashes. And it's kind of like that substitute when you don't have the Yoru anymore. You kind of need to have something to get you through these choke points. So love to see the Sky Flash coming into fruition. Same composition from both of these squads. Typical stuff as we expected, but really comes down to the execution here.
And also, interestingly enough, XLG have 100% win in the stage 1 on Bind, but it was always pretty close. Like they have 13-10 and 13-11. So maybe against a team that is a bit stronger like AG, it could turn around.
Definitely could. The last time these two teams played as well on Bind was in that grand finals. The upper finals, I guess you could say, for China kickoff, right? And the map of Bind, it did go to XLG's favor. It was 13-7, and in that map, it was AU1 that actually was kind of like one of the better players on the team. And now that he's gone, you know, can, for example, user play or at least fit the kind of role that AG kind of need, right? That extra pump with the duelists. Very excited to see him on that Leon again. And as expected, the last time these two teams played on Bind, Happyway just had an absolute killer of a game, 21-10. So potentially could be seeing something similar here today if Happyway decides to wake up. Who knows?
I hope so for XLG, because I think if Happyway is absent for a second time in the series, it could very well go to AG. As we said, the impact is not that huge for this team because it only decided they're going to face Trace or Titan Esports Club in the first round of the playoff. So nothing major changing, but let's see if AG can close this in a 2-0 fashion.
If I've learned anything about watching and casting VCT CN is that you never want to count your eggs before they hatch. And XLG though, with an early bit of aggression down towards A short, that is more of that conviction that we wanted to see. Dropped the spike as well, got themselves a double man advantage, and they're just gonna pull back.
The spike is down, but XLG are off on their own adventures around Shower, so it leaves a little bit of time for Shrimp to actually take it up, to pick it up and maybe find the opening to A. I don't know if they're gonna try because they do not think this is where they're gonna find the opening, but it is. They're rotating towards Shower where they're gonna be greeted by the double line from Lizor and Norman. Double kill from Lizor.
Yeah, Lizor, the stand again. Yeah. But he's been so proficient in this series. This well, no, I say series. This was one map in map number 2, or one round in map number 2. But it's great stuff to see from XLG. That's this kind of aggression, initiative that we want to expect on a map like Bind. Wished it could have been on Lotus, but we are here right now. So more of this, please.
Great start. And they did not get, I think, any pistol round in the previous map of Lotus, so this is This is a change at least already.
We're staying a little bit too close for my comfort. Oh, how is he alive? How is he been bailed out of that? Happy where he's provided the assistance of a lifetime. He's bailed out his teammate. He's prevented AG from actually accelerating towards this B side, and all things considered, could have been a catastrophe. It's been saved.
I think Happyway is back, because I don't know how he managed to get out alive of this play. We'll pick up the ultimate orb also, so a little bit more in this favor. Doesn't spot anyone, but now we've seen the three of them, so we will call the cavalry to help him. And Leo finds the kill with the Spectre. No, absolutely no damage on the side of AG.
They're taking turns to find double kills. It was Leo, the first one that was getting caught off guard. Happyway bails him out. This time Happyway gets bailed out by Leo. Shrimp though should be able to get that spike plant, and he'd be happy to bring that home, especially since it was technically a 1v5. But XLG with a solid second round here.
And triple kill for Happyway is filling it. He just maybe he doesn't like Lotus. Maybe just not his map.
Yeah, maybe, perhaps.
One enemy
Maybe he likes the dustier maps a bit more. Maybe not a fan of flowers.
He likes desert. We can make a mess without anyone realizing. And this is the bonus round for XLG. Not great weapons, but definitely I think the defense is on point. It's hard for AG right now to find the opening, and they will take control of long.
Yeah, lovely utility set there with the Brimspoke as well as the Snake Bite, just to push back any players in towards B long. So great control from AG so far. Now they can explore the rest of the map. They're gonna put an insert of user in towards B long for the time being. Oh, I say that as he's backing off. Viper Spoke this time from XLG. They've instantly re-cleared B long with that Trailblazer, so that's a great piece of information as No Man, oh dear, should have gotten that information backed off, but instead just falls victim to a corner peek. Just a couple of pixels.
Pixel perfect on the side of Fengir. Yozu clearing the corner. No one comes out of lamp. Lizer falls down. And just like that, the side is completely open by AG. Shrimp with the perfect lineup against Lear. One more player down. It's only Happyway left. I know it kind of wake up, but 1v5 looks a bit complicated, even for the madmen of XLG.
He's hoping that AG give him a chance into this round. If he doesn't get that opportunity given up to him, it's probably gonna be a save, and I don't know if he's even gonna get that luxury because Shrimp is all the way on the B side already, trying to cut off that save attempt from him. Oh yeah, great round from AG to keep all players alive and standing. Anti-bonus going swimmingly well.
5 weapons saved into the next round. This is a huge economic boost for AG. Definitely will help them in the future, and also I think for the confidence it was very important to have this win for them. Obviously they had the advantage, but still it was a very clean round.
Good protocols. XLG, I would say that they had a good understanding and read of the situation, but AG were just way sharper on those little opportunities, small little gaps that XLG gave them, and AG punishes, right? So you cannot get too comfortable in your setup. Gotta be on your toes. Shot goes awry for Raga, has to back off early position from user. Cops a bit of damage, but should be able to be healed up by Shrimp as well.
And Raga is gonna rotate all the way towards B. He doesn't want to give up the position of the operator, trying to surprise AG. But for now, they're gonna stay towards A. Not that many action taken. They want to get the information first, and they're gonna see that Raga is back on track with the operator denied by the Viper smoke.
Oh my god, Kira, how's he alive? He's just standing in the open. Raga will punish at the stun. But now they know where the op is. They're gonna hitch their bets. 3 players in towards short. Lysor though, the brimstone, and a great smoke there. Just want to jump straight through the slow hits. Great stuff. Oh no, user, what is this? Slides straight to his demise. But Shrimp, that's an opportunity though. Found the pick towards the B side, takes the teleporter. But actually, alright, AG, okay, committing on towards B instead. Teleporter been taken by XLG, both of them in towards it. And Lysa now picks up a triple kill. GRQ just cannot get out of there. Has to turn around and try to build out his team instead. It's all the kills given over to Lysor and XLG.
More life coming from XLG compared to what we've seen on the Lotus. You try and take the duel against this team, but it just doesn't work. Even though the entry was pretty good, I thought it was a bit fearless on the side of Kira to try and take the duel against the operator of Rarga, but he tried, fails, and Lezor is absolutely perfect in this teleporter. Great team play.
Lysor is just the boss right now in this matchup. Whatever he wants to do, he will do it. And he's been successful. AG had a great read, great rotation, but just can't get past Lysor. Rargas gonna be very aggressive, getting a lot of information, a flash in, but it's the commitment here towards A. No Man's now being caught out. Oh dear, has to teleport back. The user is right around the corner, low HP though. Might give No Man an opportunity here. Instant headshot, but the spike will get planted. Flanked now by Rarga. Awkward situation, but rescopes in, gets the kill into Fangir, disappears into the night. He wants to regroup with the rest of his teammates. 3 versus 5 now for AG, it's difficult. They haven't even gotten the spike down. Spam through the wall though, Leo goes down. We call a bit of a pause now.
They still have some time to work with, but the problem is that they did not do that much damage. And XLG are here on site, they have full control of the backside. How do you find space to plant the spike? They're trying to rotate our shower, but no man is there. Kira will probably have his chance. The flash is here. They know that there's a player, but he has it! He actually finds the kill, the perfect swing, but his teammate falls onto the side.
Tika's though gonna spot out where these last 2 players are coming from. And No Man just takes the 1v1 up and towards heaven. That's the main fight to take. Rarga misses a shot though, but he won't miss the second one. They commit the convergent pass, but regardless, it's still an XLG round. It's clean from them. It's a very dynamic push. Rarga with a very aggressive flank with the up of all things. Makes things difficult for AG. Eventually, they will win out the trade frags.
The position from Shower, I think, was decisive. One shot on Kira. If he falls here, I think it's over for XLG, because this position forces the players on site after they plant the spike to be completely paranoid. They have nowhere to go and to be safe. And they fall pretty quickly. So, great hold from Norman in this shower.
Yeah, you're completely right. That position was everything, that 1v1. 1-4 now for AG. It's not the best round from them in terms of the buy. Heavyweight's gonna get out of harm's way. Rarga with the provision of that cover fire. Long range up shot. AG would be very, very bold to try to challenge this up again.
This map is so hard to attack against a team like XLG. They master the defense side. It's an eco round for AG and they do not find that much damage. One player, another falls, Laser. But Kira, in the end, is traded. Okay, Shrimp has the spike, but where do you go, man? What do you do with this? You have no teammate left. You have no weapon.
Yeah, you just have No Man staring you down, long range, ADS. And just toying with him. Not even gonna get him. I'll give him the chance to tap or plant the spike, I think. Above it. Rarga with the up shot. Not gonna miss again. And Rarga has been looking clean these last couple of rounds. This time with a triple up kill.
This operator has done so much damage. They do not find the way to handle it. Is everywhere on the map, rotating like crazy with the neon and eating every angle. It's a huge threat right now. I think Timeout obviously has to calm. Definitely, they're not finding their footing in this bind map, and I think they chose to be on attack, right? Because it's the map pick of XLG.
Yeah. So AG was the one that actually decided what side they wanted to start on. They opted for defense. So yeah, and great reasoning why. So far they've been very proactive. They've had great reads of the situations, good reclears. I think their fights towards B long have been pretty dynamic as well. One player always playing close, another player playing far away, able to help each other out. And yeah, without that kind of pressure on B short and B long at the same time, you can have these very dynamic setups for XLG. So AG now, they really need to come up with a good strategy to really break apart this defense, because so far everything's just flowing for XLG's favor.
Maybe they're rushing a little bit. A lot of the time they're just trying to eat a side, like with the util, the good setup, but it just doesn't work against XLG. They're too clean. They have too much control over the side. I think we can really see that they know this map so well. They know perfectly the positioning where they're safe, where they can retreat if they are in any danger, and also the team play is incredible. Like there's always someone to actually help them, and Fengir taking on and trying to find some sneaky play here, but it will be punished right away.
What a shot from Fengir. That was, I guess, the timeout call, right? They're playing a little bit slower, trying to catch XLG going for those aggressive pushes. And it's the attack-sided op in the hands of Fengir that's actually going to get them that opening kill. So far so good. Still, they have to get themselves towards one of the sides. Trailblazer spots out Happy Way, force them back to a safer angle. And now this hookah pressure is going to make the B long hold difficult as well. So this is something that I like to see so far. Still, XLG very confident though. 3 players on this B side because they've got that op in towards A. It's only just Raga. One good smoke and he's completely nullified. So let's see if they do their due diligence.
They do not smoke the window. They will only smoke side. It's enough to keep them safe, but Raga still tries to find. Blind shot will not hit a target. Incendiary to prevent the plant. And orbital strike coming in for Lysor, finding Yozu.
Oh no! The Heavyweight just burns alive in his own Viper's Pit. Thanks to the molly, Leo just jumps on the bench. Lysor's turn to chime in. Fengir needs to come up clutch. No, Leo expects to push Shrimp down to the 1 versus 2. The Seekers will reveal his position. Struggling to find it. Oh dear, Lysor! A sore neck given to his opponents as he snaps them 1 by 1. It's a triple kill from the Brimstone again. They cannot shut this man down.
He's completely mental. It keeps going on, building on what we've seen from him on the Lotus, and it continues on the bind map. I think here it's a completely different XLG. Everyone is on point. The defense is absolutely perfect. Like it's even, I'm even surprised that the previous map that they had in the group stage were so close, because how do you bypass this? AG do not find the solution. They're completely struggling here.
Yeah, they look like a fish out of water. Leo being able to find those 2 kills on the flank. Lysor just staying alive on the side as long as he can. And AG don't look like they're themselves at all. This is a bit of a change up. They're just contact play, walking up A short. Somehow they've got Fengir in such a deep position, and Raga is none the wiser. He's got his op line into a showers. AG, they're not believing it just yet. How have we gotten this space for free? Eventually User's gonna spot out aggression. Back away, telling his team to accelerate in towards A instead. Raga, what can you do here?
Some information picked up by XLG. At the same time, Fenrir will find a target on the other side of the map. They will teleport though. With the weapon, the cavalry is there on the side of XLG, but they're pretty low. Kira picked up the operator and could find the target. Will lose his duel against Leo though. And Noman eating the break also. The spike has been planted, but he lost a lot of player. They picked up some weapons, but they're still at a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, Happyway just needs to come in late, right? Let the rest of his team to make noise first. And then he comes in as backs are turned. Fenrir getting caught off guard. Lovely timing play by Happyway. GRQ now. 1 versus 3. Tap of the spider, diffusing it right in his face. Happyway won't even let him pass a quarter. XLG back on top again, 7-1.
I mean, what do you do? Because the positioning from AG was not ideal at all. Fenrir was completely isolated, and I understand why it tries to make the rotation through shower, but the timing was just not there, and Fenrir is left alone 1v3 on side. It's a lost rabbit in the field and falls very early. After that, there's nothing his teammate can do to save the day. So it became a bit weird at the end.
Ooh. Tough scenes from AG. They look completely different from map number 1. Slow pace approach this time again. Spread across the map. XLG only got Noman here as a bit of an interesting position. Flash in confirms presence towards B long. Initial contact being made. Leo break up the Trailblazer. AG just look completely out of answers.
They still do not manage to find the solution, yes? Even with the entry kill, they did not get the round. So they need more than that. There is the operator on the end of Fenrir, but can he find the target? Rarga on his side is ready to shot. So much firepower from XLG in this A main. Could be a bloodbath for AG.
Oh, the read is wrong again. They're going towards the stack. It's a trap setup. Raga first contact play being made. Noman's just tucking in the corner. Do they clear him? D-flash signifies that they aren't aware. Oh dear! Noman just caught them back turn. The X-Factor position in the round. Nets them a triple kill. Kira just left reeling again. His teammates are gone. There's a fly in the sky. And it's just a distraction. Noman with the triple. Hands up. XLG just undefeatable right now.
It's getting difficult at this point for AG. Nothing works, and I think they're starting to miss the essential. Like they're rushing towards the side, but there is time. They do not check the corner. It's a huge mistake, and they pay the price. I think they're not. They're not here in this line.
Small little trap plays that XLG have across the map. You know, it's not crazy complex, it's small little things, yet it's finding success again this time. How does Noman get that kill? Dodging the flash is spammed through the smoke. This is criminal stuff. And XLG just getting away with daylight murder.
Nothing will pass through the defense of XLG. They are like a strong wall. And even the flash will be enough for once for AG. They will take 1 kill, but they lost a lot of HP and they do not have that anywhere, any control on the side. Shrimp taking down Noman, but is 1v3 all alone, no teammate left. He has the spike, so he could technically teleport, but it doesn't look like he wants to do it. He's trying to bait Raga, but sorry. Raga is just better. Will not miss the shot.
Noman again, the copy-paste celebration. Another triple kill from him. Different side of the map. Same outcome.
This is probably one of the last chances for for AG. It's 9-1 at this point. You have 2 more rounds left. They will buy here because they saved previously, but if you finish with 11-1, like, there's nothing you can do. There's no coming back from 11-1.
I would be inclined to believe you. It is very difficult, but you know, we are in the region of possibilities.
Yes.
So it's super rough. Like, I'm looking at the statistics now. Like, all gamers, they should be a lot better on the attack. They have a 58% win rate on attack, which is a little bit lower than average, I think. XLG, it's a little better than 66%, but the problem is the defense side, right? If you aren't getting so many rounds on the attack, your defense needs to be better, but AG's defense win rate is 38%. It's much lower than the average in China. So if you thought that the attack side was rough, statistically the defense should be weaker. So like a wet
it's
towel.
Even worse,
so
because their attack is actually pretty good for XLG. In Bina is more of a defense-oriented map. They still have a very strong attack, and they will push the shower, take down Yozu, entry kill for XLG. AG swarming onto the BP, but did not find any targets, so now they have to defense against 5 players. They will try and take some space backside towards heaven.
Alright, they've cut the map in half. Kira's not even ulting on the spike, it's just for the flank player, just to prevent Raga from doing anything. And GRK is gonna pull one back. That's an opportunity now, but oh, guess what? Mr. Raid Boss is here. Happyway coming in from CT. This is what the spike was planned for. They cannot give up this map control. Orbital strike just for Happyway, just to push him further back. And GRQ with a lifesaver there onto No Man. Shrimp on string back. Bit by bit. Happyway, big fight here as he wins it out. 2 versus 2 now. Spike ticking down low. Tap of the spike in his face. He'll try to defuse. Kira gets away. Jumping across. Happyway in a 1 versus 2. Gets hit by the flash. Fully blinded. And AG finally, after investing the whole arsenal, get that second round on the board.
The ego boost when the orbital strike is used just for you. He knows where he is. He can take the duel, but GRQ will chose to use the orbital strike instead. In the end, that was the way to go. He buys enough time for his teammate to do the job on site. And they find the second round. And I said, you do not come back from 1-11, but can you come back from 2-10? Probably. So they could even find the third one. And from that, you can build back up the momentum.
And momentum is the question, right? Can they even get momentum? Can they even get 2 rounds in a row? Because Rocker has already kicked things off with an opening kill. Runs out of shotgun bullets. Fangir trades him out. The spike should get planted for. Not too much utility available for this defense. Never mind, it just runs straight through. It's orbital strike, just a delay. Leo's there, convergent parts invested. Kira answers, lights off from heaven. It's a double kill in terms of the trades back and forth. Happyway though, that is the question mark in this round. Where has he gotten off to? AG suspecting it could be the flank, but they have to worry about backside as well. They double up in towards U-Haul. It's a split push from XLG. Happyway on this flank push, waiting for an over-eager peek, and he will convert. He will manage to spray. Svank here in 1 versus 2. He knows that Happyway is right around this corner, but he has to turn his back, check around it. Eventually going back to what he knows the best. Tap of the spike in the smoke. That's the call for Happyway to swing. He plays it to perfection. It's picture perfect. And XLG get up to double digits.
So well played from XLG. I mean, this double 2v2 at the end from Happyway and Lizera was absolutely perfect. Like, they were isolated, so technically AG at the upper end, they could find 2 isolated duels, but they played it just so perfect. Happyway baiting on the main and then waiting for the spike to be tapped. Absolute perfection on the team play for XLG, and they close this first half 10-2. it's gonna be a long run for AG if they want to come back in this game. Otherwise, we will have to see the split.
Yeah, split looking very much likely. We did mention it, right, before this map started, that Happy Way might have off-day games, but almost never an off-series, right? He's always due a good map here or there. And right now, he's come up clutch. He's put on some incredible numbers, despite the efforts of Lysor, despite the efforts of Varga. Oh, sorry, despite the efforts of Fangir, right? Happy Way and his team is just putting on an absolute clinic right now.
But we talk about Fangir, but he's not having a great game either, and it's kind of the same thing that we've seen in the Lotus previously. Like, it's not bad, but it's just not great. So he's not bringing enough for this team to have the impact that they need from the Duelist. It's the same thing from Yozu. Yozu is having a very difficult game right now. It's 1-11, so very, very difficult game on his side. And if both of you Duelists are kind of struggling, how do you want to create space on the attack?
Yeah, space is what Noman actually gives his team. Right now, he's I think the MVP for his squad, 15-6. We talk about Happy Way, we talk about Raga, but it's Noman actually fighting a lot of those impacts. He's actually one of the players that always sets up for those little trap plays across the map. See if he can do so on the attack as well. 10-2, XLG looking for a swift map 2 to push us into a third. AG, what do you have here on this defense side?
At least they need the pistol. This is non-negotiable right now. But the aim of XLG is scary. They did find the 2 pistol in the first map of Lotus, so definitely we know that AG can find this pistol round, but here it's a necessity.
Necessity indeed. Kira playing really far back. That is not something you'd want to see here. A weak A site. AG have hedged their best towards B. It couldn't be further from the truth. One good smoke and he's out of commission. Nothing he can do here. This smoke prevents him from creeping out wide as well, and he cops a boatload of damage in the process. So advantage very much so in XLG's favor. How do they work in this post plan though? It's 5 versus 5. It's a big flank coming through. Happy Way tasked here in the 1 versus 2 by his lonesome. Isolates the first, expects the second, hit by the stun. Goes to the reload, but it's the assistance from his teammate Leo to bail him out of harm's way. Here, Kira will just slide out from heaven, gets caught by Varga. But the numbers still favoring XLG, I say that. Fangir giving us something to think about.
They have the numbers advantage, but they do not have the whole position. Lysor! Great shot on GRQ. It's only Fangir left trying to double. Only 1 left. But he doesn't have time. You have to stick the spike, and Lysor will know it, so he will take him down. The pistol is for XLG, and unfortunately for AG, they did not manage to find this round, and things are looking scarier and scarier as time passes.
Oh, Lysor just cannot do anything wrong. I mean, everything he's doing in this series is just turned up in gold. Whatever he touches, whatever he does, it's damning if you're AG. You try your best. Fangir gets a triple kill. It's still not gonna be enough. 11-2. They're forced to force. Stingers, Outlaw, and a Bucky. XLG, they're not even gonna give them the opportunity. Slow-paced approach from the attacking squad, trying to suss out these positions before they go for the commit.
Difficult position for AG. I think at this point you're almost up to focusing on the next map already. Oh, they find some good shot on Noman. This is a start. He's not out yet though, because he had the shield. And he's gonna be healed up by the sky. Very useful utils here.
Judge though, in the hands of Varga, in towards Hookah. That's one of the best positions. You've got the Trailblazer at the ready. Oh god, Kira, best be ready. It's a double man setup. The snow comes through. Oh, and of course it's Varga to pick up the double with the shotgun. Fangir though, great traits back. Gets his team a little bit of stable footing. Double push in towards Happyway. Happyway notes this as well, calls in for the reinforcements of his teammates. Yuz has now left in a really awkward position, has to use the fast lane to back out of there. But AG have got 3 players here on this A side ready to receive. In towards the fight itself, User gets the first kill. Burned by the flames of GRQ, Lysor. Can you do the impossible this time? No, it's not gonna be good enough. User with a great double kill, assisted by his teammates with a fast rotate. Eventually gets AG that 3rd round on the board.
Force buy pays off for AG. Looks like they have a bit more of control on the different sides. It was a clear run on the side. They had good map control, forcing XLG onto this A side right at the end. So they know exactly where they were gonna hit. They could have the numbers advantage. Good run also for Fengir. That's starting to come back alive a little bit more. And now they have the possibility to take a new round because they have their back against the wall, basically. Amazing shot from Fengir.
That's one way to kick things off. Don't let yourself get overrun. XLG hoping to potentially maybe flood the B side, but with that kill onto No Man, it's really difficult now. Rarga has only got the shotgun. He's gonna creep up towards B long, and the Trailblazer is gonna spot out that information as well.
Only pistol on the end of XLG. They have to find the good angles. It's not gonna be easy against the weapon. Miss shot from Fengir, but his teammate is here to help, and it's a pistol round for Shrimp. Doesn't need any more than a classic to close it and take the triple. Convincing defense for this NT-Eco.
Bit more life being shown by AG. Albeit it was up against the pistol, so expected outcome. But still, yeah, it's good to see that they have a little bit more fight in them. Gotta see a lot more though if you want to have any conversation on this map. If not, it will be that map of Split as the decider. 11-4. Up in the hands of Fengir. Head towards, what is it, A showers? So no contact for the time being. XLG. Util setup, trying to push back the B main defenders. Sorry, the B long defenders.
The judge again for JRQ. In Mind. They also have the operator for Fengir, and he's gonna try and push. It's only a Vandal in front of him in the end of Happyway could find a good entry kill. Is thinking about it. Not sure how far he should push. No one inside. Oh, the timing just has Happyways. Moves towards him. Loses the line and has to back up on side. JRQ falls down. One player down. Fengir just thinks about getting back to safety with his teammates. Will find shelter in lamps. But Yozu falls down. Norman checking the flank. And there is someone. It's Shrimp Fengir with the kill. Finds the double. Shrimp falls down. But Fengir is still alive with the operator in his hand.
EG. Oh, he's going for the save, the rotate. Where's Fengir? He's gonna leave Kira out to dry. This getting caught picking up the weapon, and yeah, I think Fengir was already deciding to go for the save. Maybe not on the same page. Kira goes for the push instead. Money's gonna be an issue now. Op is the only thing they're gonna bring in for the next round as XLG get up to 12. This is dire straits. AG. Count your days on this map. Split looks inevitable.
Map point for XLG and so many opportunities, possibilities to take the map. Very convincing. Fengir did his best. He find good shots in this slam, gain so much space and time, but it was a bit of a misplay here, I think, from Kira, not expecting Happyway to be in showers also. Unfortunately, numbers then fall in favor of XLG, and they have 8 opportunities to actually close the second map.
As expected, might go to number 3. Oh, but Shrimp, okay. That's one way to shut down a Neon. Just pure aim by itself. That's an opening pick that you'd love to see. I just gotta reroute in towards hookah though.
So JRQ, so some information gotten by XLG, they go on side, the flash is absolutely perfect! And it's a massacre! Yozu with the double, and it's only Apiway left against 4 player. It looks like it's not gonna be this time. XLG, we need another opportunity to win this map against AG. Okay,
Those one's there.
Will not
Surely
fall without
not.
a prize, but it's only thing it can find triple from Yozu on the Neon.
Alright. Okay, a little bit questionable in terms of the rotate around. Just want to re-hit towards hookah despite yourself losing your entry duelist. No pressure on A, so that allowed for, you know, AG to stack towards this B side. 3 players there ready to receive. Not a sweat on their brow as they convert their 5th round. And for the time being, it's a little bit of a breathing, you know, getting a bit of breathing room, right? It's just an eco round coming in from XLG. AG though, very aggressive, thank you. Might get caught off guard, has to fall back. Oh dear, Rargar's in! Rargar is making noise here towards B-Long. Just when you thought that you had a chance, just when you thought that you could have some breathing room, XLG, of course, it's gonna be the Swifty round to throw chaos into the mix. It's Kira left alone, his teammates are gone, it's a 4-man sec on B and they lose every single one of them.
No respect for the overdrive of Rargar here. AG just run towards their death. This is probably the end of map 2. Kira, the only man standing, 1v4, clutch position, will not do any damage, and it is done. It's on a 50 that XLG managed to close this second map. They bring us to map 3 with a perfect bind against all gamers.
Man, just when you thought that AG, oh, of course I had to jinx them. It's the eco round of all things. You go super aggressive, you get caught with the pace change. And XLG send in their Neon. Rargar zaps them to shreds. There's just nothing that AG could do. And XLG, much better showing compared to Lotus. They look like a completely different team. A team that we expected them to be. And they definitely delivered here on their map pick.
I completely agree. I think this is the team I wanted to see in the first map. They kind of struggled to get into Lotus to find the footings. And it was a bit complicated for them. But here, this is the XLG we've seen in group stage. This is the XLG we know that is a very strong thing. The Apiway, the Rargar. Everybody was on point in this bind. And I think they gained the confidence that they need to go into the split map with the right mindset.
Yeah. Got that right mindset now. You've got the momentum. You've got, you know, multi-kill rounds from pretty much every single one of their players, right? Noman had so much impact. Great positioning. Great little trap plays across the map from the rest of the team. And Split's gonna be that final frontier between these 2 squads to determine who's that #1 seed heading towards the playoffs.
I agree with you. I think Norman was a very strong player. He's not the only one. Actually, almost everyone had great impact in this game on the side of XLG, but it's good to see maybe some player that we are less used to see on top of the scoreboard, like Norman, to play their top game. And it was a pleasure to witness this map from XLG. I think it was completely dominant on the side. They let nothing open on the defense. It was impossible to play for AG. And even on the defense, when they switched sides, so AG went back on the defense, I think they felt stronger, but it was just too far down in the scoreline. Impossible to come back.
开小狗，要开小狗，来，开个小狗。刀跟后看，哎，去后看。I got rotation. Neon. Up. I got small again. I got small tower again. 可以开个墙吗 ？Only Neon. I got gamma B. Now. 爆放 B 大，别放 B 大。No stun, no dog. 准备能拿 B 大线。你刚才就说体 B 大info. For side. 看一个别看。Guys, brim way layout. Don't play side, please. No one B man. Let's go fight something. I think guys short. Smoke's out. I'll shot.
Yes, this triple smoke. I cannot push. Yes, Brimstone. Brimstone Sky.
I play delay. I'm molly. Cannot plan now.
I also molly.
One your hole.
They have Brimble.
Hey, can you stand your hole? Auto, stand your hole. Go. Go.
I play that. Planting now.
我给你发点
He's planting. Stuck. Default.
I got molly. 2v4.
Viper on me. Viper dead.
有大招。Go.
OP.
One. Nice. Last one short. Go default. No default. KV side.
8号。
所以 default.
Nice.
Let's
go.
Hey, we heard a no star, but we have a star player in the form of No Man here. 266 ACS, 2.1 KDA. Mr. 3K himself has found so much impact, and this is a great sign of life for XLG. You know, we were a little bit worried if they were gonna have a little like an off day here, especially after map number 1, but it definitely showed that hey, it's just a little rough on the warm-up map of the day. Just second map is theirs, and Split's gonna be a really interesting one because these two teams, pretty decent splits all around. Third map, of course, both teams warmed up as well. Gonna be a really interesting final map as a decider.
Last time they played it in the kickoff, it was actually all gamers that won, but it was very close, 13-11. So I really wonder how it's gonna go this time. It was a bit of a different setup, and XLG actually won recently against EDG in a very convincing way, 13-5. So I think we could be surprised on this first map, but for this one, it was all the way on the side of XLG. Definitely Norman is the MVP for the game, but we can see that Wargel, Lizor, Happyway had a great game also, so very strong performance from the team overall.
Yeah, taking a look at the breakdown as well, I mean, it was pretty much a one-way street. 10 first kills, XLG, I think that was 1 flawless, 1 thrifty, so that's just gonna boost them in terms of the economy, in terms of what ultimates they had. 3 out of 3 post plans won, pretty solid on the attacking side for XLG. AG struggled in that endeavor, right? Only 2 out of 7, so you can see they're a little bit shaky on those post plans. Rarka gotta be the one with the player impact here, not the cleanest hexagon, I think we've seen so far, but it's really nice to see that yes, counting sides, that's my weakness, but yeah, counting
everybody has this weakness
players.
I mean, this is fine to have this as your weakness. I think you're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, great map from Raga. I agree. It was nice to see him shine a little bit more in the second map, because it was also not that impactful in the first one. Had some good plays, but here he was definitely stronger. Had a lot of open kills, also a lot of plays with the operator. So overall, very strong performance, and I can wait to see what they will do on Split.
Yeah, Split's gonna be that third map of the series. Looking like XLG might ride the momentum in towards a victory here, push himself to the first seed of the playoffs. But who knows what AG might bring. Right, that fire within them could lead us to an interesting map. But we'll have to wait and see for that one. We're gonna go for a short little break, and when we come back, that third and final map of the series. Don't go anywhere.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamite.
And we're back with more VCTCN action here at Project Horizon. My name is Colden. Joined with me is none other than the one and only Kumquat. We've just witnessed both teams in this final series taking their own map picks. AG with Lotus, XLG on Bind. We're going to split to determine the final victor.
It was more convincing on the side of XLG, I must say, on their map. The Lotus was a bit more up and forth, but back and forth, sorry. But I think we could be surprised on the split. Last time they faced, it's actually all gamers that won. But more recently, I think XLG had a bit better, score on this map. Still, what we've seen from AG, it was on week 1, so they did not have Yuzu yet. It could be very different today.
Yeah, honestly, for the side of AG, as you mentioned, it was the first week they didn't have the main roster full. You know, it's a bit of a question mark. They did show a bit in Master Santiago. Not the best showing. They did beat General Mates 13-4, right? But that was also like quite a long time ago. It's a different patch now with Neon in the mix, new compositions. I think that there's just a lot of question marks for AG in terms of what they're going to bring here today. Meanwhile, for XLG, I think they definitely have the more recent results. They have the better results recently as well. EDG 13-5, BLG 13-4. Okay, the BLG one was a little bit further back, but still, the EDG game, I think, gave us a good sign for what XLG can show on that map. EDG is not a team that you can just walk over as well and split. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to see what XLG brings to the table. I think it's going to be an AG to actually show us something a bit new and a bit creative.
Yeah, so they changed to double duelists. Before that, they were playing with the Raze Waylay, and now they're playing the Neon Waylay. So there's a bit of a difference in their play style, but I think overall the essence of the map is still the same. But it's gonna be interesting to see how Yuzu plays it with the team, because it's his first time in official playing the split with AG.
Yeah. Technically his first showing, so you know, if you didn't already have nerves, I don't want to highlight his KD, but it wasn't the best on Bind. It was almost a pie, I think, if not a pie. So leaving us to be a little bit desired. Hopefully Split's gonna be different. It is, you know, a bit of a duelist haven on that map, so hopefully you can get a couple more kills, get that confidence flowing, and then you can see the AG that we know can deliver as well.
I think they will surprise us. At least we've seen XLG get some energy back on Bind, so they will not have a bad series. And if they bring what they had on Bind towards the split, it's gonna be a wild run for AG to try and take them down. I think the momentum definitely is on the side of XLG for this one, but we can always be surprised in Valorant. This is one thing that we know for sure, especially in VCT China. You can always have a surprise.
You never know what you're gonna get. It's like a box of chocolates. You could get something sweet, a great showing, some lovely strats, some nice team play, or you could get a bitter chocolate that has gone sour, and then it just leaves you wanting to wash it out with water. I'm not sure where I'm going with this analogy, but regardless.
It started great.
It started great, right? It started amazing, and then it's divulged into a bit of confusion. I think similar to how this series has been, you know, for
Exactly.
AG.
Yes, completely. This is a perfect analogy there.
Actually, yeah, I landed right on track.
Well done.
Thank you.
First encounter in the mid. Several players from the defense here, so this could be a bit of a surprise. The Will chose to rotate though and leave it open, but the single smoke was enough to make AG rotate towards B.
All about the lurk play. What can Kira do? Can he keep 2 players on towards that A side? That would be great. It's only just Lysor here. I say it's only Lysor, but we've got the man himself. He's called in for reinforcements. Bit of a pause in the action, maybe a flash in as they accelerate in towards this side. Great stun in. Oh, but they double swing in towards Heaven. Heavyweight goes down without a single kill. Lysor under pressure, has to go for the reload, and AG trying back in with 2 kills. It's 2 versus 5. The drop in does not get them anything. Leo, though, something to say about this one. Heal has to come through, and Kira is already locking the door behind them.
Will he be spotted? Yes! They know that he's here, so now XLG has to move forward. Norman facing the Sheriff of Yozu, and he will not miss his target. Only Leo left. Up on Heaven. Some damage done. It will find GRQ, but still 3 players. Kira is coming in his back, and he will fall. The flank pays off in the end. And a new pistol for AG.
What was this AG in the last match? That was a lot more convincing. It's a great execute. The bit of a late play down towards mid, the double string on the player in Heaven. And they wrap around, you know, Lysor that was tucked in around the pillar. Advanced positioning, you even had Kira coming in from the flank, so all avenues mapped for. That is just picture perfect stuff from AG. And yeah, user already kicking things off 2-0. Good start from him.
Let's see if they can keep this in the second round. We see some buy on the side of XLG, a Bucky and a Shorty for Lysor. So this could be a surprise. He will stuck himself in the smoke, but nobody bites.
I saw a glimpse, but that's all he's gonna get. The redeployment of that toxic screen actually allows Lysor to stay alive. It's pretty thinned out in terms of the numbers across the map. XLG, they only really have Leo as kind of an anchor on A, so yeah, headed towards the right side of the map. Mid control being guarded by Fangir, slowly clearing out all these angles. XLG playing really far back. I'm not really liking it too much. Giving too much space to the attacker so far. If you don't find an opening kill, things might just fall apart.
This duel in the main B main will be won by Kira. The Shorty, not enough for Lysor, falls down, and this opens the B side for AG, but the spike is on the other side of the map, and Shrip falls down. They have to rotate towards B. Rarga completely isolated. It has no ID.
Oh, no.
It's a knife kill, and it falls down. Fangir getting some fun here.
Oh, it's an import on import action. It's criminal. He's taking down his fellow countryman through a knife kill, and now that they've gotten control over this B side, it was ticked down low. Time almost became an issue, but I think AG understood the full dispersion of the defenders across the map. I gotta lose this one. At XLG might just opt to die to spike.
Can XLG do a bit more damage, maybe? There's not much... What happened to Kira?
He gave up.
He gave up. He just stopped... He just stopped walking. Didn't have his weapon. A bit of a surprise. Happy Wave falls down with the Spectre. A bit more damage from Leo. Fangir, you're a bit naive here. The flash is perfect. No time to defuse, but the damage is done. The bonus will not be that great.
Okay, that's actually a lot more damage than I was expecting. Kira actually just letting go of his keyboard and mouse. Just relinquishing the round. This is an interesting one. You had a tucked up Lysor, you had a knife kill in Garage, you had Kira hands off the keyboard, and then Leo just doing a lot of damage on the flank.
They're still happy. So they had the knife kill, so I think this is the win. You have the psychological advantage here.
Fair enough, fair enough. You got the clip. That's what matters. And oh no, Rarka! He's gonna catch Fang here! Oh dear! Shotgun to shotgun! He's picked up the judge, he's looking for more! Shrimp is eventually gonna shut down that shenanigans, but it's damage done. It's the last man standing, and he won't be standing for much longer.
It's completely in the fate of XLG here. Very strong around a with shotgun action into B main. A lot of fun on the side of XLG. Convincing anti-bonus. He just runs towards them. No fear, he crosses the smoke. Absolutely no problem for him. Oh, Fangir is not happy with this.
That's a GIF reaction. And someone clip that, please. I need to use it.
It's a meme.
Yeah. Maybe just asking himself why he just dashed in and gave a shotgun to, you know, his Russian counterpart.
I guess that's what he thought. And he's allowed
just
to be frustrated.
Main, no?
Yes. New chance, new encounter. Happy Wave falls down. Find 3 players from AG. A lot of information.
You could phrase it as that information, or a bit of an over-eager push. Well, like why was Happy Wave of all agents the Viper? You know, he can't really get out of there, just pushing down mid by himself. Not really supported with much utility, and the utility comes after his death. The Sky now using, you know, the Seekers just for a little bit of an idea of the setup. You've got a Raw got deep down towards B, so that means XLG can just stack their players on towards that A site. And a smoke in towards middle suggests that they are headed towards A. It is a great call from XLG to stack here.
Is made. And double kill for Lizor. Continue to build on what we've seen in the previous map. Leo has the information, he knows as people are on site. He's not checked. They do not check on site. This is a mistake from AG. 20 seconds left. They have to find the entry. GRQ manages to take down Leo. Will plant the spike, but Yozu falls down. It's a clutch situation for GRQ. TPing to the other side, but XLG, they know they will be here. The stun is fake. TP trying to outplay AG.
It's far from ideal. The one-way smoke though, on the fly, the one-way gets him a double, but no man just stands atop, waving his finger. No, no, no. Sit down, sir. Not today, XLG. I'll make sure things do not go awry this time.
He almost did it. 1 kill away from the steal of the century. But he did not make it in the end. Great round overall for JRQ. Almost finding the round back after a bit of a misplay there. Great one-way. So it was not a one-way really, but just the timing was absolutely perfect.
It's supposed to be a one-way. I've rarely seen it actually, you know, in a real-world scenario actually work out. I think this is the first time I've seen it been very effective. I mean, that great jiggle to kick things off, right? He saw the last two, not the last two, but he saw 2 players wrapping around on the left side. So he just, based off of intuition, based off of timing, puts up a smoke in the air. As it fades, it becomes a pseudo one-way for the time being. Sees the little tippy toes. It's more than enough, but No Man is just a bit sharper. Great angle, off angle.
And the timeout is already called. It's 2-2, and AG are not struggling that much, so it's a bit surprising. I think the coach team, the staff, probably spotted something that is not going as they planned, and they fear that it's gonna build towards an advantage for XLG.
I understand so, because XLG so far have gotten really good reads, right? Whether it's the stack on A, whether, you know, they're able to push out a B main and get information that way. AG need to put a stop to the info gathering for the heavy stacking, because if not, they're just going to run to stack and stack on stack, and if not for GRQ, that round would have been a lot closer.
He did try and save the day. Good pick from Norman. It's an eco for AG and double already to take the advantage, but the judge from Rarga does a lot of damage. Triple kill for the duelists of XLG. Yozu picked up the weapon, is in the situation of a 1v2, but has the firepower, doesn't have the spike though. He has to go and get it back.
It's a potential redemption story for User. 1v3 technically. He's gotta just isolate these 1v1s and it's doable. Look at where Leo and Rauga are. They are completely apart from each other. If you lose this 1v1, you could have a conversation, but Leo's expecting this on the angle. And it's a lovely one at that. Slightly ajar, slightly away from the corner, so User's not gonna pre-aim that. Fantastic stuff from XLG. Prevent the rage rush in towards A.
I think they didn't want to regroup because it would mean that Leo had to cross Evan, and if Yozu was on site, he could have spotted him, probably. So they preferred staying in their corner, not giving any sign of presence, and hope that they win the duels, which happens in the end. So well done for XLG. It was still an anti-bonus, so a lot of damage taken.
Fashion, again, it's gonna be the A side execute. Oh, but Leo, just as the fade of the flash comes through, catches Fang here. User trying to trade back, but the smoke prevents it from happening. And again, Rarga with the judge is being able to find so many kills with that weapon. Stun is great. Kira just has nothing to say, just stuck in the corner. 2 versus 5, 1v5. User cannot find anything here. Trade is fantastic from XLG. 2 rounds now in a row. Finding momentum, despite AG actually being the one to take the timeout. It's XLG to continue on their rampage.
You wondering how to play the Nier, and I think just look at what Rarga is doing, using the speed and the movement from Neon as perfection. Amazing play running towards Kira with Judge. Incredible on the side of Rarga. I think XLG are feeling great here. This defense side is definitely a lot convincing, and now I understand why the timeout was called, because yes, I can see that they do have the momentum, they do have the upper hand in this defense side.
I kind of wish the timeout was taken like now for what they could do instead of before XLG started to get 2 rounds in a row, 4 rounds in a row now. Again, AG have the weapons. This time not rage rushing towards one of the sides. Instead, they're just gonna hold these angles, but it's straight back. No man, what is this? Trying to go in for a pick? Trying to set up Rarga, perhaps?
Sorry.
To save for grounds, but Leo again being a nuisance in towards screens. Seeker spot out his position, but that also notes for AG that the A side is free for the taking. Spike to get planted. 4 versus 4 now. Conversion paths investing. Want to go for a pre-take of the side. Rarga again with the judge. Finding success, but Kira's gonna sight them down as they trickle in towards the side. And User's gonna pick up the spike again. So XLG, they tried to go for something that could catch AG off guard. Instead, they get shut down at the door. Lysor left in a 1 versus 3. How is he gonna work this one out? Tries to isolate the first one, it's successful. TP in towards the side itself. 2 players wrapping around the pillar. Paranoia at the ready. Oh, but User just faster on the peak. It will catch Lysor unexpecting. So AG, a little bit of a pause. Push down towards mid. And they'll get the round win.
Maybe they overplayed it because of the confidence they gained from the previous round. He could have waited for Lysor to join and do the retake with 4 players, but they chose to push and try to force AG in an uncomfortable position. But in the end, it was XLG who was uncomfortable and lost 3 players on site. New round 1 for AG, trying to close the gap between the 2 teams.
Yeah, 1 more round from AG and we're all tied up 4-4. Again, we're gonna have a full gun round, close to full. Shrimp's the only one with a little bit of a bulldog there. But again, mid is going to be the port of call for both of these teams. Very eager to potentially find an opening pick or just maintain control if you're XLG. So push back to the defenders. No man has to back off towards heaven. AG now searching towards A. Oh, it's a feint though. Look at this. They send the Trailblazer in, prop up the wall, and gonna send their forces back down towards mid. It looks like it's gonna be a B split here.
And for now, it's working. 3 players on the side of XLG decide to stay on the A side and they're not at all in a position to rotate. They're starting to move though, but is indeed a bit too late. Conversion path invested, but Happy Way is just stronger. Finds the double. Held by Rarga. The lethal duo destroys AG on B side.
Rarga is just perma using a judge, by the way. I think he has more than enough money to just buy a rifle, but for like what, the past 4 rounds, he's bought up a judge and he's only been fighting in areas where the judge is strong. Right? You don't see Rarga pushing down like, you know, screens on A, down towards mid from vents, or, you know, peeking over eagerly. He's always been fighting in these corners where the judge is going to find a lot of success. And he's just staying within that range, that close quarter range. So lethal, and there's just nothing AG can do up against him.
Rarga hesitated to go and take the last kill, but in the end he will stay alive with his teammates. Not give anything to the opponents. Clean round. Amazing play from Rarga and Happy Way on this defense on the B side.
I like the decision from Happy Way, right? Mollying the front of rafters so no one can push him there. He can just look and set his sights down towards hell. Doesn't need to worry about his crosshair placement needing to flick up or whatsoever. Fantastic stuff from XLG. AG again insistent towards A, pushing up towards heaven this time.
Leo will have to go back. Rarga still with the judge in the smoke, trying to find a target. Everyone is pushed back on the side of XLG. It looks like the site has been taken by AG. Losing JRQ, there are no more smokes. Only the Viper as controller. Yozu with the Baki. A lot of damage contacting this Viper pit, but Happy Way! The quadra kill completely destroys AG. The spike has now been planted. A diffuser.
What? How does like Happy Way get 3?
I don't know. I want his golf.
Did he just drop in from heaven? I need to see that from his POV. I mean, yes, he is in heaven. Just jumps down. Just jumps down. Sprays him towards elbow.
Doesn't even see the last one.
No.
Crazy stuff.
Alright. That's one way to siege a Viper's pit. Send all their attention towards screens. You send their best player, one of your best players, jumping in from the rafters. Spamming with the Vandal, of course. Not even a Phantom, a Vandal.
He was struggling before this because he had a quadra and his 7 kills, so he had only 3 previous to this play. Maybe this is the way he starts to unleash.
I don't think that he's necessarily playing bad. He had a couple of questionable decisions, like pushing down mid by himself, but I don't think XLG really needed him a lot. It was Lysor finding impact, Leo, No Man, Rarga, all being nuisances. Happy Way was just playing his role. And when the round came that they needed him, he delivered. Triple kill on the straight out. So XLG right now, everyone's looking pretty confident, pretty solid. Mid to push this time against Happy Way. You want to test him. Let's see what he can deliver.
They went into the Viper's pit, tried to find him, did not find the kill, and will decide to go down sewers, rotation towards Hay.
Problem is they have to invest Rarga to watch in towards Mail, right? Now Rarga's fully clearing it. Look at this proactivity from XLG. They've re-cleared the pit. Now they can stack towards one of the sides. The wrong read though. They think it's gonna be B. No Man, see if we can get information. Flash there, calling for the reinforcements now.
Have the information, so the rotation will come through. It's maybe a little bit late. Norman with the first kill traded by Yozu. It's a 1-for-1. They did remove the Viper, so this is a lot of post-plant utility left. Lost. Rarga with the judge once again will fall to Fangir. Fangir does not play catch with you.
Oh!
Triple kill.
就差那么一点。
That's the Fangir we know and love. Fantastic work, just tapping the last 2 kills despite Raga's efforts with the judge. It's a great range for him, but not gonna be good enough. Fangir sharper on the spray transfer. Despite XLG getting a little bit of information, what a spam from user. Actually make things competitive. Fangir though, look at these last 2 taps.
Clean from the duelist of L Gamers 4 round, and it looks like it's gonna be a close one again.
Raga now opting for a different one-shot weapon. This one's a little bit longer range with the scope. Unfortunately misses the shot though, and that's the call for them to accelerate in towards B. Happyway just jumps down from the rafters and wants to provide assistance. What a flick onto Fangir. And Raga gonna miss another crucial shot though. GRQ there for the trade, but it's Happyway. It's Happyway's side. The paranoia gives him space. And it's Happyway to find so much success. It's a triple kill there, but is it enough? Is that enough? No man now left. In a 1 versus 2 pre-plant though, AG needs to get that down. Shrimp is already tagged down low, and the time peak from No Man. Oh, but Shrimp expecting that. Lovely stuff as AG stabilized the ship.
Happyway was so close to actually getting more kills. Like, he had them lined up. He misses just by a bit. And this is the whole difference for the round. Raga also misses the shot, so a lot of small mistakes on the side of XLG, and this cost the round, almost equalizing for AG. Raga back on the judge, just the same as Leo, but this time it's a money problem.
Yeah, finances eventually gonna be a bit of concern right now. It's not too shabby. Raga's gone away from the AWP, missed 2 shots, and he's like, nah, I'm just gonna stick with the judge. It's better.
He had more success with the judge on this map at least, so it could be a wise choice. You see that Leo is contact. Will they check him though? It could surprise them. Both duelists pass because they have a lot of movement, speed, and they will fall down. All 3 players defending the B side down in a few seconds. It looks like AG are gonna equalize.
2 versus 3, XLG disadvantage here. As Fangir hears a lot of noise. He's gonna catch No Man off guard. This last round, might as well use it. Conversion pass is gonna tag onto Lysor. Gonna hunt him down as well. Prowler, not the Prowler, the Trailblazer is the one that actually tags him. Fangir with a triple of his own. Back and forth. EG. Last round of the half goes to them.
They managed to come back, and what's funny is that the timeout was right at the beginning and they did not invest anyone after that, but still they find the way to actually handle this defense from XLG and equalize 6-6. It's never been closer than this in a game. We are in the last map between XLG and All Gamers, seed 1 of their respective group. And we are moving towards the second half with a perfect equalized score.
It's neck and neck. Really, really close. 6-6.
Which skin do you prefer?
I think
is it a skin
pretty unanimous. I don't think anyone's gonna pick the one below.
Nobody likes the bottom one.
No, it feels like it's a skin for kids.
Oh, okay. Why?
I don't know. It just I don't know. It just looks like a kid's toy. You know, with the balls that. No shit to anyone who does like it. You know, to each their own.
Yes, no judgment, obviously.
No judgment. No judgment. Do you like that skin?
I didn't particularly like the one on top. Like, it's too gamery.
No, I get that as well. I'm not the edgiest player. There's some pretty edgy skins.
The edgy skins, yes. That's how I would describe it.
Very spiky.
Yes, exactly. With the vines and the red and the dark and the black.
Honestly, at this point, I'm getting mixed up on what skin is which part of which skin line. I'm completely confused. There's too many skins.
Yes, I think we can all agree on this. There are a lot of skins. A lot of good skins. A lot of not so
Speaking
good
of
skins.
good skins, got the classics. Do grab them if you are interested in, converting your pistol rounds, as some of these teams are. Very curious, actually, on next year's partnership skin bundles. Right, we've seen like a bit more of an open circuit. I'm very curious to see what kind of skins we're gonna get, or even banners, or what that whole process is like. But regardless, see how this one kicks off. 6-6, pistol round, important one, is XLG barrage their way in towards this A site.
There was actually a lot of player defending, but they just used a smoke and a wall, and it was it. They were in the site, but now they have to defend because they did not find any damage. And they did take some Happyway and Norman. A few HP missing.
Out of 5, it's still even Stevens. Flash comes through, but the defenders already fully engulfed this site. Raga's the one to find first blood. Trader back as well. It's a flood in, wrap around the elbow. Lysol's in an awkward position. He's still gonna convert that kill onto Strim. That's a big pick to find. Tap for the spike though. Lysol has to get onto the spike immediately. Eventually get it out. GRQ now left to 1v3. He's gonna find 2. It's not gonna be enough though. It's XLG again, finding their stride here on the second half.
In the end, I think pistol rounds are 50-50 because AG won the first 2. XLG won the second 2, and now it's 1-1 and split, so equal, balanced. Balance is restored in the universe.
As it is, as it should be. Thanos will be proud. And we split right down the middle. Both pistols going in either squad's favor. So 7-6. Flash comes through. Good information. AG with the lesser weapons is kind of hedging their bets, right? Kind of betting it's going to be the B sides that are stacking 3 players there for the time being.
XLG are actually pretty passively trying to find information, not making any stupid mistakes so close to the win. But they want to be sure that they're hitting the right side, and they are going to have a lot of information because AG are actually pushing B main. They will take 3 players down, and they should know at this point that the rest is on A.
Oh dear, okay, a little bit costly. It's only 2 players though, a little bit of damage, armor's broken, need to be repurchased, but still around 1 and 3 players standing for XLG.
Could have gone worse. In the end, they managed to keep 3 players alive. It's not that bad. But yes, here could have been a lot more damage from AG. 8th round, bonus round now. Oh, okay, they had judged before, but only Yozu is gonna do the Raga strat. Let's go!
Speaking of Yuza, he's 14-11. He's the best player statistically for AG right now. We had questions, right? If he's gonna be good... Oh, that's an interesting peek from the Trailblazer, the butt first, but... He still gets information. Oh dear, Kira spots them all out! There's one more player as reinforcements. Strim doesn't even need to fire his gun. His teammates done the heavy lifting. Flash just for the confirmation as well. AG gonna shut down this mid attempt really early on.
The timing was absolutely perfect for AG. They catch them completely off guard, not ready to face a push. Double kill. Gordon Shrip finds one more, and he has the weapon to win the duel. Double for him. Only Norman with the judge left.
Oh, the dog still comes for him. Spam through, he'll try.
Almost did it.
Almost did it. You're really optimistic.
He was about to cross the smoke. I mean, not far from getting 1 kill. Good anti-bonus on the side of AG. Very well mastered from them. Shrimp had a good play, like playing the range of his weapon very well. But now you need one more to actually equalize again, not letting XLG take too much advantage.
User. Same position that Raga did play. Oh my lord, okay. Raga shows him who's boss.
It's like Speedy
Slaps
delivery.
him against the wall. Yeah, Speedy Gonzalez over here.
What? Like playing against Welle is like trying to eat a moving target. It would not stop
So
moving.
fast. Yeah. Ferrari peak. Splatters his brains on the back wall. Look at the push from GRQ. He's looked in the round as well. He knows it's not going to be B. And XLG is kind of trapped in towards heaven.
And the more XLG waits, the closer it gets with the flank. So the harder it gets. Actually, Happyway is going to go and check sewers, but GRQ is very far away. You have to find an out. For XLG, you're completely... Oh no, surrendered in this heaven. 3 kills from Shrimp, destroying XLG.
Oh, one by one, they get slaughtered. XLG waited too long. The position's too exposed. It's Leo in 1v3. Gets the spike plant down. AG are giving him the due respect. Paranoia comes in, reveals a position of 1, but not expecting Kira's off angle from main. Will get AG around win. It's lovely stuff from them, especially. Was it Shrimp? The one with the spray down? That is a very interesting off angle. The judge not really covering for it. And he'll eat up these 3 kills.
It's actually interesting because the beginning of the round was very well played by XLG, digging so much space on the map. They had such control over the zones, but they just waited for too long before actually doing something with it, and it was too late. AG had completely surrounded them. The push from JRQ from B was perfect. They had all the information and they could just close the net over XLG and completely take the advantage.
One small mistake, right? The problem is when you want to run these very slow-paced rounds, you're gonna have some mid-round calling. You need to be aware of all those gaps.
Yes, it's actually interesting to see because this pace is hard to master. Even great teams struggle to manage these rounds that are very slow, where you have to wait and you have to control, to keep the control over the map, and here that's what missed. XLG lost control. They actually gained it at the beginning but completely lost it in the end. It was not that easy to stay in place, and hopefully the timeout will help. It's the first one invested from XLG, so the first time that they think they need the help from the coach, and it could help them in the end. This is an eco round, only Raga with the judge. Obviously, you do not change a team that is winning, and it's an headshot straight away for Happyway.
Ooh. That's a nice pick being found. Banker just out of the equation immediately, and XLG have just sent their players scrambling towards this A side. They've gotten so much space, and AG gonna have to slowly pick up the paces. Have to be worried about a potential flank as well, so that's why they're using the Seekers to find out these positions. Spot out a play in towards Vents. No man was noted for. Oh, it's Raga in their face, the judge, but straight back. Fight per spit now invested makes things difficult. Lysor, bit of an off angle, but expected. 2 versus 4 as AG trying to scramble around towards heaven. They still have to worry about a flank down in the vents. Nomad is just toying with his food. Lysor gets back with his team. And AG honestly might just have to save.
And they find a new Thrifty. How many is it since the beginning of the series? They are absolutely scary with a pistol in the end. New headshot from Happy Way. It's the second one. And they do it. They actually do the Thrifty. Take the advantage. AG cannot have a moment to breathe.
Yeah, this back and forth is really taking a toll on both of these teams. 8 and 8. Raga is still rocking that judge. And just one small little mess up, as we've seen in the rounds previous, right? It's gonna have massive consequences. XLG back with an answer into AG's defensive rounds. 9 to 8. Again we go. Fangir is now equipped to the operators down towards B, but it's a mid approach this time for XLG to kick things off.
They will not fall in the operator just yet, but it's a strong push from AG. They want to get the control of this neutral zone, and they will get it. It's a 1-for-1. Losing Warga on the side of XLG.
Inside's a push. AG trying to re-clear main. The flash comes through. Doesn't detect anyone. They think it's clear for the time being, but that is just it, right? For that time being. XLG have just refreshed their forces here. The second layer of info utility. Trailblazer comes in. I think it spots out the Viper, but that's the only player. They might think it's a lurk. Kira now knows it might be the commitment. The flash was heard. Inverse the Viper's pit. But it only covers the main. They have to worry about Heaven though.
And JRQ, he knows. It just TP'd right now towards B to help Fangir. He knows that he's gonna come. Fangir misses. You have one more chance. And it will be a 1-for-1 traded right away by Leo. JRQ on side is not checked right away, but once again Leo saves the day. And they will be able to plant the spy, but you have to stand strong against the two players.
He saw in towards Heaven. He's gonna back off. Double up with his teammate. Kira now coming in from mid. The same can be said for AG. The same forces. No paranoia. No utility on Lysol whatsoever. Spike should be planted for main. And it's gonna be a wrap around by Leo. He's trying to come in from the flank himself. So it's all onto Lysol to buy some time. He cannot go down here. Cannot leave his teammate up in a 1 versus 2. Toying with this food, tap of the spike now. Leo now comes in clutch. Leo with the wraparound play. It doesn't even need Lysol to chime in. Just on his lonesome with perfect timing. We'll get XLG up with another round.
The timing was absolutely flawless. Great thinking, quick thinking on the side of XLG to close this round. It could have gone either way. I mean, I was a bit scared when they lined up for the operator of Fangir in the stairs, but in the end they managed to only lose one for the trade, so good work on their side. And it's a low buy for AG. 10 points for XLG. Looking strong in the split map.
Just pure bullying of utility allows GRQ to gain control over B main. XLG says they don't want to invest too much more into that fight, so just gonna rotate back over towards A. But again, this is the idea from AG. They want to funnel them in towards A. That's where 3 of their players reside. That's where Users got his, because the entire team's only weapon, or at least only Vandal. Shrimp is there as well. Or at least rather towards mid, and this is the fight that's gonna determine everything. The flash is fantastic. Has to be forced back though. And Raga now you're gonna choose a different point of attack. It's the Bucky instead from Kira. But Happy we're gonna shut down the push from Shrimp. No man's there expecting Fangir. It's a split of defenders across either of these sides. User, he's gonna need to come out clutch if this team, if AG want to have anything to say about this, finds that perfect timing. Back turn. Oh dear, he picks up his knife instead. He's been caught by timing now. And XLG make A their home site. GRQ too far from the action. And a misplay from User might have just cost them this series right here.
I mean, he was not in a position to win the round. It was still a 2v4, but still he had such a great positioning, could have done a lot of damage and maybe bring the round back for AG. But it is not happening. Worst timing for Yezu. I think he's gonna regret this one, and it's gonna be an 11th round for XLG. Just keep in mind, it was a low buy for AG, so still not playing to their full potential there. Could be better in the next one. GRQ join his teammates. And 4 players stay alive for XLG.
Yeah, thumbs up from XLG. They're happy with that outcome. They know what is on stake for this next and final round. And the money, bit of an issue for AG, right? So that's why they went for the save round, a half-buy round. Now they've got all their rifles in. This is where they need to strike. This is where AG needs to get their round win. If not, this is going to be 12 for XLG. They're going to have no money in the next following round. And so a timeout being taken to really get them on the right page. Get their round win that they desperately need.
I mean, this is it right now, because if they lose here, they will have to force buy against map point. It is not a place where you want to be in. And this is the last map. We've already had 2. This is where you decide who's going to be the seed 1 and who's going to be the seed 2. Obviously, this is only ranking matches, but you're still playing for the ego, I guess.
Playing for the fans as well, I guess.
Yes, true.
You know, we're trying to find scraps here and there, but it's still good repetitions, right? This is still technically users' first time playing Split, so as much experience as you can get here, a win would be fantastic. And yeah, we'll have to see how this round pans out to determine the potential outcome for this series. It's buy-in from both squads again. Raw got back on the judge. Head towards this B side to kick things off.
He just loves this weapon, and he does so much great things with it. So I think I would give it to him too. He will not get any information. No one seen.
Seeker's gonna be invested here, perhaps. This is a full-on execute here. We've got the convergent path and overdrive if required. Convergent path invested. GRQ teleports above. Baraka expects it. Gets shut down. Counter. Ultimate being invested here. Trades on towards the side. They can't get the spike down. They're just standing in the open. They're taking the duels head on. But guess what? Guess where Happyway is? Users none the wiser. Has no idea where this Viper's gotten off to. And he's being wrapped around Happyway. Trying to find out where User was. Well, you know, they had an idea that he was towards heaven. But now that Happyway has fully cleared the site, User instead, he's taking initiatives to a different degree. He's pushing in on the flank. Potentially this could be a chance for him to find a first kill, but XLG surely have to be guessing for that.
They're gonna play safe. They know that Happyway clear heaven, so they will keep to the side of the site, and it's the right call. But I'm not sure they expect him coming from mid. User could have the great timing and seen away the leg of Happyway. And now he starts the execution, but he revealed his position and Happyway will take advantage of it. Map point for XLG.
Yeah, this is a great mid-round call from XLG there. User was just in an incredibly unfortunate situation. Trade still favoring XLG as that dust settles. Difficult stuff for User to manage. I mean, Happyway played it to perfection. Happyway top of the scoreboard, 19 and 12. We mentioned that, hey, map 1 might be just an off map for him. Coming back into the series, guns blazing, and that's a rough situation for AG now. They've lost an opportunity to win this in regulation. Now it has to be an overtime affair if they want to have a win here.
They have the information that the outlaw is out for Happyway, but they will try and go again? No, they're just waiting with the judge. Yuzu trying to bait will not work this time, at least not for now.
they're going in towards the judge. It's a long-range Fang gear with the Vandal, close-range user with the judge. They're bringing in Shrimp as well. He's got a Spectre, but it's his utility that might save them here. User needs to land this opening shot. Oh, and it goes absolutely awry. XLG stop through this site. Shrimp can only post a single kill. And XLG might have just found themselves a win here in this series with that spike plant. Jerky and Kira a world away from this action. How do they manage this 2 versus 4?
Leo is still very far for now, so it's not really a 2v4 yet. They also left the site, and there's the Viper wall, so Happy Way has the post-plant utility, but it will be baited right away. I don't know if he has any idea. Oh, we will see the smoke. The information is there. They know that GRQ is on the corner. We'll find the first kill though. Goes down, and XLG take the win after 3 map series. They beat AG and get their revenge for the loss in the kickoff.
They've righted the wrongs in the best of 3s. XLG are still undefeated up against AG. It's a tough pill to swallow for AG. They're such a successful map number 1. I mean, Lotus looked so clean from them. XLG did not look like they were in the game whatsoever. But when we went over to map 2, that is when XLG just turned up the heat. They showed what they were capable of. Map number 3 got a little bit close, but XLG in that driver's seat for most of it.
I think that AG might be a bit disappointed. One thing that I noticed is definitely that Fengir was not in his best day today, and we can see it on his face. He's a bit disappointed with himself. We've seen him on the camel, so overall it was still a great map. I think JRQ had a great performance, but it was just not enough to take down XLG. In the end, I think especially the bind was a bit of a miss and probably set them up in the wrong psychological state before going towards the split.
Yeah, it's a great win from XLG. Yes, can't take that away from them. But at the same time, if you're AG, you're not sweating just yet, right? This is just a seeding game. You still have the actual playoffs to come through, so you can still go back, do your homework, analyze this VOD, and really understand the gaps in your game plan. Because map number 1, right, if they can play it like they did on map number 1 on either of the next 2 maps, I think we could have a very different outcome. Good learning experience on user as well, slowly getting warmed up on different maps. That was a big one for him, and hopefully we'll see a slightly stronger AG going into the playoffs.
I think we can, definitely. This is still, as we said, it's still the beginning of the roster with Yozu, so we're gonna see more from them. But here is the interview.
让我们再次恭喜 XLG 获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天邀请到的是 Happyway 选手，让我们再次把掌声送给他。
Hello。
欢迎，也是再次恭喜你们以一个全胜的姿态，以一个常规赛第1名进入到了我们本次的一个北京的季后赛。而且
everyone's saying you're doing really good. You're the best shooter on the team. What are your thoughts on that? He says his luck's been pretty good.
运气挺好的。
Everyone on the teams have been improving, so it's not just him that's doing really well. He thinks everyone has got their really good performances.
有亮眼的发挥，对。
日以继夜的练习，加上所有团队每一个人的付出，我相信这个胜利都是至关重要的。那么再来到今天你们的一个图2的
On the second map, you guys have an 100% win rate on bind. You guys gave a lot of pressure on to the other team. Do you guys have any tips for us, like regular players?
要摸得正确一点，就
He said try to have a good read, basically. Make sure you can read where the other team is going, try to figure that out.
然后再多看比赛，你的录像学习一下，是吧？那其实包括现在一个霓虹换冷的体系，可能在我们的季后赛。
What do you think the effects have been of the Neon Waylay meta on you guys?
是有一点影响，在我们
He says it's got a little bit of an effect, but that's not the reason why they've won every game.
你们团队当中的每一个人才能走到今天这一步。那其实说到今天一个完美的收官结束了你们本次在杭州的旅程，也想问一下你自己。
What are your thoughts on your time at Hangzhou? Do you have like a summary for us? He says it's been relatively difficult. They always start off losing, but they have a lot of they have good mental, so they've been able to bring it back. What changes have you guys had in comms? You said before this match they had 2 scrims so that they could warm up, but they still lost map 1 anyway.
每次图一都输，对。
进入比赛的状态可能会稍显慢了一点，但是我相信来到我们之后的北京季后赛还能够调整。
Last time we interviewed you, you said you really wanted to play Concon. Now you've played him. So is there anyone else you'd want to play next? And how was your experience with him?
我想。
Says he's gonna think about it.
想一下。
想一想。
He wants to play ERV.
对位 ERV 吧。
哇，对位 ERV 选手，非常期待你们在后续有没有机会在这样一个碰面。那我们今天
That's the end of the interview. It's time for the prize draw.
的游戏资产，接下来也是有请你来帮我们抽取今天的幸运观众，喊开始和停。
Nice interview from RPWay. Definitely looks happy. I think one thing that is interesting is we talked about the fact that the first map was a bit of a warm-up for XLG, and it kind of says something that went this way in this interview.
Yeah, and very interesting to hear that he's actually looking forward to fight ERV.
Yes.
I would be very down for that matchup. I want to see Tyloo versus XLG. I think that's going to be pretty banger of a series. But yeah, I think we will. I'm not sure we're gonna get the brackets actually. I think we should be maybe later on. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see if VCT China wants to show that up to us. But yeah, regardless, I mean, this is a great stream by XLG. I think for most people watching, for most of people keeping up with the scene, they've gone flawless. 5-0 in their group, technically 6-0 now. You can see the frustrations in their face. I didn't realize Varga was smiling at him like that, but
yes, the edit is great. The real storytelling is there, but great matchup overall from the first 2 seed. I think we had a great series today. Both, by the way, were absolutely interesting. So I'm really amped for the players that are coming very soon, starting next week. It's gonna be a great ending to this stage 1 in VCT China.
And I mean, so far we've got quite a few teams that are like contesting to be the top, and slowly as the playoffs do come, very excited to see what games we get as well. On the way to London, right? It felt like it was kind of a ways away the last couple of weeks, but now that we reached the playoffs, you know, we're just a couple more matches. And we might get a few representatives here from VCT China. XLG, I think, one of the favorites to actually qualify for that, so to see how that pans out.
Yeah, we're gonna have the information also at the end of the split of the stage. Who's gonna go to Masters London? I think XLG and AG are really strong contestants. So let's listen to some comms.
我这里可以了，可以打。我
开大招，然后我们切吧。I think Viper already close. Careful.
2 mid, 3 mid, 3 mid. Let's still waiting mid, guys. Go kill the enemy. Come. Chance, are you ready to dash? I think he's outside. Here. Go walk first.
Just contact first. They're playing 5v4.
Ready, James. Go ready dash. Ready? Go get him. Ready to get him.
Seriously, what's this? One more.
4v3, TB back. 下一个 TB 这。
Go back.
你用赛。CD 按赛。
起落在 A 区。
CD 你用。
我们 TB 上面 TB 走。CD 你用。Go. He will go in B. He went to that's why B.
3v1. 开 B.
Archer, can you fast.
Yeah, stand up too. Oh yeah, fast.
Default.
Pillar, TB, back side. Pillar, wait. Say no.
Big it.
Nice!
No.
Let's go.
Don't do that, bro.
He said, "Don't do that, man." At the end.
Yeah, not a chance today. But Happyway is the one actually gonna pick up the MVP. I think credit to him. We did mention how, you know, it's the same storyline that I'm gonna keep pushing because this guy is just correct. He's on a different level. You can have an off game, you won't have an off series. Put on an incredible performance here on Split. Whenever they needed him, you can see these impact moments, right? Sometimes, a lot of the times, by his lonesome, by himself, he's gonna put up these multi-kill frags and just set his team up for success.
It's definitely a very impressive player. I agree with you. I think it's kind of superpower to be able to not have a bad series, basically. Like, it's absolutely amazing. Like, you know that this is someone you will be able to count on in the series somewhere, someone, when you need him the most. And it's such a strong, like, a good value for a teammate. That's something you need. Is like the pillar of this composition. Obviously, other players are also very good, but having Happyway is just on another level.
Yeah, and considering his role as well, right? He's the lurker, he's the anchor. In this current meta, when you have double duelists just sending it to your site, if your Viper is able to put up these kind of numbers, if your Viper is able to get the two duelists, stay alive, buy some time, I think he is an incredible cornerstone for this XLG squad, especially in this current meta. And you know, the better he performs, I think the better this entire squad's going to be, because you have this kind of reliable guy in the back line that's always going to deliver. You can just focus on what's in front of you.
Definitely. I think the Viper is such a strong agent right now. I mean, it's been a while since Viper has been strong, but still, Happyways plays it very well, and it's a source of power that is consistent and you can count on, especially for the post plan, for example. So very important player, and it's important to know that you can count on him. And it's funny because on the second map we had the Omen show off, and now it was the Viper show off in both teams. So controllers all the way.
Yeah, the Sentinels right now are just in a pretty tough spot. You know, there are a couple of teams that like to use like a Cypher, a Vice here and there, but for the most part, I think the Viper can provide so much value in terms of the stall utility, you know, having a recharge wall that comes up, you know, very frequently. So yeah, that's kind of how the meta is right now. Impact player though, coming in by Leo. I think he's put up a couple of good impact rounds. I don't think it's the most standout player that we've had in this like player highlight, but I think he did his job here on Split. I think was really crucial at finding a lot of these trait frags, especially as that single initiator, right? Setting up his duelist, setting up his teammates for X6, for retakes, that sort of stuff.
He had a lot of impact, yes, I think, on the Split. In the previous maps, it was more of the initiator role, so a lot of assists, really setting up his team. But on the Split, it was both impactful personally and with his teammates. So very, very strong map on his side. We've seen several multi-kills also for him. So great game from Leo. And overall, I mean, everyone was on point on this Split from XLG. It was just the top from XLG team.
Yeah, pretty stacked roster, all things considered. Yeah, but yeah, I do think we. Can I just get a confirmation? Do we have any more potential graphics?
I think.
Waiting for the end of their stuff. All right, cool. So still have a little bit more information for you guys, especially I think the brackets will be updated from the VCT China's production side. But just a heads up for anyone watching, playoffs will be in Beijing, which will be from, I say it like I'm an Englishman at Beijing, but it'll be happening from May 1st to May 10th. Yes, the proper way to say it. I've been watching too many, what was it, like I think English Western pronunciation of Beijing. But yes, Baiting
You're
will be happening.
Westernerizing yourself.
I'm forgetting my roots. But yes, it will be happening from May 1st to the 10th. And if you guys, I don't know if tickets are still on, but like if you guys are there, do send us as many pictures as you can. Tag us, Project Horizon, on Twitter. Follow us on all our socials. We'll be on YouTube as well as a membership. Share some whatever clips you might have, and yeah, we'd love to share it as well on our socials. So do tag us. And yeah, can't wait for the playoffs to get started.
Yes, it's gonna be a great. Thank you everyone for the support for Project Horizon. It's great to have you here. I hope, we all hope, I'm not alone in this, that you enjoy the cast and the production that we're bringing to you. We are very happy to share this with the VCT China community. It's a pleasure. Do not hesitate to subscribe or to buy the membership on YouTube if you want to support the project. It will really help, and we appreciate the support always. Thank you very much for being here with us. It's been a great day today. Had a lot of fun.
Yeah. I love to watch the Akamas crash outs from time to time. Whenever he's casting China's teams, and then when crazy stuff happens, it's always him. It always seems like he's the one that gets the crazy games. So yeah, just a recap of the day. TE taking on TEC. So TE will be 7th seed, TEC will be 8th seed. XLG beating AG. XLG will be 1st seed. AG will be 2nd seed.
Yeah, so what does it mean is that XLG is gonna face TEC, whereas Trace Esport is gonna face All Gamers. So this is how it's gonna go for the playoff bracket for this 4 team. Yesterday we had the matches, the ranking matches for the other 4 seeds. So there is Edward Gaming against Dragon Ranger and JDG against Tyler, but maybe we'll have the bracket, I don't know, later. Here are the top player for the day. The first one is Sky. Great matches. It was in the first one if you were already there. And top 2 is Happy Way. I mean, after the Lotus, and he still manages to be top 2. That's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's wild stuff that you're able to have that mental reset, right? We've talked about just the mechanics of doing so, but having the mental to just understand that, hey, you're never out of it. You just GG go next, and I think that's exactly what he did. If he didn't have that bad map, I think he might be number 1. So yeah, it's a great storyline for him.
And here is the bracket for the playoff that starts in a little less than a week, 1st of May, so in 5 days, if I can... No, not 5 days, sorry. No, it's more than that. I'm saying
yeah,
nothing. It's 2 weeks, like a bit more than 10 days, but be there for the start of the playoff. So there will be the first matches. So XLG against TEC, as we said, JDG against Tyloo, and on the other side of the bracket, you have AG against Trace Esport and EDG against DRG. Is there maybe one match that you're specifically looking forward?
I hope to see XLG versus Tyloo, the game that Happy Way did mention about. Like, he wants to face ARV. I want to see the 2 teams face off against each other. I have my boy Splash there. I'm backing him up, so I really want to see Tyloo like rise to the occasion. I would love to see Tyloo in Masters London. I think they're a team that are up on the up and up, and I think they're only getting better and better.
It could happen because they are in the same bracket. So if XLG wins against Titan Esport and Tyloo wins against JDG, they could face each other in the upper bracket semi-final. So maybe your wish will come true. I do agree that it would be a great matchup, and I do agree that it would be so great to see Tyloo at the top level again. They've had quite a struggle in the past few years, but they're a great team, and I think the form in this stage is actually great, and they can show something.
Yeah, I do really hope that they find that kind of groove. But I guess they'll determine, we'll see how that pans out in the playoffs, because it's VCT China. You never know what you're gonna get. We had AG winning on kickoff. Who would have predicted that? So now that we're here in stage 1, a little bit more predictability, I guess, with the group stage going on. But when it comes push to shove, BLG already didn't make it. Who else is gonna fall victim? Are we gonna get a Trace Esports in Masters London? Who knows what I'm gonna get? But it's always a fun time here at VCT China. Thanks to Project Horizon for making all of this possible. Yeah, any final words, Kankwa, before we end the show?
I mean, it was an amazing day too, a close series, 2-1, like we had the full show and everything that we need to wait for the playoff that will be very soon. Thank you so much for everyone for watching Project Horizon. We will see you on May 1st for the beginning of the playoff. Be sure to tune in and to join us in this VCT China community. It's gonna be an amazing one and we're gonna see which team are gonna go to Masters London. So great show coming ahead. Thank you everyone. Thank you for today. Thank you for the production. Thank you for the cast. Colden, it was amazing. Loved it. And see
Likewise.
you next time.
Gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We can take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that no-no? Just tell me that you're coming through. What can we ever What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm?
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day